Rock and roll. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the July 17th regular meeting of council. The city of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. For the consent agenda, for the minutes of the minutes of the council meeting held July 5th, 2023, and approval of the council meeting agenda for today. Do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation that the council agenda be that the consent agenda, including the following recommendation, be approved: that the minutes of the council meeting held July 5th, 2023 be adopted, that the July 17th, 2023 council meeting agenda be approved. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Grez, seconded by Councillor Bill. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, and for those in the audience that may not have a view, Councillor Sean Wood is actually zooming in on the meeting, and for those outside. Can you just speak once, Sean, into your microphone, if you would, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Check one, check two.
Loud and clear, over and out. Thank you. Not out, just over. That's fine. All those in favor of the consent agenda? That is carried. Thank you. We have one presentation today from the regional District of Nanaimo, the regional Recreation and Aquatics presentation from Mr. Tom Osborne and Dean Banman and Doug Holmes, the CAO, to provide information and updates on regional recreation infrastructure from 2019 to 2029, Oceanside Recreation Services Master Plan, and information on additional aquatic facility space in Oceanside. Gentlemen, if you can fight over the mic, or yeah, that's all right. Welcome, Mr. Banman.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity today to speak to the council and those in attendance on recreation services in the Oceanside area. More specifically, we're going to be covering, or I'm going to elaborate on the large recreation infrastructure, but I will spend a little bit of time on just the overall master plan. We'll relate things to the master plan and spend maybe about 10 or 15 minutes at the most going through a few slides. And then, as you mentioned, myself, our CAO, Douglas Holmes, and the General Manager of Recreation Parks, Tom Osborne, are here as well. So any three of us can answer any questions at any time. So,
thank you.
Okay. So the first slide you see is just some of you that sit on the Oceanside Services Committee, you'll have seen parts of this presentation before. Over the next, at the Oceanside Services Committee today and then tomorrow, we are also doing different but similar presentations to the town of Qualicum Beach. So if you hear that the Recreation and Park staff are at the town of Qualicum Beach Recreation and Parks Commission meeting tomorrow, we are. What they're asked of us tomorrow is more of an overview of recreation services we provide in the Oceanside area. So it will be different than today's, but just so if you hear that we're on another speaking presentation tomorrow, that's what it's a little bit different than this one. The one I'll be going over today is a condensed version of the one those of you that sit on the RDN board have seen before. So as I mentioned, this is just on our the RDN webpage. We've got we did a master plan, recreation services master plan, also known as District 69 or Oceanside Services Community Master Plan. So we started that in 2016, finished it in about 2017, and then it went to the board for approval. And through that, then we started doing some actions within that master plan that mostly led to some moving forward, some larger projects, but also mostly starting to save some money in reserves, because as you'll see in a few slides later there, and as you probably already, everyone knows, it's recreation infrastructure, like a lot of infrastructure, it is a commitment as far as finances. So we started to provide some planning with that earlier on in the master plans. So I won't expect everybody to read this, but I just wanted to put this up just as a comparison, as I just spoke to when you're talking about the master plan, it did take a little bit of while to get the terms of reference, everything with what we wanted to include. We wanted to give it some focus, but you also don't want to write it before it actually is finished, and you don't want to predetermine its destiny, but you do want to set some parameters so that you are catching everything that perhaps the community or the elected officials at the time would like to at least be discussed, or a topic brought to the public. So that started in 2016, and some of the large infrastructure projects that were brought up, you'll see in a few different slides, but we wanted to make sure that they were captured in the master plan. And again, not predetermine what they're going to look like, but we wanted to have those in there. So a brief summary of the master plan is there's 34 recommendations within the master plan. It just happened to, it wasn't a strategic thought. 17 are related to program services, like the actual programs we deliver, and 17 were specific to recreation infrastructure. So 34 in total. And again, we didn't try to carve it down or manipulate it so that it was an even or an even number of 17 and 17. It just happened to happen that way. And then the ones you'll see at the very bottom, there are the large recreation infrastructure projects that the board at the time and what we heard from the community were ones that we wanted to focus in on, or to at least be thought of, was an expansion to Ravensong Aquatic Center, possible alternative use for the District 69 arena, demand for feasibility for an outdoor multi-sport complex, and the current future demand for District 69 community arena as far as the curling club. So 2 and 4 are if you think they're the same or they're very similar, you're right, they are. It was just that they were brought in at different times, but we wanted to capture it so that individuals that sort of know it as number 2 and individuals that know it as number 4, we just wanted to capture it. So they are very similar. So as I mentioned before, we wanted to spend the time today on specifically to the recreation infrastructure, and more specifically into the large recreation infrastructure. We do have some other action plans and recommendations to do some, space planning, example for Oceanside Place. Large commitment, lots of work to be done, but for today's presentation, we didn't include that as a lot of details, but we can answer any questions again that come up for that one. So the list you see in front of you here, you will see some of them will be familiar to some of you, or if not all of you. So the first one in no particular order is the construction and operation of a rubberized athletic track at Belina Secondary School, construction and operation of an artificial turf field, expansion to Ravensong Aquatic Center. And then these next, this number 4, and then the next few on the next slide aren't specifically projects, but they're strategies or pathways forward on how to actually get those 3 to come to fruition and to work collaboratively. So the 4th recommendation there, as you see, is to work collaboratively with the City of Parksville, Town of Qualicum Beach, and also the school board as well, to determine the future arena site and levels of District 69 arena. But then also these other ones are here as well, which speak to collaboration regarding utilizing field space, working with the user groups as well, a full-scale outdoor multi-use sport complex. What we really wanted just to capture it was multi-use. We didn't want to predetermine what specifically sports were there, but we knew it should look like it was a multi-use outdoor sports facility. And then I mentioned a little bit a while ago just regarding Oceanside Place. We don't have a lot of typical recreation community centers like a lot of other communities do. We leverage, BGC next door, some of the other facilities that the City of Parksville owns, Town of Qualicum Beach owns, and local community halls throughout the regional district. And that was when the master plan was done. That was actually a strong point of ours. We actually go out and bring our services more out to the road and try to make them more accessible to the community. Obviously, when you're talking about large recreation infrastructure, that's harder and harder to do. So those are typically focused on a regional perspective. When we talk about specific data numbers and what the population had wanted to see and what their feelings were within the master plan, there's this is another document, what we heard. So this is this is all the survey data from all the questions that we did focus groups, met with user groups, also did some public opinion polls as well. So all that kind of raw data is in here. So if you're ever wondering about where we got some of these conclusions from in the master plan, it's in a sub document within the master plan, and that's actually the front page from it. So it's called What We Heard. So what did we hear? What we heard is the residents have a high value and see the importance of recreation facilities and recreation programs within their Oceanside area. We did a similar master plan in 2006, and what we noticed when we asked similar questions was kind of the level of satisfaction at that time was about 67%. And then when we did the last one, the one I'm speaking to today, we managed to achieve an 80% sort of customer satisfaction, for lack of better words. And then again, the last few bullets are just the barriers to what we saw. Some people had barriers to accessing. Some of it was the lack of facilities, lack of programs going on, inconvenient times, location of facilities, cost of time. So again, we asked some questions specifically about why perhaps you're not using the facility, or what we could do to facilities, or what we could do to make that better. So I won't spend a lot of time on this one. I just wanted to bring it to your attention that when we start talking about, as we know, recreation infrastructure projects, as I mentioned before, are a significant commitment amongst themselves. When you start adding in other municipal or local government infrastructure, it's added to a list of criticality of importance. So within the master plan, what we did here is we weighted each of the projects. So again, we can score it based on priority as far as what, and give each priority a weight, whether or not you want the pool, whether or not it's an expansion. For instance, one of the weights that we gave that is we heard from the user groups, they didn't want it closed for very long, because that just, as you can all imagine, negatively impacts their use and their membership. So again, that was weighted when we start looking at different options for expansion. So this is just one table within the master plan that speaks to how we weight those. So again, it was weighted at the time. If things change and user groups and elected officials and the community feel that needs to be reevaluated, that's not hard to do. But again, we would probably go back to using a similar weighting system. Any of the projects right now that we've got, we're looking at or saving for. We recognize that grant funding would be an opportunity that we should leverage and pursue if it came along. So this is just to acknowledge that we realize that there should be and could be some potential funds out there that we could leverage. Right now, we don't have. We're more saving to contributions to reserves rather than. We are still actively pursuing grants, but we don't have any high success applications that we're sitting on that really have changed what we're able to do yet. And then this is the last few slides here are specific to Ravensong Aquatic Center. What I wanted to sort of bring out from this here is again in that what we heard data. There was quite a large majority of the area had see the value of indoor aquatics, and it was a high priority for user groups and residents. What was almost split 50-50 was what approach that should take, or what that should look like, whether or not it should be an expansion to Ravensong Aquatic Center, or it should be another facility within the regional district. So again, high consensus of the pool is needed and should be. How we actually meet that challenge as far as the increasing capacity was split between those two. And then if you further drill down that specific source of information, again, those that were kind of living as close to what they thought was close to the existing aquatic center right now felt that should be expanded, and those that replied to the survey that were further away from the aquatic center might not be a surprise, but they thought, well, it should be built somewhere else, i.e. somewhere where that's a little bit more convenient for them. So that was information that we gathered from that as well. During the study, what came up is a right-sized aquatic facility, and for that fact, any athletic or multi-use facility. And what was happening at the time of the expansion to Ravensong, when we met with the user groups, a lot of them are pretty high use of the facility and are quite. They're not casual swimmers. They're quite competitive, or they're quite intermediate in what they need the pool to do. So at that time, there was a few that had indicated that it should be a 50-meter pool, almost a regional pool that we could bring in, attract meets and competitions, et cetera, et cetera. So we looked into that, and these are just some of the data that we wanted to acknowledge, that a facility should be right-sized. And then the right size for a 50-meter pool is typically larger than, I shouldn't say typically, is quite common. It's almost always bigger than the surrounding area. It's usually a population of over 100,000 to 150,000 before a 50-meter pool starts to make more of that sort of use and economic sense. So what we looked at here is just, a lot of you are probably familiar with the census data. So the second pool would be is projected, and if you look at sort of metrics for second pools or larger aquatics facilities, things over the 50,000 is a population of over 50,000 is usually then maybe the existing pool is probably not sized right. Again, that's not probably a surprise because we've been looking at expansion for quite some time, and then those are just some of the census numbers of this area right now. And then these last few slides are just more on the rationales of why we didn't move forward with thinking it was a 50-meter pool. Just again, operational costs, size costs, programming functions and challenges. 50-meter pools bring a lot of utility and a lot of potential, but they do come with obviously additional costs and liabilities and responsibilities to operate. So one of the things that we also look at when you speak about future analysis or expansion, whether or not it's an actual expansion to the pool or of a new facility, is the challenge that's pretty much not only regionally, it's across the province and it's across Canada, is just the recruitment and retention of qualified staff. It is quite a high intense position to lifeguard or instruct, and we're finding that there's just other options available for the individuals that would typically take that challenge on. There's other opportunities at that age now where they don't need the exact same responsibility and the commitment, and they're making more of a, lack of a better word, lifestyle balance, change your career choice. So we've been looking at that, and that is a challenge that a lot of aquatic facilities face right now. That'll continue. There's really no end in sight to that. So that's going to be a continued challenge. So no matter what, if you expand a facility or build a new one, you are looking at staffing challenges. And then the last few slides, I won't go through all of these. I'll stop in a less than a minute, Chair, to take any questions. But these are just some of the action plans, some of the action items that we've done in the last since 2018, and it was everything from working with the town of Qualicum Beach for to converting some of their natural grass fields to artificial turf. Again, linked to the master plan, building a community hall up in Meadowood, changes to bylaw 899, which is the Ravensong pool apportionment bylaw. So we have been working towards a lot of different of those infrastructure priorities that I listed earlier in the master plan. So those are just, these last two slides are just meant to sort of capture that and where we're at right now. And then I added this in here just, I thought it was a link. So again, this is from this council's strategic plan that was done in 2023, 2026. And this was just, again, it was linked to recreation amenities and the Parksville area. So I just added that as a kind of maybe perhaps a link or to finish it off. So with that, Chair, that's the end. Thank you again for the opportunity. And again, myself and our CAO and my general manager are here if there's any questions.
Thanks very much, Dean. That was an amazing overview. It really shows how actually busy and how committed you are to creating better recreation in our area. So thank you very much. Is there further presentations by the other members? Okay, that's fine. I just didn't want to let you get off the seat. So council, do any of you have any questions for Dean Banman right at this time? Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation for the RDN staff. I was looking at the executive summary from the master plan, and it says one of the top outdoor priorities is trails, national parks, and protected areas. So, and I also happened to watch the strategic plan meeting of the RDN, where they talk about acquiring land for preservation as one of their priorities. So I was wondering if that's one of the areas that you folks might be looking at in the future, or are there any strategic areas in Oceanside that might be worth exploring?
So through the chair, so you, just so I'm clear, I'm on the recreation side of things. So recreation infrastructure property, that's right in my area of expertise. If you're thinking more specific to parks and trails, I would probably refer to our general manager, because that's he's got a better overview of that.
And taking over the microphone is Mr. Tom Osborne to help with that answer there for you, Councillor Gore.
Great. Thank you for the question. There is services within the RDN, and Mr. Banman has been speaking to the recreation, aquatics, and the arena services today. We also have our regional park service that we oversee, and that is an item that's been discussed at the strategic planning table for the RDN board. We've been very active in the years of securing land and continue to undertake that as well too. So examples of that locally are Moorcroft Park, Jameson River Regional Park. There's been some recent additions to Mount Benson Regional Park, for example, to name a few, upgrades to Horn Lake Campground locally here as well too. So it is a very active service, and based on the outcome of the board strategic planning session, envision it carrying forward. There is actually what's called a parks and trail strategy for the RDN, and that's to oversee the regional parks system as well as the community parks. And in our context, that means for the rural areas. And there's actually another document you can read as well too that speaks to sort of the direction on that front. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? You're good. Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. Through a mayor to delegation. Just wanted to touch on the curling that you talked about there with District 69 Arena. I assumed at first that you were talking about Oceanside Place, but it sounds like this is a separate arena that you're speaking of. So wondering if you can tell me about this District 69 Arena and where curling is at right now and the needs for it. The reason why it captured my attention is I wasn't aware that we weren't meeting the needs of curling. I know we have the curling rink down by the park, one in Qualicum as well. So where is this call for more curling space? Where's that been coming from?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, when we went into it, again, it was one of the items that we wanted to have in the master plan and not predetermined. Even our consultant, when they came in, their anecdotal first reaction was, curling isn't growing anywhere. It's kind of holding its own, and there's, it's not a niche sport, but they don't see it as a demand. It's so they thought, not too sure why you have it in here, but okay, we'll look at it. Well, they were quite surprised once they met with the curling clubs, the district Parksville, District 69 and Community Park, one down at the old community arena, and the Qualicum Curling Club. When they met with them, found out from them the programs are running, their memberships are running, that they had two viable curling facilities. What they came back and said, you actually are quite unique in your area as far as for curling. And there might be an opportunity here for a regional curling facility at some point. So again, the two curling clubs are strong right now and your facilities are quite strong. You'd be even stronger if you actually come to a day when you actually combine the two and it's a regional curling facility. So you'd actually be able to hold Briar and those types of events. So that's kind of what we've talked about right now.
Go ahead, Tom.
Great. Just to further on that, the date of the plan was 2018 as well, and there was conversations about the viability of the Parksville Curling Club during that era of time, because it was being operated by the regional district, and the Parksville Park Plan was under contemplation whether it included that facility or not. So you might recall there was plans where we had to do some asset management should that facility not be situated in the park. There was a transfer of ownership after 2018, and that was to the city of Parksville. So the arena moved from the RDN through to the city of Parksville. So that is kind of time stamped a bit, 2018, 2019. Around Christmas time, I kind of recall very vividly, it moved over to the city of Parksville, and so both clubs were operating at their capacity right now and meeting the needs of the community. So it's been dated with the 2018 stamp on that recognition.
So I'm hearing that it's not really quite as relevant or needed then to be highlighted as an item to build a new facility, because as far as I'm aware, there was about near $400,000 invested into the chiller units that are brand new in our community park here, funded through the curling club. And if we were to decommission that building, it was quite a cost, about $1 million or so that was being earmarked for that, which we were able to avoid having to tax and put in as a placeholder for it. So to build a whole nother facility, decommission those ones, I mean, it'd be quite a substantial cost to bring about a facility that's not as needed as things like the pool or other demands in there. So that's why I'm just surprised to kind of see that come up as one of the 4 items that was being highlighted there to find a location and build a brand new facility for something that maybe isn't really needed. So happy to hear that it is maybe outdated, and yeah, I'll be interested to see where that goes from here then too. So thanks for answering that.
If I can just pick up on a little bit of what Councillor Fraz said, I was just wondering, like, from the master plan, was there something like, as we do a succession planning, like the memberships in between the 2 clubs, you say is rather robust at this particular time, but did the consultants actually consider the age of the existing membership? We know that we are kind of the last stop on many people's journey in between Parksville and Qualicum, and curling seems to be their sport of choice, a lot of them. But looking at the fact of creating a new site may be problematic if the age is not following suit with the robust membership right now. Does that get factored in somehow if you're considering future growth?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It does to a certain degree. That when the master plan was done, they just spoke a little bit to the organizations in the club. So as far as the age and the sustainability of the infrastructure, as Councillor Frass mentioned, they didn't get into those specific items. So it was layered in there to a certain degree, but they also do recognize that a challenge is okay, where do you find this other place? It was almost if it actually happens where both are needing to be moved and the conditions are right, then perhaps then they would the 2 clubs would be able to work together and find something. So also in the infrastructure, in the master plan that I didn't speak to too much, is one of the recommendations in there is to do almost an assessment every 4 to 5 years to catch those types of things that we're talking about. You know, maybe at the time, just as an example, is the word pickleball is mentioned maybe twice in the whole master plan. Maybe one for sure. I might be pushing it twice. So again, things change over the years.
I'm certainly appreciative that you are aware of that. Thank you for that. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the campaign, because I'm a new councillor, I talked to hundreds of people, and I was asked about a pool in Parksville, our region. And so what you've presented today is reaffirming that in some ways they feel it needs to be in a community our size, for young people to be able to use this and grow with it. And I was pleased to hear, thank you very much, what you've done so far. But a pool here is a big priority. It came up, I don't know, every 3rd time I talked to somebody, and that was a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to our delegation. Thank you so much for coming today to present on this. This is, as you note, an item on our strategic plan to ensure that our recreational facilities are keeping up with the growing demands in our population. My question's, I guess, a little bit more maybe philosophical, but in terms of the best way to deliver on some of these recreational facilities, can you speak at all to the kind of balance between what we can do at the municipal level and what you are doing at the RDN, how we can work together, and where sort of the initiative comes from most often to get the ball rolling? I use as an example, I know the Oceanside Community Track has been sort of in the works for quite a while, and we recently voted to bring forward funding to push that across the quote unquote finish line. And now we've subsequently been able to see some RDN support coming in as well alongside that funding. Is that kind of a best practice, or are there any other ways that we can look at sort of philosophically or strategically on making sure that we're moving things forward that the community needs? Thank you.
Through to the councillor's question. The master plan is a guiding document for the area, and it sort of profiles what is the needs of our communities without boundaries. And of course, there is boundaries where tax is collected and different needs shift as well. But the key is collaboration with all this, and there'll be so when I look to sports fields, for example, that tends to be municipally focused, and we have agreements to support that in by way of usage and ensure that everyone's paying fairly. When you look at our pool and arenas, they're used across the region and bring in visitors and guests from afar to our area. Just have to go to Oceanside Place right now and see all the hockey parents and their kids in that facility today. But key is collaboration and positioning as well too. So Oceanside is set up unique. We were talking about this at the Post Select meeting just a week or two ago. And it is a community of communities, and it will take a collaborative effort to move forward on any initiative. And so we can look at Bolinas Track as an example. It's a school district facility structure. They were able to provide the energy at a staff level, but the community had to come up behind that to support that. So when you start moving to arenas and pools, it will be political focus, alignment of strategic plans of municipality and the regional district as well too, and then the energy and the capacity of staff to carry that through. So collaboration is probably the biggest key with your question that you have, be it philosophical or not. That's what it takes.
Maybe just one follow-up, if I may. Thank you. In terms of understanding where we sit kind of when it comes to available recreational facilities, do you have any data on where we stand, say, relative to other regions of a similar size in Canada, like sort of per capita availability of certain resources, whether it's aquatic facility or pickleball or whatever it is that we can use to sort of guide where we should focus our efforts?
When the master plan was done, we did take a review of what is available to us and where there are shortcomings and where where our needs are being met. And I'll draw you back to the 2006 plan. The key item was additional ice time at the time, and that's where Oceanside Place was followed up on that after that date. Prior to that as well too, in 2002. So there is some data available to us. I think it's well known within the communities. If we're lacking anything, obviously, is pool space. We're in excess of. There's more users than pool time. Quality versus quantity is coming to play. So if you're at the Ramshaw Aquatic Center, you're now that the pandemic is over, there's more people back in the pool and so forth, kind of thing. So, around. And then the other one is recreation facilities as a whole. We're quite a unique area for not having a recreation center in its truest form. We are relying and have been able to do so, as Mr. Banman spoke to, like we program out of the Qualicum Beach Civic Center. We work with the Parksville Community Center, Boys and Girls Club. We're in the halls, Bradley Center is in the churches. in Oceanside Place on the floor of of the pond to make it work. But if there's anything truly unique about it, there's sort of lack of that recreation center proper and a lack of the pool space going forward. And you can see even in the master plan was the multi-sport facility. The master plan recommended pushing it 5 years out at that time. But it's still sort of having that overall complex. We have some beautiful parks, Springwood Park, Walcott Beach, Community Park, and so forth. But again, some larger municipalities will have a centralized sports zone, if you will. And just to make up Oceanside hasn't provided for that.
Just if I may touch on that too, and we look quite frankly with envy at the city of Nanaimo. Their recreation facilities or recreation corridor, it's just amazing. And after having going through an amenities tour down there recently, I'm so impressed. And I have to, realize that it's basically a 25-minute drive from Parksville, which when I lived in Victoria was as far as I'd have to go to recreation facilities there, just crossing town, and it would take far longer. So Nanaimo has done a very good job of that anyways, creating many recreation facilities that I know a lot of our users use. So we're not completely bereft of recreation facilities, but we're with our population growth, it's certainly putting a strain on us anyways to the opportunity now to grow on it. And I'm glad to see that we're moving in that direction. Yeah, thank you then, Mayor, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our delegation. First and foremost, I would like to thank you very much for coming today and for going through this presentation. I really appreciate the incredible work that reflects, I'm sure, many hours that have gone into it to produce this. A couple of things. I was certainly one of, and perhaps others here as well, one of the people who did attend the information sessions and in fact the working sessions back in the time that this was being worked on, and went to the presentation at Oceanside Place in 2018 to have a look at it. And when I was going in there, I was hoping that you would say, that not that you personally, but that it would indicate that Parksville needed a pool as well. And that was not the recommendation that came forward. And I recall being, rather disappointed at the time, but I really do accept and appreciate that expert staff has spent considerable time and energy crunching the data, finding out what needs to be done, what things will cost, and so on. So I really respect that. I appreciate it. I did spend some time last night finding documents online and having a good read of them. And one thing I noticed is that it's recommended that the plan be reviewed, every 5 years. And so I don't know how fulsome a review has been done to date, but I was pleased to see that there was some update in terms of numbers. So with 2022 in there, 2021, 2022, including some population numbers. So I was pleased to see that. So I didn't have to do as much work trying to figure it out. I was also very impressed. I did read the recommendation number 19, because I pulled out the topic Ravensong Aquatic Center future expansion feasibility analysis. And this jumped out at me. It says that based on current population and demand indicator, it is recommended that the RDN maintain the provision level of 1 indoor aquatics facility in District 69. The investigation of a second indoor aquatics facility is not likely warranted until, this is the part, the population of District 69 is nearing or exceeds at least 60,000 to 70,000 residents. Based on current population projections, it's not anticipated that it will reach this population until at least 2030. So then, of course, I had to go to the census and get the population numbers. Not that I don't believe that, but I was curious to see how that worked out. And I was pleased to see that we've got the information from the recent census, added up everybody from E, F, G, H, Parksville, and Qualicum. And yes, we're at 50,000, and looking at the projected change, that we don't hit that projected number likely until 2032 or sort of 2030, 2032, and so on. So, hats off to you. The information that you've provided, it all it's all very clear and it's right there. So I really appreciate that. And I don't fully understand exactly, let's say what it would cost if we went one route or another and what the implications would be over time for staffing and the like, but I'm sure there's more to learn about these topics. I would like to know, going back to, I believe Councillor Gore was speaking about the parks and open spaces, if perhaps in the fall sometime you might be able to come back with a presentation about that and how Parksville fits into and with the RDN plans for parks and open spaces. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beal. And yeah, I actually would like to reiterate that comment as well. That would be a great session, that if you could actually do the Parks and Trails at a similar presentation, that'd be really appreciated if we could put it on your busy schedule sometime in the fall. It'd be great, gentlemen. And just to be clear, the District 69 Swimming Pool Service Select Committee has been reactivated. We've already had a single meeting already, and we have another one for those interested is Wednesday, July 26th. For the District 69 Swimming Pool Service Select Committee. So it's riveting, I have to say, but there's a lot of discussions with everything else in between, Raven Song and so forth. And it's moving. We believe it's moving in the right direction. We're seeking information right now. So it's the Aquatic Center is certainly on the minds of many of us. Another comment, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to see we're looking ahead, because what I find with our society and the way things run, it seems we're always catching up. So if we're at 50,000 now, we'll be 60,000, like Councillor Beal was saying. And so I'm very appreciative that things are moving along here. I was unaware of that. So that's excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask the question that, and as much as it was a bit of a disappointment to me when I went to that meeting in 2018, I'm trying to get over that. And I do understand that it looks like if things continue to go well, things can come in the way to delay things further, but perhaps 2030, 2032, might be time to look at an additional aquatic center. However, given the fact that it seems to me that the proposed expansion of Raven Song has been delayed considerably over these past few years, I'm imagining that has led to projected increased costs. Like if that does go ahead, that costs have now increased. If, I know it's always a big if, but if that was to go ahead, is there any kind of a timeline imagined? And is it likely to also further delay an eventual second pool? Although it seems an odd thing to be discussing while we're at drought level 5, but nonetheless.
Go ahead, Tom. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There has been quite a bit of conversations both at the Oceanside Service Committee and the Pool Select Committee around the Ramsong Aquatic Center expansion, the pool service as a whole, which includes the inclusion of Nanoose Bay or Lecter E, and what sort of how that may look and the models that present for that. The Ramsong pool is on pause. The expansion is on pause until there's further deliberation and discussion at the Pool Select Committee and endorsed by the regional board. So the costs that Mr. Banman presented are higher now. That was a 2018 number that you saw there. If our financial plan does have the updated costs related to both what I call the dry expansion of the Raven Song and the wet expansion of the Raven Song, but that's on hold pending the conversations of the Pool Select Committee up to the board. And it's my understanding, there's the determination to come to a conclusion on that, so we can look at the provision of aquatic space in the Oceanside area as a whole, which there is a need for that, and there is even more need now for it. So the the conversation around aquatic provision is to take place and is taking place at the board table and the committees of the board right now. So that's the intent of Mr. Banman and myself and CEO Holmes to be here today, is to bring the council up to speed on the level of conversation that's taking place around the aquatics in this area.
Thank you. I'm just trying to see if Councillor Wood, do you have your hand up? That's two hands up now. Okay, Councillor Frass.
Thank you, through Mayor, to our delegation. I wasn't aware that the expansion project was on hold. That is a little disappointing to hear because I think it was desperately needed. It seems to me like we're kind of back to where we were at square one 5 years ago. So it makes me wonder how long, maybe we will get to that projected population before there's even plans in place to build a pool at this rate. I'm curious to what the amount was for that expansion, because I think it was about 17 to 20 million last we heard. What did it come in at now?
Yeah. In regards to the reason why the pool is on hold, it is pending the conversation around the funding sources, and that's an inclusion of electoral RE being there. That is why that project's been on hold. Staff have actually taken that project right up to detailed design at this point in time, but there's been still need for the RDM board to discuss the inclusion or not of electoral RE in the pool service. That's why it's been put on hold. In regards to the overall costs, we have it in two phases per board direction. It was one to provide dry space first, and then the aquatic wet phase, if you second. The reason for that was due to the uncertainty about the Parksville pool. Let's not build wet space if Parksville was to build the wet space, and that's sort of why it was broken into two phases on that front. That cost to do is $30 million in that range right now. There is cost inflation between the 2018 numbers, but also delayed time of construction as well too. So even to build it in two phases costs you more. So if our financial plan shows the administration dry change room in 2024 at this point in time, and then further out, and there's escalation costs of demobilization, mobilization as well too. So that number is about 30 million right now.
Thank you. I think 30 million was about what we were looking at for a new pool when we first started in 2018 with the Parksville pool idea. So yeah, it's interesting to kind of watch this go. I think from this position of being involved with it too, start to lose confidence in how this progresses, because it doesn't seem like there's the collaboration on board, the ideas of where a pool can go, or even kind of what we're even wanting to move forward on right now. We're still back at that ideas phase, and I'd hope to see the expansion go, because it is desperately, I say, needed in Qualcomm, and hopefully that we can have a some that complements the aquatic services. I think was the idea before, that we don't duplicate the services, but complement them. So yeah, I guess we'll wait and see now where it goes. I'll be watching the pool service committee to see what they bring forward.
Great. Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question following up on Councillor Frass's comments there. So about 30 million for the expansion of Raven Song. And if you could just give me a guesstimate, if Parksville was to go ahead with a 25-meter pool, what numbers are we looking at, so we can have some sort of comparison? Just a guesstimate.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to take that, Tom, or?
No, as I know, Parksville Council has gone through the exercise, and it really determines what you're putting into the space, square footage costs, so forth. So it's really up at this point in time, you really want to get your class D estimates and move all the way to Bs, and that's sort of what we've had to do with Ravensong to get that for a very concise number right now. But there's so many factors around the building, location, design, everything like that. So it's not an answer that we can answer at this point in time.
Thank you. We got to move on. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you
Councillor
very
Beal.
much through the mayor to our delegation. I'm just wondering, going back to either outdoor or indoor multi-sport sports center, pardon me. Is there presently work being done along with, communication with the city here or with others about possible sites for such a facility? It just seems to me that land is going to be, when you've got a concept, that then land is going to be the next bit, and in terms of that step towards realizing this goal.
Thanks for the question through the chairs. So back in 2009, just as an example, so there was some work done at that time of looking at actual potential sites, like actually detailed analysis of some potential sites. And at that time, when the track complex is the example I'm referring to right now, that was going to be not only a track, but it was going to be a reconfiguration and some added field space. As our GM, Mr. Osborne, mentioned, we don't have artificial turf field in this, and that's one of the areas that's lacking. So that was a vision of the outdoor multi-sport complex. And we have worked in collaboration with past councils quite a while ago, 2016, where we worked with the school district, town of Qualicum Beach, the city of Parksville. Again, it was the administration staff at the time, so not current staff. And we did look at potential sites. Specifically, we walked some sites, looked at acreage. We did some conceptual overlays of different configurations. So we did do a lot of that. We haven't been as active on that file recently. So what we've been doing since then is just really understanding that it will cost money, and the regional district, through participants such as the city of Parksville and town of Qualicum Beach, have been putting money in reserves for those opportunities that do come up, where we will have some money to do something. And just as a final example, so the money that was recently allocated for the Bolinas track through the regional district was money that we started saving quite a few years ago, just for such opportunities.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your appearance here today. And we look forward to seeing you again wearing different hats in the fall, I hope. Yeah. Thank you very much once again. Council, we have another delegation or a couple of delegations coming today. And what we'll do is wait for these gentlemen to move aside, and then we will ask for the Oceanside Minor Lacrosse Association, Box Lacrosse Facilities delegation to appear. It'll be a presentation by Greer Cummings and Renee Allen of the Oceanside Minor Lacrosse Association, requesting enhanced access outdoor facilities for box lacrosse. Thank you. And do you see the red microphone?
Red
Your
light, and my assistant has just organized that for
You-
me. Thank you,
you
Mayor
found
and
it.
Council, for the
Yeah.
privilege of and the opportunity of addressing you guys today. We're mindful of some time.
Yeah, you have a 10-minute max on you. Thank
Perfect.
you so much.
Appreciate that.
Great.
Yeah. So we would like to also acknowledge and express our gratitude to the Indigenous peoples for sharing the game of lacrosse with us in the first place, and the use of local lands in the traditional territories of the Coast Salish and Snow-and-Us nations, in the spirit of working together, helping one another, and talking together. Our placement on the agenda today was rather perfect, I would say, with respect to recreational facilities discussions. And as you know, the city of Parksville, the box lacrosse facility at the community park has been an asset of the city of Parksville since, you will discover today, in 1963. And I'm very encouraged by the spirit of commitment to a collaborative and coordinated effort. We have been privileged to be working with city staff over the last year and a half with respect to how the interests of our association and related recreation associations such as pickleball can be best served by utilizing these facilities. And so I'm really encouraged to hear that there's a spirit of a commitment to a collaborative and coordinated effort, and that is certainly the tone of the consultations that we've had with city staff so far. So we appreciate that. So the history of the box in Parksville, we have discovered based on some recent research, was that, as you well know, and your records indicate, your online records indicate, the Parksville Women's Institute purchased the land, which became the community park, from Joe Hurst for $3,500 in 1923. In 1947, the Parksville and District Community Society purchased a surplus building from Nanaimo, which then became the community hall. And in 1963, the Community Park Society transferred those lands to the village of Parksville. We've further discovered that it is almost the 50-year anniversary of the Oceanside Minor Lacrosse Association, that in 1975, upon forming the District 69 Lacrosse Association as a registered BC society, we determined and connected with a current resident, a fellow by the name of John World, who confirmed that indeed the box was built by the then produce manager of K&R Foods from proceeds that they had acquired through the Legion's Bingo, which I gather supported many recreation pursuits at that time. But that surface and the boards and initial chain link were initially constructed by that group. So it was first built then. Yeah, if we can move on to it, that would be great. Thank you. So currently, our association has been using the box, I guess, since that period of time, since 1975, to facilitate lacrosse activities, primarily box lacrosse activities. Recently, we were able to re-host a tournament that we've been hosting for the past, I would say, 15 to 20 years. It used to be referred to as the Dilly Bar Tournament because Dairy Queen was the primary sponsor and provided dilly bars for all of these 5 to 7-year-old children that would come out from all over the province to play their game they love. We recently re-held Shark Attack this past June, the first weekend in June, and it was a resounding success. It has been one of the largest fundraisers for our organization for the past several years. This district or region and our association actually also co-hosted the BC Provincial Championships of Lacrosse in 2018, which was a rather significant event. We had 650 players. And so when you multiply that by the family representation, it becomes, quite significant. We, as an association, have about 100 to 150 minor box registrants per year for the box season, which runs from April to July. And we are joined by a junior association or a more senior level of lacrosse, and Renee is representing them here today, which will also have somewhere in the range of 25 to 50 registrants, I would say, on average annually. We also govern and work with surrounding communities, Port Alberni most specifically, with respect to field lacrosse activities in the community. So we've got a longstanding association with the city and the RDN with respect to utilization of facilities and arena time for those types of things. So where we are currently and the discussions that we've been having with the city over the past couple of years have been around how can we enhance the number one safety of this facility. It was built 50 years ago, and there were some concerns about the surfacing and the chain link, particularly with young children, and showcasing the sport with these young children and families coming from out of town. So staff has been fantastic with us in terms of trying to determine which portion of the funding envelope we can access to help facilitate some of those changes. We also have a fair amount of experience working with community gaming and leveraging fundraising opportunities and facilities. So we're quite prepared and willing as an organization to participate in that to the best of our ability. And so very much appreciate city and staff's sort of contributions in that regard. So we feel that at this point, in order to bring that we can sort of make a proposal in the middle of the road to bring the facility up to a safe standard that will accommodate the needs as we see them grow over the next 5 to 10 years. Prefer to sort of, look out a little further and proactively address what we think the demand equation is going to look like. And we're also, of course, very cognizant of the proposals around multiplex facilities and our participation in something to that degree, and have many wonderful examples on which to draw from Harewood and in Nanaimo and the Langley Sports Center in Langley. Obviously very different population sort of considerations in all of our communities. However, we just continue to see the sport grow. We were fortunate to be able to support it during COVID and offer some outdoor activities because of the nature of it. And we've got a great relationship and support with the BC Lacrosse Association and the Canadian Lacrosse Association in terms of how we can, try to facilitate future development of these things. So that's the essence, I think, of the proposal that we wanted to make today. And that we have had quite a bit of consultation with staff around. So details we can share with everyone, I guess, fairly easily. And yeah, look forward to an ongoing discussion around how we can accommodate the continued demand for, as well as the historical context of lacrosse in our community. So welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And there's a lot of history there. Yeah,
Great.
that's a lot of the founding fathers, all helped on the building of it. I'm sure it's probably the boards that they supplied to. This to me appears to be like it's as you call it, a minor box, because it's not regulation size. I take it. So you have your tykes and your mini tykes anyways that use this. So they use it as their lacrosse. You had a tournament there anyways. And so they were able to play it, but obviously they're not playing on like full length facilities. Which is really good. So it's serving a need for a niche. I'm saying not the regulation players, but it's serving a need for the up and coming, the new coming, getting interest in the sport. A quick comment, or a question I have anyways, do you find you were here anyways, you heard the conversation about curling, where we're actually questioning is it ascending or declining sport, and then we have to ask that when we look at any facilities expansions or demolition of them for other facilities, and we have to continue to be proactive here. How would you find your registration is gone? Like, are you on an upward registration? Like I would say for the last 10 years. I have to speak specifically for Parksville because that's where we are today. And I would just like to know what your registrations have been declining, holding ground, declining.
Well, I would say that they have been holding ground and increasing. Most specifically, there's a lot more interest in female lacrosse. And Nanaimo is the next biggest association. They've sort of, led the way in terms of how we might structure something in that regard. They also incorporate a lacrosse academy into at NDSS in their school system. I would say in direct answer to your question that we're increasing. COVID, of course, created a bit of an anomaly in that regard, but it's definitely been increasing. And we, a lot of our funding, in fact, has been coming on the foundation or on the premise that there's increasing demand for the sport.
Thank you. And you actually answered a question I was going to ask, if there's female participation in lacrosse, because, many of our sports facilities, we like to cover all genres, of course, and it's very important that we do that. So there is actually a female lacrosse association or division in Nanaimo now that's just getting up and running. That's actually really good news. I think that's a definitely a step in the right direction.
I would also add, Mayor, that there's a concerted effort to include mobility impaired opportunities as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you. You answered the question before I asked it. That's great. Councillor Beal, you had your hand up. Did you not? Sorry.
I don't know if I did, but that's fine. I would like to just to add that certainly as the former principal of the nearby elementary school, now closed, there was a very significant number of students at the school who were actively involved with lacrosse. And every year, lots of, I had to remind them, no, but just don't bring that ball. Use a different ball if you bring it to school for practice. Thank you.
We use the softballs, right?
Right. Councillor Price.
Thank you. Through our mayor to our delegation. Thanks for coming in to introduce yourself. I don't know the lacrosse sport very well, or the teams out here, although I do see them playing out there sometimes. Question is, I guess there's three parts to it. First off, in senior presentation, I'm not too sure what it is, the issues that you guys are facing, or also what you're asking for here. I just see it. You mentioned enhanced access to outdoor facilities. I'd like to know what it is that you guys are needing
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate that, Councillor Fraz. It was mainly a matter that we have been in consultation with staff. So some of the detail of that work, they would, Belinda and her team, I think, maybe be in a position to answer, but we can also do so. And what it is that we're looking for is ideally a regulation sized facility with a cover and an appropriate surface. I mean, the surface right now is in really bad repair. Terrible repair. I mean, I know they made some improvements in the last, just before shark attack, but we need a new surface. And it's not regulation size. It's just a couple meters shy of being regulation size, which would allow some of these more competitive divisions to play, as well as the juniors, the older senior divisions, to have an opportunity to play. And ideally, a coverage of some sort, in the long term would be also beneficial, because we'd have the ability to practice in there, despite weather conditions and so on. So though I only mentioned the concrete, but there's issues with the boards and the chain link as well in terms of safety. So staff has sort of indicated to us that they may be able to help us with some of the, at least of those immediate concerns, and that we can look towards a coordinated conversation with the RDN and with yourselves over time to determine how we can best address, the needs of the sport with maybe a multiplex asset or something in that regard. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And I appreciate hearing those, because those are the kind of things I'd like to hear directly from you is, as far as the size goes, how big of an issue it's been, things like sharing lines with other sports, like pickleball had set up in there too. How the facility just in general is operating for you. You also heard you mention that you guys are capable of doing some fundraising, and curious as to what kind of fundraising targets you might be able to help support if these kind of asks come forward for us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And you'll notice we had a link into the community gaming capital, projects granting. I would say that we're in the initial stages of developing a budget around this until we have some sort of idea of, what other partners might come to the table with us. We've had some conversation with pickleball, but we haven't had a coordinated effort yet, because I think we've sort of looked to the recreation commissions and divisions to, assist in that regard. But I would say that our target, basically, we can multiply any funding that we come up with by 3. So if we are able to do that, and the capital granting program through the community gaming can have us access, I think, up to about $1 million in matching funding. So, I would say that we would be targeting sort of in the range of $500,000 to $1 million ourselves.
Carry on, Councillor.
How has it been with sharing the facility with other sport users? How does it affect your guys' sports? Is it working, or is it something that you guys need to kind of be changed so that you can better utilize it? Does it affect tournaments or other type of things coming to town by sharing lines?
You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that we've had any major issues, but we do not have a formal communication mechanism with these other, because we're a volunteer organization, as are many of them. In this organization's case, many of us have had, young kids that were involved. We're doing this on the side of our desk. This is not my day job. And so, you don't necessarily have a formal mechanism in order to address some of those matters of communication. And I would say that that's kind of where we've been at with them. The other thing you'll find with a volunteer organization or board is that you're going to have a fair amount of turnover. So, practically speaking, I'm not actually even a member of the board at the moment, but I've been involved with lacrosse on and off for several years. So, that's what brings me here to help, in that coordination effort.
Okay, well, thank you. And I just encourage, as much as you guys converse with staff, feel welcome to come and speak with council here. It definitely is helpful. And it's the first time that I've had a chance to meet you guys and hear about it. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate your attention and commitment to us.
Yeah, and thank you again. And what I see here is the goals. We have 2 goals here, one short term and one's long term.
Absolutely correct.
And so I think what we have short term, which is directly in the purview of this council, is like we need revitalization of, let's call it the Tykes box or the minor box down in the park. We definitely need a revitalization of that. And so with your help and coordination, I think that that's something that we can probably coordinate rather quickly. Because it's multi-use, of course, as you say, there's other users in there. But it's important to recognize long-term as well, that you're making a suggestion that a covered facility. I recently toured the one in Nanaimo. Wow. You know, there was some issues, I understand, but that facility is amazing. I also know the cost that it was, and it was rather large. And but to include that for long-term vision as what we call the multiplex facilities in the Oceanside region is important, that we have to have an understanding that lacrosse wants to be at that table, and with a regulation size court practice, or even for tournaments and so forth.
Well, we
So,
appreciate that acknowledgement.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Mhm.
So you're on the map now. So
Great.
Thanks for your attendance. Councillor Beal.
Thank you through the mayor to the delegation. And I do understand that we will have a report. There's an item on the agenda later on that I believe will also include this conversation. So I'm looking forward to that.
Great.
And I do want to thank Councillor Frass for asking every single question that I had. So thank you very much. And I'm pleased to hear that the shared use of the space has not been insurmountable or problem. I know I get down there to shoot a few hoops sometimes, but nothing serious.
Thanks, Mary. And one last comment I will make is just the shared use being so important, because we do actually use the arena as well for most of our time, our floor time. And so the box has been sort of an alternative for us to the extent that we can relieve some of the pressure, because as you are well aware, in the RDN mid-quake clear, there's a huge amount of demand for floor time, ice time, all of these things. So it'll go a long way to ensuring that we can, again, proactively address some of those demand issues. So appreciate your acknowledgement of that.
Yes, and thanks for clearing up that you do use the arena as well, because, you know, same facilities as lacrosse, you have the boards there, and the boards are critical to the lacrosse. I'm an ex-Shamrocks fan, so sorry, it's Victoria, but sorry. So thank you very much for your presentation. I think we've covered all council questions. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good luck with your sport. Our next delegation is from ICR Projects Incorporated regarding a OCP amendment and zoning and development amendment application at 826 Island Highway West at the Wembley Mall site. A presentation by Leo Mariotto regarding the OCP and zoning and development amendment application at 826 Island Highway West. Mr. Mariotto, you have 10 minutes. Thank you for appearing.
Sorry. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Leo Mariotto with ICR Projects, and we represent in Parksville Property Corporation. Our firm has been working with Parksville Properties on the Wembley Mall since 2002, and we've been involved in the development of the Oceanside Arena, the new Save-On Foods, the Canadian Tire, and the renovations to the original mall. Our proposal for your consideration is for an amendment of the OCP and zoning changes to facilitate a mixed use, commercial and residential use. The reason we needed to propose an OCP amendment is that the OCP would not support the residential in this location due to the fact that the majority of the residential uses in Parksville had not been developed. We did a very preliminary study and actually by Timberlake Jones, and we found that there was about 70% of the zoned properties had been developed. However, the OCP apparently referred to the OCP areas for multi-residential. Therefore, we didn't quite qualify for that one, I guess. And however, our rationale is that the OCP also supports multi-unit residential where the uses are supplementary and complementary to the commercial uses. The Wembley Mall, as I said, we've been working at the Wembley Mall for about 20 years now. In 2010, we have 2 vacant properties there. In 2010, Canadian Tire had expressed interest in a 5-acre site right next to the Oceanside Arena. However, following their budgeting, the size of the land, they wanted to build a 60,000 square foot facility. They could not make that work, and that deal collapsed. They subsequently decided to take over the old Save On Food, and that for a smaller facility, and therefore that 5-acre remained empty. In 2011, we applied for a development permit for a commercial building at the location that we are now considering or requesting your consideration for a residential. That also did not work. We could not make the numbers work. We didn't have tenants that would occupy. The renovations to the mall, what we call a demalling, and get rid of all the interior spaces, we thought would attract more tenants. That attracted a few tenants, but we still today have some empty spaces. Therefore, our view and our rationale is that those 2, especially the lot that we are considering now in front of you, would remain empty for a long period of time. We just cannot find the tenants to occupy that. Therefore, the addition to a multi-family residential at the Wembley Mall, we feel our rationale is that it would create a more walkable community. We would propose some small units. It would also help the current commercial uses, and it will help some additional commercial uses on the ground floor of this proposal. The proposed development we're proposing is a 5-story building with 1 level of underground parking. The ground floor commercial area will be about 15,000 square feet. We will have 68 residential units. The units will be a mixture of 36 1-bedroom and 10 units. In all our projects, we always try to, not having just a 1-bedroom, we like to incorporate a den. We find that it's very useful, especially now with working at home, or if you have a guest over, that they're large enough to actually be able to sleep. We also have 36 1-bedroom and den. We have 8 2-bedrooms, and we have 24 2-bedroom and dens that in some cases can actually become a 3-bedroom. The units, the 2-bedroom, the 1-bedroom and den units are very small. They're about 600 square feet. Therefore, they would be affordable. We have underground parking of 83 stalls, which would be mainly for the residential tenants or purchasers. We have 52 surface parking that will be for the commercial and for visitors. In addition, there's also the mall that has quite a bit of parking. We did do a traffic study. Watt Consulting provided a traffic study and found that there was no impact on traffic with this proposed 68 units. The infrastructure, as part of the previous developments, we installed street lights on the highway. We installed street lights on Wembley, and also sidewalks on Wembley. As part of this development, we had proposed with engineering that we would put sidewalks along the frontage of this property on the highway. BC Energy Step Code. Currently, we are proposing a BC Step Code 2. As of May 1st, the province has now introduced it as a requirement. Therefore, we are considering if possible to go to Step Code 3. We are providing some adaptable units within, what we have is 2 adaptable units on each floor next to the elevator. We find that that has gone very well on some of our previous developments. We will be contributing to the fire department. I believe it was in the sum of about $84,000. That is basically our rationale. We also will provide bicycle parking. Currently, I believe the city of Parksville does not have a requirement for bicycle parking, but we will voluntarily provide at least, I believe it was 35 or 40 bicycle parking. And we will also provide some electric vehicle charging stations in the development. We just in closing, we have provided some rationale with the package. We strongly believe that that it would be a benefit to the mall to have the residential, and it also will be a benefit to the residents living there, being that you have Canadian Tire, you have Save On Foods, and also the bank. There's a bank now. Therefore, that's our rationale, and we hope that you would consider, because we just don't want to leave that. We would prefer not to leave that land empty. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mariotto. I would just like to clarification. You mentioned that you had some units that I believe was 1 bedroom plus a den, 600 square feet in that area. So you're suggesting that would provide some affordable housing. You're just talking affordable market housing, like affordable market rental?
No,
or
affordable market housing.
Yeah. So are you talking about like a subsidized income level affordable, or you with government assistance and so forth? Or have you looked at a couple of the suites or some of the suites, like some of the other apartment units and so forth in Toronto town have actually registered affordable so that it remains affordable? Have you considered producing any suites out of your 68 units to be actual registered as affordable living?
No, I'm sorry. Maybe when I used the word affordable, I meant by making the smaller units, they would be more affordable.
Yeah, we'd prefer to say less expensive.
Pardon?
Less expensive.
Yeah.
Than right,
Yeah.
Because the affordable is such a touch point right now, because a lot of people simply can't afford it. And if you're actually looking at this, I think could be workforce housing, and you have a couple major tenants at Wembley Mall, anyways, in between Save On, Canadian Tire, and so forth, that could definitely benefit from workforce housing. Just saying, because they're not at the high level of the income scale. And so to be able to work and live in the same area, because a lot of them rely on transit, is definitely an advantage. So I'm appreciative that you are putting up some housing that's going to accommodate that need. I would hope that you would certainly consider going to step code level 3, which makes it a little more energy and GHG friendly. Even look at step level 4, you got a nice flat roof there, and I can see a lot of solar panels up there, which is going to lower the utility bills for your tenants. So it's just a consideration. Michelle Jones can help you with that. But for the electric charging stations for the bikes and the cars, you seem to have included. Underground parking is also a plus for us, and so step in the right direction. The need is still great for the rental market, so I think it's a good proposal, maybe a little refining and fine tuning I would like to see, but that's certainly not at this stage right now. We can get into that when you apply for DVPs and all the rest of it. Back to council. Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very nice looking project. I'm wondering, are there any trees on this land? I've been by the property that you can save so that we have some natural, trees other than just planting trees? Because that's very much appreciated. There's a lot of concrete in the area or pavement. And so is there anything like that left on the property at this time?
Yeah, sorry, maybe I didn't quite understand your question. I didn't quite hear it.
Yeah, sorry. It's to do with the trees that are there. Are those trees all going to be taken down, or could some of them be saved so they could be part of the development, the natural trees?
Yeah, well, we definitely a possibility, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Mariotto. So some interesting, this is an interesting proposal to me in that it is in one of kind of the nodes of Parksville in terms of the commercial activity. And there are some items on here that are quite promising. There are some other items that I'd love to see a lot more workshopping done. The mayor's mentioned step code 3. I do have a specific question around water retention. I note in the report from the engineering staff that there may be some concerns about storm sewer runoff. Can you speak to maybe the potential for retaining water on the property and what kind of retention you could do for a typical storm event?
Yes, we have, in our proposal, we have some rain gardens. And Michelle Jones is actually here. Maybe she can help me with that, Michelle.
Thanks. What we're planning at this point would be water retention for the 10-year storm on site. So there would be no increase in the 10-year storm. That will be by a combination of rain gardens, parking lot storage, and if we still need more space, some roof storage if we have to. But I think we're pretty much there. I don't know that the soils will support infiltration, but it will detain the water and slow it down. And so that's the proposal at this point. And we'll get into more detail when we get to the next stage.
Right. Are you good?
Thank you. Maybe just to follow up a little bit and to expand on the sorts of things that I think are the opportunity for this property is because there is a lot of shopping nearby, there is transit, there are all those things that we mentioned, but there's also a lot of parking, which is useful, but also not that eye pleasing and also further urban heat island effect. It's not great either. So is there an opportunity to do some additional work on the remaining Wembley property that would kind of allow for a flow and more of sort of a village feel within the Wembley mall to rather than just be like a building next to a bunch of parking lots and retail, but also just have a bit more of a flow in terms of maybe paths or vegetation. There's a bioswale contemplated in the plan that could potentially be used for kind of like a garden area or that sort of thing. Is there any thought to that?
Definitely a possibility, but unfortunately, we do need the bylaw does have the requirement of that amount of parking. We would love to reduce that amount of parking if possible. I don't know how currently the mall, we're probably close to the limit that we have requirement for parking in the mall itself. So the only other property we have is the 5 acres at the other end of the.
Sorry, just to clarify, I'm not asking necessarily for a reduction in the parking, but there is a fair bit of land that is not parking or anything right now that could potentially be developed into more of a kind of a village look with some, pathways and vegetation, that sort of thing that would allow for a more natural transition for pedestrians from the new proposed development through to the Wembley Mall, as well as along the front where there's the bus stop and all that.
Yeah, we're definitely open to that.
Thank you. And I did hear your comment that you would put a sidewalk along the front of that highway there because there's a bus shelter then, and then the sidewalk stops. And so you would provide a sidewalk,
Yeah.
just continue it on up to your exit out onto 19A. Is that correct?
Yes, at the moment, our discussion with engineering was to put it in front of this particular subdivision, we call it. In the future, we are open to some discussions with further developments to continue the sidewalk. When we did the Save on Foods at that time, the discussion with the city and engineering was to install traffic lights. And I think that's Michelle maybe can just explain that one, Michelle.
Yeah, so when the Save on Foods was being brought forward and wasn't a rezoning application, it was just a development permit application. And what we looked at that point was the trade-off of putting the traffic signals in at the intersection there and upgrading that whole traffic pattern versus the sidewalk. And so the sidewalks weren't required at that time on the highway, but we put them on Wembley Road. So our proposal for this one is just along this end of the mall from the entrance in by the BC liquor store all the way back down. And then when we develop the other end of the mall, when it happens, then that would be when Stanhope Road would go through. And so then there would be a connection, more of a village connection as you're talking up from that end, from the Stanhope Road intersection down into the mall as well. And that's when we could probably do sidewalk along that area.
So, yeah, so to be clear, they're still going to be from the exit by the liquor store, moving west, down to the bus shelter. There's still going to be a patch of dirt there instead of
Yes.
sidewalk.
Yes,
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but there's no way for a sidewalk on that side of that entrance road.
No, no.
There's not enough room for the
Right.
sidewalk there, so getting it doesn't really provide a connection
Okay.
unless you go all the way through the mall and around the corner and.
I'll take another walk through it. Thank you. And Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. Through the mayor to our delegation. Could you remind me again, please, the number of units and the makeup of those units here? I don't see it in our report that comes forward later. And also, because you mentioned about some one bedrooms with dens and so on. And so I'd like to know how many one bedrooms, how many two bedrooms, so on. And what kind of demographic are you looking to attract to this building?
Sorry, I've got a problem. I got a bit of a
I
problem
can,
with
I
my
can speak
ear
again a little
today.
bit closer if you like. I'm asking for the number of units that you plan to, that you propose for this. How many one bedrooms you mentioned with dens and so on? How many two bedrooms and so forth?
Oh, yeah.
And what kind of demographic are you looking to attract here?
Well, we have 36 one bedroom and dens. We have 8 two bedrooms and 24 two bedroom and dens. So we would attract the two bedroom and dens, could attract families for sure. And the 36 one bedroom and dens, we find that for a young family that is sufficient. So that's what we were trying to attract.
A family in a one bedroom with a den? Is that, sorry, did I hear that correct?
We don't have a one bed. We all have just
No,
one
I'm
bed.
sorry. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said that you're attracting families in a one bedroom with a den?
No, the two bedroom and then we would attract families, but for a young family, the one bedroom and then could also work. If you only have one child, they could still work. We find that we're doing some developments in Kelowna, and the one bedroom and dens are the first one that get either sold or rented.
Thank you.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our delegation today. Thank you for coming. I am not opposed to having residential in this area. I think that having an increased residential presence so close to a commercial hub could make a lot of sense. It's very practical for people. However, this proposal as it's presented and what I read about, it misses on a number of points for me. First off, I was very concerned when I saw that it was being proposed to be built to step code 2. We have many other presentations that come before council, and they're almost all step code 3. Some are what I would call step code 3+. They're not quite a step code 4. Now, I do realize that increases cost, but it's still, I think it's important for people in the long run, and we need to be looking to the future. I'm also concerned about the extra height. So the proposal is for 5 stories, and I don't see other 5-story buildings around town. I realize that it does have commercial on the bottom, but I'm also cognizant that across the street on Wembley, which is where this would be facing, the highest buildings there are 2 stories. So I think that's really quite a jump, and I'm concerned about how that fits in. Now, I will add that myself, personally, I'm not against going extra high, but the trade-off for me should be that one gets extra green space down below. And what I'm seeing proposed here looks like a wall of building. It's just solid wall. There's a little bit of relief with the fence. Now, I understand, though, that perhaps this is an early proposal and things might change. So perhaps you could speak to that a little bit more. I do have a question, and somehow I'm sorry I don't have it right in front of me, but I did read more detailed information that indicated the number of EV charging stations you were proposing. Am I right in thinking it's 8? Is it 8 for electric charging stations? Was that the number proposed? Yeah. Okay, so I think that looks like it's, anyway, I'm not sure what the current number is again, but we've had proposals come to us where it's a higher percentage of the units have, there's an allowance for EV charging, and or there's rough-in. So is the plan to have roughed-in for electric charging stations? Is that part of the plan?
Yeah, just to answer the first question on the step code 2. We had originally proposed a step code 2. As I mentioned before, we were willing to go to step code 3 now that the province has put step code 2 as a requirement. So we are able to go to step code 3. So for sure we can do that. As far as the design of the building, this was just a preliminary for the rezoning and the OCP process. This is not the final design of the building. It was just to indicate the size of the building, the number of units that we could obtain in the building. We will, if this gets approved, we'll definitely go through the development permit, and the design of the building will definitely change. This is a very preliminary illustration of what the building could look like.
Yeah, and thank you for that clarification, Ms. Mariotto. But yeah, this is just the zoning and OCP amendment. When it gets to DVP, the development permit application, that's when we can fine tune, like how many charging stations and that type of thing. That's when we have the opportunity. It seems a little preliminary right now at this time because we're actually just going for the OCP. It would be too costly and so forth to put all that information all up front right now. If in fact it's not approved, why would you go to all that trouble and so forth? So there will be lots of opportunities, including right down to step level, step codes, which is, I'm with you. It's my favorite topic as well. But I think we're a little jumping ahead of the gun right now. We're just talking about the form and character of the building, and what it's going to be I think that's what we could be addressing today. Follow up, Councillor Beal.
Thank you. And thank you for those comments. I think I understand that. By the same token, I would want to make it very clear that if this is the intent behind the proposal, I'm not overly enthusiastic. So I think it's for both sides. It's good to know that. I'm only one voice here, but but I would want to see more. But I do have a question as well. I wasn't totally clear what you meant by adaptable suites, and I can know that again. But again, looking at what is the intent here, and also what is meant by bicycle storage or bicycle parking, I think you said. So is this you're anticipating secure storage areas for bicycle, or is that these are places where people can park
No.
their bike? And again, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. On the bicycle storage, many municipalities or cities have a requirement to provide a percentage of indoor bike storage. And some municipalities also now require that you provide shower facilities, sort of to make the bicycle more usable. Yeah, that's the reason for that. The adaptable units is what we have been, some buildings that we've actually done more than, we wanted to introduce the adaptable on this proposal. The adaptable is, it's not a code requirement, but it's a voluntary requirement. Then some municipalities or cities will request a certain percentage. By adaptable, we don't mean fully accessible. We mean that somebody can adapt, like we would put, the doors are wider. You can get a wheelchair into the washroom. The washroom is a bit larger. You'll have backing in all the walls, so you can add grab bars. That's really why it's adaptable, so that as you age, you don't move or start tearing half the building out apart. So that's why we've added. We started with a sort of 2-floor as a start. You know, as we develop the drawings more, if we feel there's more of a demand in Parksville for that, we will definitely add. It increases the cost, obviously, and so we may lose one unit. That's possible too, but we are open to that. In some places, we've done projects where we've done the entire building adaptable because the community felt that was necessary. So we're open to all those ideas.
Good, thank you. Okay. Councillor Gore hasn't gone first, so I'll go then to you, Councillor Press.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mariotto, for the presentation. So when applications come before council for like an OCP amendment, I am a little careful on how I approach, because OCP, well, it's a guiding document, but it's also the important document where people put their voices in how they want to see their communities grow. Having said that, I do like the proposal that residential being close to commercial areas, walkable, makes sense, reduce the needs for vehicles and stuff. So I like those aspects. We'll try and build up on Councillor Beal's comments about the height and also just the character of a 5-story building. Looking at the neighborhood, it's just single family homes and very close to the electoral area, which is again technically rural, but it's growing. It's has a lot of growth. Did you consider some medium density in this parcel, like something like fourplexes, duplexes, townhomes? Because what I'm hearing from the public is Parksville is seeing condos everywhere, 4-story, 5-story with commercial at the bottom, and yeah, all 4 directions, including the center of Parksville, has those condos. So I was hoping to see some diversity of housing that we can offer in Parksville. And if you could speak to that, please, like, have you considered a different density?
So if you start reducing the density, obviously the cost of each unit is going to increase again. So yeah, I mean, if council comes back and does not approve a 5-story building, we would most likely consider a 4-story building. However, again, the cost of each unit will increase.
Thank you for that. Yeah, you're here. Okay, Councillor. That seems follow-up? Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. The reason I ask is, again, you're proposing commercial at the bottom, and you mentioned so many commercial spaces still sit vacant in the mall. So I was just hoping to, like Councillor even Grenz mentioned, have that village look so people feel a sense of belonging rather than a big tower of houses and commercial space. So that was my reasoning. Thank you.
Michelle.
And the reason for the commercial on the bottom floor is the zoning requires commercial. It's a commercial zoned property. So we have to include commercial in that zone in order to meet the shopping center zone. So what we're adding is some residential above the commercial to complement the commercial.
I understand that. Thank you, but that's why I was hoping it would be like a rezoning application in the future, if it is.
Also, the having that commercial, as I said before, we're having trouble leasing any of the commercial. However, the amount of commercial under this proposed building will, in our opinion, lease, because you now have 68 units above. So those will be more for, you're not going to get any big tenant in there, but you'll get the 2,000 square foot tenant. You'll get the smaller tenant, the more of the personal services, hairdressers. That's what you will get in that.
That's exactly what I was hoping that would actually locate to your bottom floors there. Services for your tenants up above. That's great. Once again, saves on transportation, so fits. Councillor Grant.
Thank you. One more question, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the delegation. I also want to touch on your efforts to demollify, which I very much appreciate. I'd like to demollify and villagify the area. Is there any, are you giving thought, or will you be coming to this council in the future to seek this kind of amendment for the entire, like the other existing property next door? Is that the plan, or where are we going with this?
Well, that would be great. Well, we want to see how this one here works. We would like to rent, as far as our tenants, our tenants there would be very supportive of another residential building on the 5 acres. They've expressed, Save-On Foods, everybody has expressed a lot of interest in us providing residential on the site. So as far as the 5 acres, we could consider it down the road unless we get a large commercial tenant that comes along and wants it. But it's a very expensive proposition to develop that property, especially because once we develop that property, there is a lot of off-site work. There's a lot of on-site work, and there's a lot of off-site work because the extension of Stanhope Road would be triggered by development on that site.
Right. That's a good follow-up.
I was actually thinking more along the lines of like infill sort of on the existing site as opposed to the one that's not yet broken ground.
Oh, on the existing site? Yeah, there is more property that's available along the highways. So we could put more units there, some more commercial units. But again, it's leasing commercial units is very difficult.
Thank you. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that there is a report further along, and so perhaps related to this, I was hoping to have some questions for our Director of Planning, and perhaps he'll be joining us at that time. I don't know. Thanks.
Okay. Yes. Blaine will be here later on in the presentation. Okay. Yeah, he'll be on to answer questions on this. So any further questions for Mr. Mariotto at this point? Seeing none.
Thank you. Thank you very much
for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was pretty quick. Mr. Russell. Director of Community Planning and Building, could you please give us a background on the issue regarding a follow-up report, consideration of a development variance permit, development permit, and zoning amendment at 187 Bagshaw Street to consider issuance of a development variance permit and development permit, and to consider further advancement of a zoning and development bylaw amendment application. Mr. Russell.
Certainly, if I may, Mayor. So as of this date, required notice has occurred to allow council to consider the development variance permit. The request is to amend the maximum height from 11 meters to 16 meters. Should council grant issuance of the development variance permit, council at this meeting may also consider issuance of the development permit. The rezoning aspect of this application would just continue on through that process. At this time, as of today, we have received one piece of correspondence from Ellen J. Pedersen in opposition to this proposal. At this time, I would ask the chair to open the floor to anyone else who believes their property may be impacted by the variance to have an opportunity to speak. Having considered that, council may consider issuance of the development variance permit and development permit per the recommendations on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. So for the benefit of those here attending, is there anybody that would like to speak to this application in the audience? Seeing none, I will consider the correspondence that we've already received as being the only piece of information from the public to date. I will ask council for any questions for Mr. Russell. Councillor, Fraz.
Thank you, through the mayor to our director of planning. Going through the report here, just one thing I fail to see is if you could remind us, please, what the proposal before the makeup of the units were. I know there's some changes here regarding commercial space and the residential units. If you could just highlight what those changes were.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Fraz, I believe you're referring to the previous application. Is that understanding correct?
Yes.
The main difference between this proposal and the prior proposal is this is a rental building, and that has resulted in a change in some of the ceiling heights. So when the building was previously as a for market for sale condo building, I guess marketing wise, there's a desire for higher ceilings in units that are for sale. Our understanding with this building is that with a rental building, that's not so much the case. And so there was an opportunity to lower the building a little bit. The other aspect of this is the previous building had commercial on the entire ground floor. This building now includes a component of residential on the ground floor that's are proposed to be accessible units.
All right, and do you have the shift in units as far as the 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and so on? I see that there's a total of 53 residential units in this right now. What was the proposal before?
I would need to have a question in advance of the meeting to be able to pull that up. Certainly a link was provided in the staff report to all other prior applications. So if you look in the report, there's a thing called other references. And if you give me a moment, I might be able to find that here for you. So we can look at the a report from August 27th, 2021.
And then another question I have too, I'll just ask while you're pulling that up. There was, I know there was a shift from commercial space being reduced to having a service provider in there. And at the time when the delegation came forward, they said we would perhaps know more about that in a couple of weeks here. I was wondering if you have any information to share as to what they are anticipating to use that space for now.
If I may, through the chair, through to Councillor Fraz, I'm not in a position to know at this point in time. I'm sure when it's publicly released, it'll be publicly released, but I'm not privy to that. So you've asked with respect to the unit mix. Let's see here.
What?
Okay, so there was 39, if I may, there was 39 residential units that consisted of 15 units with 1 bedroom and a den, 9 units with 2 bedrooms, and then 9 units with 2 bedrooms and a den, and 6 units with 3 bedrooms.
Great.
And that building was higher at 19.82 meters.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Mr. Russell. And instead of Mr. Russell, so I'm going to be bold here and ask the proponents in the audience, because I too, the last presentation was, yeah, sorry, Nigel, I see you. The last proposal suggested that they had a tenant booked in it, and in 2 weeks' time, they'd be able to release who that tenant is. And I'm just wondering if Mr. Gray or the builder would be able to advise at that time, or is it still not appropriate at this time? Yes. Fair enough. And thank you for that. I appreciate that. I respect your confidentiality, and we'll be satisfied with letting Councillor Beal keep that under her hat. And CAO Kaler, yes.
Thank you. If I may, just through the chair, just as a reminder though, for council, it's the use that you're considering at this point. So the tenant or who's in there may change over time, or, you know, that's really not something that you can guarantee forever, but it's the use of the space for that type of purpose. So just as a caution.
It's okay. You're satisfied with that? Okay. We'll find out later. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Follow up.
Yeah, I guess, and the reason for my question there too is just same like with the last delegation, when we were considering this initially, to me, it's about like, what are we trying to attract in the neighborhoods? How are we going to see the community grow in that? So I think about the kind of demographics, how suitable it is for, you know, of course, families, for lowering the average age in the community has been a goal for a while. I do think the mix of the units in this case is great, even with the increase of it. I think they're on the right track. What we're looking for as well for walkability. I don't like surprises though. I don't agree with the whole like, hey, vote on this today, we'll tell you tomorrow what the intended use is. To me, that's a line that I'm not willing to cross, unfortunately, because I would like to support this, but I don't think at this time I will for that reason. And like you mentioned, I know the tenants can change, but the overall use I think is already has an idea in place by the way they're shifting the accessibility units, they're reconfiguring the building and so on. They know what they're aiming to strive for, but I don't. So, you know, maybe in 2 weeks' time, if I had those kind of answers, I'd be happy to support it. But at this case right now, without having that answer, I don't agree with the whole, give me a vote and then I'll tell you tomorrow. So unfortunately, that's the best I can do.
Yes, Councillor Beal.
Thank you very much, through the mayor. I'm just a little bit, I am a little bit surprised at some of the comments, only in that I can't imagine that a tenant would be signing to go into a building when we haven't actually finalized approval. So I understand what's being said here, but I think it's a little bit of a, you know, what comes first in order for people to move ahead. So yeah, I would hope that there would be some other safeguards, but I understand as well that what you're saying and that what Councillor Frass is indicating, it makes me think that, oh yeah, one needs to be mindful of what's going into a commercial space that is so close to residential areas, because that is the reality here. However, I do think that, you know, it can change over time, and it's not really necessarily our job to look at that. And I do love, I love so many things about what has been brought forth into this proposal, the size of the units, the variety of units, the level of energy conservation and other factors that have gone into it. I also do hope that addressing the concern that was sent in by a neighbor on Evergreen, that I do hope that when, if it does all go ahead, that when it's completed, that if at some point in the time, the city is able to plant some appropriate trees along that west side of the path, that I think that that will provide some additional screening for neighbors on Evergreen, and also shade the path, and especially from the afternoon sun, while still leaving good eyes on the pathway from the people who live in this new building that would be going up. So that enhances security and safety.
Thank you for that, Councillor Beal. I'm still in agreement with Councillor Fraz here for further information. Information is knowledge here, and I feel it's important. So I'm going to call a comfort break. I'm going to call a break in our session here right now, just for we've been going on a little bit here, so I'd like a comfort break if we could. And maybe if we could, I think, reconvene in 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Okay, everybody, let's reconvene if we could, please. Are we back, Amanda? Are we okay? Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for that break, everyone. We were still in question period with the Mr. Russell and anyone else that had any other comments or questions regarding this proposal here today. Oh, there he is. Okay, yeah. Councillor Wood, go ahead, sir. Oh, yeah.
Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor, through yourself to Director of Planning. I'm going to kind of side with Councillor Fraz and the mayor here, and it seemed like a lot of other councillors as well. It would be nice. I know that we're just kind of going for the OCP change on usage, but it feels like there's a lot of refinements that we would like to see before we go to this next step on OCP amendment. So that's where I feel I am right now. Thank you.
If I may,
If I could clarify, Councillor Wood, are you on the same one? We're on 187 Bagshaw Street for a consideration of a development variance permit.
Oh, my fault. I thought we were still on, my fault.
You must be in a different time zone.
It's the Zoom
Yes.
delay.
I blame the Zoom delay, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes,
I'm
we're
lowering
on,
my hand.
we're on 4A.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. Thank you. Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Appreciate having a little bit of a comfort break too. It is very helpful to refill my coffee and get back to this. I was reminded though too as well that through this proposal, the thing that we're looking at in this variance as well is it's a height change. It's actually a reduction from the previous change that was granted as well. So which I feel great about too. I wasn't so concerned about the height before, but definitely coming down lower from what was allowed, I think is a step in the direction of the concerns that we did have from the neighborhood as well. As I mentioned before, the unit makeup, I am happy to actually see the improvement, I call it, from what the previous proposal was. I think it's a increase of the 2-bedroom units is great. The accessibility units I think are a wonderful addition too for the neighborhood, particularly with the walkability being right downtown. And then recognizing that the commercial space was already a component of it too. I did have a chance to get, a little brief on kind of the vision of that area too. And I feel comfortable knowing as well. So I'm happy to have that break, as I say, and this will be something I'll be supporting, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Gore, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's a really good proposal. And after even talking to some of the concerns, well, we just got one email, but I talked to the neighbors and most of the neighbors are quite supportive actually of this proposal. So yes, definitely I'll be supporting this. I really like what Councillor Fraz mentioned about the makeup of the units and everything. I think it's a job well done that I really support. Thank you.
No, it's just questions. Yes. Okay. So that is it for the questions. Mr. Russell, thank you very much. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that the report from the Director of Community Planning and Building dated July 10th, 2023, entitled Follow-up Report, consideration of a development variance permit, development permit and zoning and development bylaw amendment application to facilitate a mixed commercial multi-unit residential building at 187 Bagshaw Street, files 3090 PVP 061, 3060 PDP 140, and 3360-PZN 048 be received. Point 2, that upon consideration of public comment received, council issue development variance permit number 23 PVP 061 to the owner of 187 Bagshaw Street to facilitate a 4-story mixed commercial multifamily residential building. Point 3, the council issue development permit number 23 PDP 140 to the owner of 187 Bagshaw Street to authorize the form and character of the four-story mixed commercial multifamily residential building, associated parking and landscaping. Period. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? Councillor Grant.
Just one small comment is that I'm actually very pleased with this proposal, and I would love to see more proposals that come across our desk to look at this one perhaps, because I think it's a good reference for the sort of things that we're looking for at this council.
Thank you. And I'll weigh in here now at the end here, as I should. I am totally in support of this project, and I applaud the proponents anyways for working with our staff, Mr. Russell and so forth, to come up with, I think, what's going to be an exceptional project in Parksville. And I thank you for taking the time and listen. And to the accessibility was a big win for me. On the bottom floor, it just made perfect sense. And so I'm very pleased with that, as well as your total landscaping package. I've reviewed that as well with the topography on the drawings that were included in recently, showing the berms and so forth. I'm very pleased with that. I think it's going to be a jewel in our center of our town, right beside the Thrifty Center. So I will definitely be supporting this. So thank you so much. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you very much. Mr. Russell, don't go away. Director of Community Planning and Building, could you please give us a background on the issue regarding the development variance permit at 410 Temple Street to consider proceeding with notice for a development variance permit? Mr. Russell.
Certainly, if I may, Mayor. For council consideration is a development variance permit that, if ultimately approved, will facilitate the subdivision of an existing property into two parcels. Both parcels are certainly larger than our minimum parcel size for this zone, but as a result of the historic placement of the dwelling and the unusual slightly trapezoid shape of the existing parcel, a variance is required to allow one of the proposed lots, proposed lot 1, to have a narrow section of 11.5 meters on one end with a wide section of 27.1 meters at its widest. And our bylaw on corner lots requires a dimension of 22 meters as the minimum width. So the property that is proposed as lot 1 is 705 square meters, which is substantially larger than the 560 square meter minimum parcel size. And in staff's opinion, there's sufficient land for a conventional dwelling to be built on the property should the property ultimately be subdivided, should the variance be granted. At this time, we're seeking council permission to proceed with notice for this variance permit, and at a future date, council will be in a position to consider whether or not to issue the development variance permit. And the recommendations are per the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Any questions for Mr. Russell? Councillor Frost.
Through the mayor to Mr. Russell, just looking at this diagram here, Temple and Rushton, I guess the access to the existing dwelling would come off of Temple Street if this is subdivided, but it looks like the dwelling faces Rushton Avenue. So could I just get a little clarity of how that might, subdividing the lot, how that might accommodate the existing dwelling?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Fraz. So the existing dwelling ultimately would end up with its front yard being Temple Street, and it would end up with a Temple Street address. The new property really depends on where they put their front door ultimately, whether or not it ends up with a Rushton Avenue address or whether it ends up with a Temple Street address.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, to Mr. Russell, so in your opinion, Mr. Russell, is there enough room for an accessory home to be built in both the properties in future?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore, there certainly is on proposed lot 2. It is almost the size of two properties at 10,054 square meters. Proposed lot 1 may also have enough space to have a modest carriage house, there is enough room. It might not be the at its narrowest. Obviously, it might be 10 meters or so, but yes, I believe there is room.
Any further questions for Mr. Russell? Thank you. Do I have a mover and seconder for the following recommendation? That point one, that the report from the Director of Community Planning and Building dated July 10th, 2023, entitled Application for a Development Variance Permit at 410 Temple Street to facilitate a subdivision, file 3090 PVP 062 be received. And point two, that staff provide the required notice of council's intent to consider issuance of a development variance permit number 23 PVP 062 to the owners of 410 Temple Street in order to facilitate a subdivision of the land. Have a mover, seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Russell, could you please give us a background on the issue regarding a development variance permit at 229 McVickers Street to consider proceeding with notice for a development variance permit? Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Certainly, if I may, Mayor and Council, for your consideration is a request to proceed with notice for a development variance permit that, if approved, will ultimately facilitate the conversion of an existing accessory building into an accessory carriage house. There is a difference in setback between these two types of buildings, and as such, a variance is required prior to the conversion of this accessory building to a carriage house. At this time, we are requesting to proceed with notice per the recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Any questions for Mr. Russell? Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the mayor to Mr. Russell. I do have one question. I noted in the report that that the building in question is a single-story building and therefore does not have as much of an impact on the neighboring properties. I'm just wondering if there was, would there be any further application that would be required if in the future the owner desired to increase the height to 2 stories?
If I may, through to Councillor Beal, yes, there would be another permit potentially required, another variance potentially.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to, I'm pretty sure we're on the item with regards to McVickers Street.
Correct.
What I like about this is how the applicant has collected some letters in support, and I personally find it very helpful when we're dealing with these sort of applications to see how much work the applicant is doing in the surrounding neighborhood. I think it's a great help for council. That's all I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Gore, that would be.
Just a comment, I guess, Mr. Mayor, on page 103 of the report, when it says, I'm guessing it's a typo, where it says the notification will be sent within 5 meters, is 50 meters, right, for the property?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore, no, that's not a typo. So council with its notice policy allows for a shorter distance to facilitate the conversion of accessory buildings into accessory carriage houses. So basically what it means is those properties that directly abut this property will receive notice, as they would be potentially impacted by the proposed conversion of the building.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Russell? Do I have a mover and seconder for the following recommendation? That point one, that the report from the Director of Community Planning and Building dated July 10th, 2023, entitled Application for a Development Variance Permit at 229 McVickers Street to facilitate the conversion of an accessory building into an accessory carriage house file 3090 PVP 063 be received. Point 2, that staff provide the required notice of council's intent to consider issuance of a development variance permit number 23 PVP 063 to the owner of 229 McVickers Street in order to facilitate the conversion of a detached accessory building into an accessory carriage house. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to echo what Councillor Wood said. That was going to be my comment as well, but add to that, that often council is called upon to deal with disputes between neighbors. So it's really nice to see the proactive approach taken to have good neighbor relationships there.
Yeah, good point. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Russell, if you could please give us a background on the issue regarding the official community plan amendment and zoning and development amendment application at 826 Island Highway West, Wembley Mall, for the consideration of an application for an official community plan amendment and zoning and development bylaw amendment. Mr. Russell.
Certainly, if I may, Mayor and Council, for your consideration this afternoon is an OCP amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application at the property at 826 Island Highway West, known as Wembley Mall. A lot of the material has been presented by the delegation earlier in today's proceedings. If approved, the zoning, there's basically a couple things that will happen. So right now, the mall zone is broken into a number of subzones. As part of this bylaw amendment, those will be consolidated into one zone section, and then a new CD12B subzone would be created within that zone to facilitate the proposal for the 68 dwelling units. In the case of the bylaw, it would allow for a maximum of 70 based on 110 dwelling units per hectare and allow for this mixed use. The OCP has provisions that would, in staff's opinion, would be quite difficult to ultimately satisfy. And in this particular case, staff believe that the intent, the sort of intent of that section will ultimately be met, it'll be met in spirit, but the way it was originally drafted by staff at the time, it's a little bit too prescriptive to be satisfied. And the purpose of that OCP policy was really to ensure that downtown had started its revitalization by having development in that area, as well as that our multifamily areas have blossomed with multifamily. And so at this time, staff believe that that has occurred, that's germinated. But as far as actually satisfying this very prescriptive policy, we don't believe that the proposal is able to do so at this time, and therefore would be supportive of consideration of an amendment to the OCP as is being requested to eliminate that criteria. At this juncture, we're basically seeking permission to advance the application to undertake some consultation with referral agencies, as well as for the applicant to host their open house to undertake public consultation. Certainly, the proponent has had an opportunity to listen to council's discussion on their application, and will have an opportunity to think about things for when they come back in the future, probably early in the fall. And basically the recommendations are per the agenda, and I'm here to answer questions as best I can.
Thank you. Any questions further for Mr. Russell? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm concerned about densification in this way. I like to see more of a building that is, and it could be that it would be that many people, but not that necessarily that height, a different way of presenting it. And I think an open house, having it organized so that we could have more community involvement in a presentation and hearing more about this before we go ahead. So I would like to just leave it at that. And I know, like I'm thinking of simple things, and I think the 600 square foot unit would be good for what we call employee housing maybe, but I'd like to see more information so the public can see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I'd like to point out that in the recommendations here, point number 3, it advises that if this goes through, the developer amendment bylaw for the proposal, the applicant provide an opportunity for public engagement through a developer hosted public open house.
Yes.
And provide comments received to the community planning for subsequent introduction. So you mentioned about you'd like to have more public input. If this goes through, the developer will have to have public input sessions.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. Just a couple comments to make on this. And I guess one just regarding the height, because I heard it come up a couple of times. A couple of people opposed to 5 stories. Personally, I don't have a much of an issue with the height on there. I can understand that an increase like that might concern people. But for me, I don't think 5 stories would be too daunting considering its position on the lot where it is. I think like driving by the road, it's set back far enough where it doesn't feel like it's just a tower that right beside you. And I think five stories can be appropriate considering its location near the services to accommodate so many people. So that doesn't bother me so much. Things that I think that I have a hard time with this is being an OCP amendment coming forward when one of our strategic focus areas is regarding the OCP review and update. And I think kind of doing this ahead of doing an OCP review kind of goes contrary to what we've established as a strategy and objective. So I think the timing of this perhaps is not as ideal as I'd like to see. There is nothing stopping them from doing the proponents doing a public consultation open house at any point. It's not required for them to advance past this. I think it just gives them a little bit more security as far as like knowing that they've kind of in a direction that we're considering. But as we've seen before, we've also had proponents request them to go and do their open house and public feedback ahead of getting first reading or any kind of advancement. So for me, it's I think around the OCP portion of this that I don't want to support this at this time, but the height doesn't bother me. Maybe the mix of it, I can't say I'm in full agreement that a 1-bedroom and a den would support any family. If that is the case going on in other communities, I think it would kind of be out of necessity and like desperation. But I know, myself, even having a daughter, I wouldn't, the 1-bedroom and den wouldn't be suitable for us. I don't know many families that would be comfortable in that kind of or that kind of a situation either.
Councillor Fraz, if I can just interrupt a sec, this is just actually questions for Mr. Russell this time. We haven't put this on the floor yet.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want.
But if they have questions for,
Sure.
I understand where you're going, but just.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah.
I did-
It's just because
did kind of get clear.
I'll give you lots of time there.
But I just thought those were basically all my points there too, just so everyone knows where I'm thinking there too. So I appreciate the time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Russell? Okay, thank you. Well, go ahead, Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to our Director of Planning. Does the planning department have any kind of overall vision for the potential future OCP amendments to this area? Like I understand that this is considered to be one of the sort of nodes of Parksville. Could you maybe speak a little bit to the vision for this particular node?
If I may, through the mayor, through to Councillor Grants, I think the vision is fairly rudimentary at this stage as far as what's in the official community plan. But the envision has always been that there's essentially 4 nodes within the city. So we have a downtown node, we have a node at Dustbard and Alberni Highway, we have another node at Shelley Square, and then Wembley Mall forms the 4th node. And so that's always been and with a node, you typically want a mix of, commercial, higher density residential, or a mix of residential. It's near transit, it's near major roadways. Being with shops and services readily available, residents should be able to walk to all their services without being reliant upon an automobile. As far as the specific design of a proposal, that really is something that's detailed more at a development permit stage, where we can look at how much of the site someone's maybe bringing on stream to build on, and how that can interconnect with different aspects of the property. So hopefully that answers your question, but if not, I'm happy to clarify further.
Okay, maybe a quick follow-up then. I mean, I could see potentially two different directions this area goes. One is it could become kind of like a big box area where we have, in the future, there may be a Costco or IKEA or whatever big box, Petco or whatever they're called. That could be one vision for the area. If this were to be turned into a residential, or if the OCP amendment were to go through to allow for residential in this area, then that would kind of preclude that vision. So I guess I'm curious whether there's a.
If I may, through the mayor, through to Councillor Grens, clarify further. So the current OCP supports inclusion of multifamily in that node. The policy that's being requested to be eliminated is really one of timing as it relates to other areas in the city. So the nexus of it was really to try to ensure, when that policy was originally developed, was to try to ensure that downtown got a bit of a head start in having multifamily development occur within it. And as we've seen, that's started to occur, or some would say it's more than just occurred. And so at this time, it's really more in a technicality that it doesn't satisfy that policy, because it's very what's the word for it? It's very prescriptive and mathematical in a sense. And the elimination of the policy is still supporting the overall objectives that this is overall a mixed use area, but that commercial space is still the predominant use. As far as future big box, it's been a long time coming for the mall to have tenants like Canadian Tire, for Save on Food to be redeveloped. And I'm sure the property owner knows their market better than certainly staff does. But if there was I think people chomping at the bit for that, they would absolutely be holding their land holdings for that. And I just don't think that's the case. And when we're moving to a more delivery oriented world, that may be even less likely to be the case. So.
Yes, if I can just follow up on that, Mr. Russell. So really the OCP amendment portion of this item is actually rather minor, since it does actually call for the multi-use of this proposal. It was written in the spirit of not really recognizing of the fact of now the absolute responsibility of this council to try and provide more housing wherever possible. But at the same time, the housing at this particular time may also, at this location, may also help with the success of the business owner of the Wembley Mall, which, as the owner, the manager has spoken of, has had trouble attracting new tenants. And I think the OCP certainly was not the intent at all to do that. If it means attracting new tenants, means building residential units on site, so you have a customer base closer to the mall to ensure its success, I believe that's in the spirit of what the OCP would have wanted anyhow. So to me, it's the OCP is just slightly prescriptive, as you say, based on really old methods and old data. I guess there's a question in that. I don't sure. Anyways, if there's anything wrong about that, just yes or no. Anyways, I'll go to Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our Director of Planning, Mr. Russell. I would actually just like to say that I was quite leery of this at the start, but having read and then reread the analysis that was written by yourself or the planning department really helped a lot. So I will be supporting this. So thank you for that analysis. I really rely on them. And of course, we do rely on the work of staff all the time. So thank you again.
So there's no further question for Mr. Russell. I will attempt here to get this on the floor. For the record, do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation that point one, that the report from the Director of Community Planning and Building dated July 12, 2023, entitled Consideration of an Application for an Official Community Plan Amendment and Zoning and Development Bylaw Amendment at 826 Island Highway West, known as Wembley Mall, to facilitate a mixed commercial high-density residential development file number 3360 PZN 044 be received. Point two, the council, having considered sections 475 and 476 of the Local Government Act, provide an opportunity for consultation with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, the Regional District of Nanaimo, the Agricultural Land Commission, and School District 69 through a referral of the application file number 3360 PZN 044. Point three, that prior to the introduction of an official community plan amendment bylaw and zoning and development amendment bylaw for the proposal, the applicant provide an opportunity for public engagement through a developer-hosted public open house and provide comments received to the Community Planning and Building Department for subsequent introduction to council. Got a mover and a seconder for that recommendation. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any further discussion? Sorry, Councillor Wood, I didn't see you to the end. You get the next one. Any further discussion? Councillor Fraz, you may not have finished your last go around. Carry on.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I'll keep it pretty brief. I think I said most of what I was saying before. Just reiterate the point that touching on the OCP, I think any amendments, since it is part of our strategy to be looking at that, I do think that we should be tackling that for the trust and confidence of the public that we're not advancing things outside, taking a look at our OCP review, even as minors would be. I think the public could look at that and not always understand what's being changed, but the expectation right now, I think, is to review the OCP and update it. So before that happens, or I would expect that to happen before making amendments. So it's for that reason, then if we're voting on it today, that I wouldn't be supporting it.
Councillor Grant. Galler.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, I truly agree with Councillor Frost, this being a strategic focus of this council to look at the OCP, and we heard this from the public with the OCP amendments. It may seem minor, but it does speak to the spirit itself. I think we need to densify, and I heard the mayor during the inaugural ceremony that we will be densifying in the core. This is outside the core. I understand it's one of the nodes, but I still take issue to comments like we need to provide housing wherever possible. We are not going to start building at the community park, I hope, just to tackle the housing issue crisis. So I am not supportive of this OCP amendment and just the proposal as presented. I would like something that's, if I agree there is need for housing and there's possibility of housing in that area close to the mall. I would like to see some medium density, which goes well with the neighborhood. Yeah, have that village look. I cannot support the proposal as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Beal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I will be supporting this, given that to add to the bit that that the planning department has in the analysis, the understanding that some of the restrictions there, or the restriction there, had to do with ensuring that the downtown area was encouraged to grow and densify. And we just look around and see a number of new developments that are in the process of being built, or in some cases, deep holes in the ground. So I think that that is happening in the downtown core. So for that reason, I am fine with this.
Councillor Grants.
If I may first have a question for staff, if maybe they could speak to the, through the mayor to staff to potentially speak to the timing of doing an OCP kind of review as part of the strategic plan vis-a-vis this proposal. Any thoughts on that from staff?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Grants, it's really one of perspective, because I think you can really look at it two ways. In a sense, in the case of this particular property, doing a site-specific OCP amendment is actually providing an opportunity to look at that one site in more detail than may otherwise be the case as part of a more larger strategic review of the entire city. So it sort of focuses attention on this specific site. What is the vision for it, or can it be enhanced further than what's being proposed? So it's sort of a glass half empty, glass half full argument, and it really depends on your perspective. But it does require us to do public consultation with the applicant, undertaking an open house, which is an extra meeting that wouldn't occur if it was part of just the overall OCP review. We're also would be hosting a public hearing as part of these bylaw amendments. Again, an additional meeting then would be the case of part of a OCP review. Conversely, it's not part of that overall synthesis, but so again, glass half empty, glass half full. It really comes down to a question of someone's perspective on it, and that's difficult for me to answer, but we certainly have had precedent before when we look at the quality food site that had OCP amendments that occurred prior to us undertaking our official community plan review. It provided an opportunity for extra consultation on that specific area. The flip side is that consultation isn't necessarily aware of all the other things that are being thought about as part of a comprehensive review. So
thank you. And I'll just comment on that. My opinion is, yes, to suggest that we could wait for an official community plan review could in fact very much overturn the OCP conditions are on this particular property. And actually the OCP review could actually turn it into a multi-facility without having the nuance that they have to consider what happens in the downtown. So I'm just saying that the OCP could actually put it into place so it wouldn't actually prevent it from happening. It actually ensure that it happens, but which is actually waiting for an unreasonable length of time. Any further comments? I'll just regard to that, and because on the OCP review, members of the public are going to be able to weigh in on it, which could very well be employees of Wembley Mall. So carry on, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment to council, I will be supporting this. I feel like if we listen to the director of planning, the reason that the OCP didn't allow for the density at the time was because it was making sure density was being built in the downtown core, which I believe that we are doing so right now. And I think that it's density in the right spot near all those services out there. And I think there's a lot of checks and balances as to the details of what gets built later on. And so at this point in time, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to add that, understanding and appreciating that allowing this to go forward does not necessarily endorse the particular proposal, the particularly look of the building and the details that have been put forth so far. There would be a lot of work that goes into that, but I will support the OCP amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I too will be supporting this project as it stands for a couple of reasons. And I feel that it's rather critical to have this component added into the Wembley Mall area. I've watched it since I've been here anyways, continue to try and upgrade and so forth to become more successful. And unfortunately, we haven't quite achieved that yet at that particular site. And I feel that this would be helpful to ensure that perhaps the Wembley Mall has a chance to survive and maybe actually also to thrive. And if it thrives, it's good for our community because it provides jobs and it provides a strong economy. So to me, it's important that we support those efforts. The other thing is that in between the 4-story and the 5-story, the 5-story is not a problem for me because I understand utilizing that airspace makes the other stories below it more affordable because it makes it a more economical package. So for that in itself, it helps keep the rents down by the more units. So that makes sense to me as well. So I'd be supporting this project. Councillor Press.
And through the mayor to council, thanks. Just for clarity though, too, what is the motion here today though is not actually advancing the OCP amendment, though this is the advancing the public engagement opportunity and referring it for some feedback from different places. So as far as like supporting or not, it's not today that we're making that decision.
Fair enough. Yes, as I pointed out before, it has to go to the public. Absolutely. So all those in favor of the proposal? Sorry. Of the motions, yeah. Recommendations 1, 2, and 3, as I read out. Okay, all those opposed? For the record, Councillor Gore has opposed the recommendation. Thank you. Mr. Russell, could you please give us a background on the issue regarding consideration of a new non-medical cannabis retail store at 389 Alberni Highway? For the consideration of a non-medical cannabis retail store at 389 Alberni Highway. And for those that had noticed on the map, so that's where the new Quality Foods building is, as well as I believe there's a Parksville Pharmacy and a liquor store there at Cascadia. Is a Cascade liquor stores there. So there we go, Mr. Russell. The floor is yours.
If I may, Mayor and Council, for your consideration today is basically 2 items. One is to have the proponent proceed with their public notice requirements. So to allow council to consider whether or not to issue a retail cannabis license. This is a highly regulated, provincially regulated industry. It is entirely discretionary ultimately. After that public consultation, whether or not council advances the cannabis license to the liquor and cannabis branch, or so as it's entirely discretionary at the end of the day. We have a property that's zoned for retail use. That retail use includes retail trade, which includes a cannabis retail store. However, in the business licensing bylaw, there is a restriction that limits the distance of the business from a seniors care facility of 200 meters. In order to facilitate it at this location, an amendment to the business license bylaw is required. That can be facilitated on a site-specific basis that would be specific to this property. And so at this time, we're seeking council permission to have the proponent go ahead with their public notice, as well as for staff to draft an amendment bylaw for the business license bylaw. And the recommendations are per the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. So I have a question. Does this public notice, does that incur a mailing from the city anyways to proponents in the vicinity or neighbors in the vicinity of the proposed application?
If I may, Mayor, so the notice consists of a sign on the property. It consists of signage. So typically with these applications, if there wasn't, typically with these applications, we would actually have them do notice in advance of it coming to council. But in this case, with the question of the business license bylaw, we've brought it to council in advance of them putting the notice up.
But the only notice to the public that they can provide input is on preparing a notice on the sign of the subject property advising the opportunity. But so if the public doesn't go by that to see that sign, there's no other notification to them, like as I'm suggesting, like we do in other cases where we have a certain defined mail out area, as we just cleared up on a carriage house, where you can the people within 5 meters are now considered, but the proponents don't have to. They don't have to have a public meeting, so to speak, to gain. The only application or opportunity for the public is if they happen to see that notice and stop and take note of it and then provide written application. Is that correct?
If I may, Mayor, that is correct. That is the process that's established by the city's bylaw. I would like to point out that the liquor store next door did not have to put any kind of notice up.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fraz.
Thank you through the mayor to Director Russell. You mentioned that it's restricted by its geography to a seniors facility. Is it not by also proximity to schools?
If I may, Mayor, through Councillor Fraz, it's not within 200 meters of a school.
How far is it from school?
I can certainly find out for you with our mapping system, but it's certainly well beyond 200 meters from the school.
And then maybe a question that I kind of know the answer for, but also asking for exposing just this kind of situation too is, you say it's a heavily regulated industry that the province mandates, but what we've seen in the past is that the province then changes what their regulations and standards are. So when we've allowed cannabis retail in our community before under the provincial standards, like things like the window coverings, they change those standards and we move along with those changes. So when we agree to something, thinking we're getting a certain standard, by not implementing our own standards, we really don't have control over it. So now we've seen cannabis stores remove all their window coverings under the reasoning of security for them. But I think that's greatly affected, like that, it's a drastic change in our community too. So should we maybe not be imposing our own standards while we're, even though it's a heavily regulated business already, should we not kind of maybe have something that locks in the standards that we're agreeing to or bring our own? Because for me, I do think that the proximity to school, while it's beyond 200 meters, it's on the direct path to the school, which gets a lot of traffic. I'm not so concerned about the seniors facility, in fact, because I think that perhaps the users, and I mean, they're of legal age, but the children that are going to Springwood Park and so on, passing by these stores that no longer have to adhere to those, minimal advertising or exposure, it's right on their path. So that's more of a concern to me, I think, than the seniors facility.
Mr. Russell, if you could advise me, what is the maximum amount of mail out radius that we would do for when we're seeking public consultation? So for say a rezoning.
So 50 meters is what our mail out would be for a rezoning or a development variance permit.
Is that the maximum is 50 meters?
We do 50 meters as our standard notice distance.
Not much. Yes. Yeah. Is there any way that we could ask the proponent if they could include a public notice to as Councillor Fraz suggested, council should be maybe taking lead in considerations for this that the province hasn't considered, and that would be to have more of a robust public engagement as to what's going into their neighborhood. I feel that the public has a right to know the cannabis industry is still evolving, so to speak. And as you say, in this particular case, legally, they're not within a school perimeter radius, but they're on the direct connection of safe walking to school program. So it's just, to me, it's it's not providing the correct public input for all the participating areas around there. Just my thought. If you can just comment on that, and then Councillor Wood, you're next.
If I may,
Hello.
sorry, if I may, I'm gonna.
CAO Kaler's going to
weigh
weigh
in.
in here.
Can you guys hear me okay? I know this microphone's terrible. I'm just gonna move. Just a couple of comments on. Okay, is that better? So just a couple of comments on our current notice provisions. So there's a few things in addition to the mail out. Having it come to this meeting also provides the public with the information that you're going to be considering it. Some things require public notice in the newspaper, and we follow the legislation on what those things are. We also have a bylaw that has specifications, and if those are not sufficient for what council would like to see, the best practice would be to change that across the board rather than pick on, or well, not pick on, but like rather than pick one out that causes concern, just from a procedural fairness perspective. We have had some discussions over the past years with different councils about what that should look like, whether it's 50 and as Blaine mentioned, for some things it was reduced to just the immediate neighbor, given the priorities of the council at the time. So fence heights, for example, are a smaller notification distance. So there's other requirements too for placing signage. And so there's a lot of complex provisions that are there depending on the type of application. And my caution would just be if those are of concern, that we actually address that through that bylaw, the procedure bylaw, so that we're not just applying different standards in different cases, because that does sort of open us up for some liability in terms of how we're moving forward. And given that the current proposal right now is to look at a particular variance or a particular item, I think, Blaine's waving, but I think we just have to be cautious about changing things without looking to what the bylaw requirements are. And so that would be my comment. And then just pointing out that we could provide a list to council perhaps of what the various notice requirements are. Because there's so many different complex things that you're looking at all times, and maybe a cheat sheet would be helpful, so you don't have to read the bylaw.
This is kind of a one-off, I have to say, and it's just because, Mr. Russell.
If I may, Mayor and Council, we're not in a position because of our bylaws to compel them to, do additional notice. I do believe that the proponent may be prepared to do that, however. So as I said, council ultimately, if not satisfied when the application comes back with whatever level of notice was undertaken, certainly can refuse the application at that time. At any time, council can decide not to advance this application. So I have received an indication from the proponent that they would be prepared to do some additional notice, even though it's completely voluntary and outside of the requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Russell, and that is helpful. I just had a question, because the question of the legal distance, because otherwise I'm thinking, why are we here? Why do we have to do anything? Why don't they just move in if they don't have to consider anything? Because at one time it was the distance to the senior center in the areas. It was a question of, I read the background information. It was like a distance in measuring it or something, because it was turned down before as being too close to Trillium Lodge. But now I guess a different, maybe property lines were not quite accurate in that initial assessment. Is that correct?
If I may, Mayor, I believe there's maybe some confusion here. So the business licensing department cannot issue a business license that doesn't meet that 200 meter requirement. So in the case of Trillium Lodge, the property is within 200 meters. In the comment that the proponent makes, they note that where the doors are located certainly are further than 200 meters, but the way the bylaw is worded, it's actually from the property line. And so in this case, the closest property line points, it's pretty much a standard intersection. So they're roughly 35 meters away, because the road's typically 20-25 meters. So while the entrances are way further than that, the bylaw itself is very specific. It says when the property boundary is within 200 meters, that then the basically the license inspector in bylaw compliance is unable to issue the business license.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment to council. From what I have seen, I haven't seen any emails or problems with retail cannabis stores as a public safety issue. We definitely have read emails of other illegal drugs and possibly alcohol as a public safety issue, but I don't see a regulated retail cannabis store as a public safety issue myself. So I don't even, are we voting on this today? If we're voting on this today, then I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question through to our Director of Planning. If I am to understand this correctly, is the reason that this has come before council because of the bylaw around the business license regarding the seniors care facility? Because if that is, then it seems to me maybe we need to update that bylaw as well and consider that as a policy.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Grant. So ultimately the cannabis license application would have come to council. That would have occurred after notice. You're getting it in advance today because in this particular case, there is a bylaw that requires an amendment before it may be considered on this particular piece of property. And so ultimately council would have seen a retail cannabis license application. In this particular case, you're seeing it kind of earlier in that there's a bylaw amendment associated with it that needs to occur. Did that answer your question or?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I want to, I think I have an outstanding question for Councillor Fraz. So the school, the very edge of the school property to the shopping center property appears to be approximately 205 or 210 meters away. Door to door, it's obviously going to be further than that, but that's what it appears, just quickly measuring it here.
Since you referred to Councillor Fraz, I'll take Councillor Fraz now.
Yeah, so they just squeak by the length of this table pretty well, or a little bit more, that they're outside that distance there, which to me is, while it meets the letter of the law, I think the spirit of it is kind of outside of it too. When we first allowed for cannabis in Parksville, I really thought there needed to be more consideration as to where it would be allowed and some thoughts behind it. And we did rely on the provincial regulations to kind of dictate that. But I wasn't in agreement with just allowing it anywhere in town. And I think it was a mistake with that. We didn't really have a fulsome discussion or any kind of community input or planning around it. It was just, hey, if it's treat it like a business like any other and let it go. But there is some things about the distance to places that should be considered. And what we've seen, for example, is not to pick on anyone, but for Craig Street, for example, we have a very popular market that goes on there in the summertime. Thousands of people come about, and now there's a cannabis shop right on the edge of the street. So if there's considerations about how close it is to school children, to seniors and so on, in this case, we have it right at the front door of one of our most popular community events there, where access to anybody, and it doesn't have that discrete window coverings or anything like that. So why even have any kind of limitations around to schools or senior facilities? And I think there is good reason to that, but we haven't really had a discussion or explored where's a good place for it. I think personally we have quite enough recreational cannabis available in our community. I don't see the big need for it as much, and I have the concerns about the location there too. So before a motion, I know there's still maybe some thoughts to go forward, but before a motion does get put forward, I'd like to put a motion forward that we deny this application. So when it's time for motion, I'd like that to be put forward.
CAO Kaler.
Thank you. If I may, through the mayor to council, just as a reminder, because this was actually my file in my previous role here at the city. When the cannabis legislation came in to regulate and allow for recreational cannabis, we actually did extensive public consultation, including surveys and public meetings, and council was actually looking at whether or not to require rezoning for all of them, which some cities have done, or consider just having it as basically a retail use with the provincial oversight like we see with liquor stores. And so we actually did have a lot of feedback, and perhaps if it would be helpful, we can recirculate some of that. I think it was maybe 2017, 2018. I don't remember the exact year. So it might have been a few councils ago. And so just for interest, it's on I'm sure it's on our public archives, but we can certainly provide some of that information. The 200 meters was a kind of a standard that I would say many other cities were using at the time. I don't necessarily think there was a, rationale as to why it's 200, not 250, not 180. I think it was really intended to just be far away. And so the 200 was where it landed. And so in this particular situation, I think council has the discretion to not entertain or send it forward, as Councillor Fraz has mentioned. And I think it is also valid that some of the points we relied on from the provincial legislation, like we do with liquor stores, we included some things that were in the business license that we at the council at the time thought were very critical and wanted to maintain control of, such as odor control plans and things of that nature. So there's a bit of a hybrid in that some items are fully within our bylaw and we perhaps replicated them or maybe did a little bit of redundancy, but not everything. And so there's a few options for council to look at there as well, outside of this particular application, but from a policy level. So certainly if council wants, we can send that and look at it on the work plan for 2024 in terms of refining some of the other things that are there, but it's probably good background. There was a lot, I can't remember off the top of my head, but hundreds of people. Deb, do you remember? There was like close to 500 people, I think, responded. So that's a good sign that there was interest. So just for background.
Yeah, and thank you for that, CEO Kaler. But the point was in the 200 meters to school, it seems rather inadequate because it's actually saying to the school as if the kids actually lived in the school, but they don't. They transport to and from the school on different transportation routes. To me, a much more adequate bylaw at that time would have read, or on a active school route, to protect the kids. And that's really, it's out of an abundance of caution is what we're all talking about right here, to limit the exposure to those that, are youth. And I think that we failed with that allowance of the 200 meter to school without allowing for the fact that going right by the front door is okay. But, once they get in school, well, you can't be close to it, where you shouldn't be out there buying cannabis anyways. Well, they can't anyway, right? Because they're minors. But anyways, yes, I think this is a great conversation, and I'm leaning towards what you've said anyways about Councillor Fraz's suggestion. I'll take it open. Just anything else for CEO Kaler, what she said that?
It's sorry, thank you, Mayor. This is for Mr. Russell, actually. So the recommendation number 4 to amend the bylaw is a one-off? Is this is specific to this application, or are we going to get rid of the distance altogether for cannabis stores, and perhaps we'll have something in front of my workplace where I work at a senior's home?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Gore, what is being requested by the applicant is a site-specific amendment that would just apply to this property with respect to the distance from a senior care facility. And so that's, without further direction, that's the draft bylaw that we would be preparing, would be one that site specifically amends it for this particular property at 389 Alberni Highway.
Good with that. You understand? Yeah. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Mr. Russell. So that was kind of my question as well, that whether or not this would be something that was going to be a total change to the bylaw, or I had also read the word exemption at some point in either, maybe not in the recommendation, but somewhere in the report. So is that also an option to allow for an exemption? Or does it have to be a change to the bylaw for this property?
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Beal, the only way to exempt it is to amend the bylaw. So business license bylaws aren't in a piece of legislation that we can do a variance for. So as a result, the way to do a site-specific exemption is to amend the bylaw and build that provision into it.
Follow up, Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, through to Mr. Russell. Now, knowing Trillium fairly well, I've been there a number of times to see people, and it certainly is a much longer distance to the door, which is the way you get in there. So I don't actually have a problem with that. I would support that. But on the question, which, a side question about the route to school, I do have a question about signage. If something goes ahead, do we have some control over what type of signage or where signage is placed? And the reason I ask for that is that along Despard Avenue, where the children might be walking, being driven mostly, that is actually the back side of the building. I would anticipate that major signage would actually be at the front, at the entrance to the building, or perhaps along Alberni, I don't know. But do we have, and also you see signage that can be quite subtle, and then there's signage that's more blatant. So I'm wondering what kind of control we do have on what type and where signage is posted.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Beal, signage is regulated by the city's sign bylaw. And that establishes where the size of signage, how they may be illuminated, and where they may be placed on buildings. And it's a universal bylaw.
Hey, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Russell, letters to go out to people, to the residents in the area, in this case happened to be in several condos. Is it within reason to request that those letters go out to those people? And then the decision's made after, so the community does have an understanding of what's going on, because they're right across the street.
If I may, Mayor, through to Councillor Martin. So at this time, Council isn't actually doing making a final decision on whether or not to issue this cannabis license. Today, basically, we're getting council direction on whether or not to proceed with an amendment to the business license bylaw, and whether or not the proponent should go ahead and begin their notice. And the required notice in the case of this kind of license is the placement of a sign on the property. In this case, the proponent did email me that they'd be willing to do further notice. Certainly, I know they're listening to the proceedings today, and I think they will take those considerations with strong advisement on how much notice to do. Ultimately, when the application comes back for council consideration, council can decide whether or not to advance the application, both based on the kind of comments received and whether or not council is satisfied with the level of notice that the proponent has provided. Ultimately, council has the discretion whether or not at the end of the day to advance this application to the liquor and cannabis regulation branch.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. And
Thank you. Yeah.
and it's helpful also knowing that the applicant is agreeing to actually extend that that public input area, and I do appreciate that of the applicant as well. Okay, so that is the Councillor Fraz.
Through the mayor to Director Russell, the question here is, if that 200-meter limit wasn't in place, let's say that they could, cannabis retail could go anywhere in the community. Is there even a commercial space closer to the Springwood School that could be considered? Or is this perhaps, just from looking at the map here, it seems to me like this is as close as it could possibly be put. Is that correct?
If I may, Chair, through to Councillor Fraz, I'm not aware of any other commercial properties in the vicinity of the school besides the subject property.
Thank you, because it does appear to be as close as it could possibly get, in my opinion. With that said, though, too, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to put a motion forward that we turn down this application. As Director Russell mentioned, that we are able to deny this at any point, and I think that this is be a fine point to do so. So I'll put that motion forward.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Gore. We'll go back to Councillor Fraz for a comment on your motion, please.
Yeah, thanks. I think just kind of what I was touching on there too. I think this is as close as you could possibly get to a school, let alone it being just outside the 200 meter limit anyways. And I do think that we should have some thought as to where things go in our community. And so, yeah, I think that this would be a fine time to turn it down.
Councillor Gore, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, maybe too much information, but I personally never used. I'm not interested in using cannabis, but I'm also not against if people are using. But I do believe in regulating how and where these stores go up in our community. Vicinity, like to the senior center. Yes, I work in seniors home. That makes sense. A lot of, not just the order, but I think there's a reason, health reasons why the government came up with these setbacks, like those variations in distance from seniors home. Close to being an elementary school, I don't really like it because that's the real actual path a lot of kids take going to school. I'm not supportive at this time of this application. I would really like to see a thorough revision of our bylaw, which our CAO hinted. So that kind of gives us a bit of a policy in dealing with such applications in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe just a question to Councillor Fraz. What is the danger we're trying to avoid with this motion when cannabis has been illegal for decades and unregulated for decades and smoked everywhere and been able to purchase in lots of different spots, and now that it's regulated, it's a retail store, and I believe there might be an alcohol retailer even closer to the school. So I'm just confused as to what dangers we're trying to avoid. Is it adults smoking it near the school, which I haven't heard a complaint about? Or is it kids wandering into the retail store and getting out their credit card? Or what is it exactly we're trying to avoid with this motion? Thank you.
Councillor Fraz, you can respond.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great question there, Councillor Wood. And I think some of the things that is trying to avoid is that while we've normalized drug use and alcohol use in our communities, we also constantly get reports back from alcohol is a good example. We don't talk about how it's regulated or if it's a big deal. We accept it broadly, but we see that alcohol use in our community has one of the most detrimental effects on it. And I see that when it comes to recreational marijuana use, that is kind of going down that same path. There's a lot of great benefits to it, especially for medicinal use. When it comes to recreational use, I see all drugs in our community really need to be put under a microscope and reconsidered. And so while marijuana might be on the more harmless end of that spectrum, it definitely does have harms to it. And especially when it comes to children, the exposure. And I think straight across the board, the way we educate children on drug use and that it needs to be tightened up. So I don't think it's on its own, it's particularly avoiding a disaster, but I think it's part of a problem and that we need to be very considerate now because drug use and alcohol use across the board is it's a major concern for us. So, what is it avoiding? Well, what was the consideration for it being 200 meters in the first place? I think there was some thought put into that, but I think we've kind of allowed it carte blanche that anything goes, and the free for all approach, even down to decriminalization, it's not working. And as much as people think it's part of that, a step towards that path of the solution, the more we go down that path, the more experimental we see that it's just not working. Even down to where Portugal now is finding reconsideration on their, decriminalization of drugs. So when it comes to non-medical marijuana use, I think that there's definitely some wisdom in being restrictive to it, and perhaps people need to be educated on the beneficial, how the amounts that are beneficial versus a drug abuse type of it. And marijuana can easily be abused like anything else. So that's what I feel a concern about is the children exposure and normalizing it to them, especially at a young age.
Thank you, Councillor Fraz. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you too to Councillor Fraz for that. There are many points that you said that I would totally agree with. I also, though, wonder if I also question, let's say, hiding something from kids. You know, if something is there, it can also provide an opportunity for discussion and education, you know, on any number of topics. So, you know, which is not to say that there aren't some things that I wouldn't necessarily want to have as you're walking on your way to school. And, you know, the liquor store is right there. Prohibition didn't seem to work in the past. So there's so many ways to look at this. And again, I also do go back to, you know, what will the signage be like? And if we could have some control over that, then I think it, you know, it would be easier to look at. But what we're being asked here today is just to look at that bylaw and that distance from the senior center, and given the fact that the doorway to Trillium is much farther away, I guess that's what I want to consider. But finally, and really importantly, I think that if this does move forward, then it provides real opportunity for citizens to weigh in and to let us know what they think about it. And if there is a sign there, there are going to be people who are taking their kids to school, and we have an opportunity to hear directly from people what they think about having something there. And I think that's good engagement and it's good transparency. So I'm conflicted a bit on this, but I'm likely to support this.
I'd just like to mention, like, I'll be supporting this as well, not just for the school aspect, which, as we say, has some inadequacies, but it's also to do with the fact that I just think it's the wrong location, but for other reasons as well, for other neighbors in that area. And I feel that it's important for us to show leadership here, as to say, nothing against the cannabis, whether our own personal feelings are exactly that, but it's to do with the impact on the neighborhood. Is that why I will be supporting this? Because it's not the right location in my mind, and I'll leave it at that.
Sorry, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Wood.
I should, I just realized that we aren't actually, there wasn't the motion as was brought forward in the report, but this is Councillor Fraz's motion. So no, I'm sorry, I won't be supporting it because I would like to get it out to the community to hear back from the community.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. I very much appreciate the comments on this topic and recognize there are challenges around these matters in society, just larger society issues around drug use and alcohol use. But I think in the case of this, I'm with Councillor Beal. I won't be supporting this motion. I would like to see the recommendation moved forward and opportunity for the public to weigh in on this. I also take the CAO's comments to heart around the consultation that was done around the creation of the policy as it stands today. And so I think we are correct to follow a policy route on this as opposed to a one-off route, which is always, I think, a little shaky ground to go if we're supposed to be laying down general policy and not doing it on a case-by-case basis. That's kind of what judges do as opposed to what we do at the policy level here. I do also note that if we do want to look at the policy considerations, that liquor stores and vape stores would be on I'd put them all on very similar footing in terms of the considerations around sensitivity. But it's probably less the sale of those items than the consumption of them. And we're not controlling where people are consuming substances. The only one we actually do regulate in terms of substance consumption in Parksville is alcohol. And I'll note that in terms of the fines that Parksville can levy for different infractions, that alcohol consumption in inappropriate locations is one of the highest things that we fine for in Parksville, even higher than other items by a double. It's like $250 fine for alcohol versus say $50 for overnight camping. So I think if we want to look at the policy issues here, we can definitely do that. And I would recommend that we look at that in the future. For this particular item, I'm with Councillor Beal though.
Councillor Martin.
I would like to get more public input. Therefore, I would support what Councillor Beal said. This is the way I feel too. It's been really affects so many people. But on the other hand, we need to find out what the public feel around the area, in that area. Thank you.
Call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Opposed? So that would be Councillor Martin, Councillor Grenz, Councillor Beal, Councillor Wood oppose that motion. Thank you. That motion does not pass, so we'll carry on to what we have in front of us here. I will ask for a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that the report from the Director of Community Planning and Building dated July 14th, 2023, entitled Consideration of the New Non-Medical Cannabis Retail Store at 389 Alberni Highway, Flight Cannabis Company, files 432050 PCL 009 and 390001/2023 be received. Point 2, that in order to gather public input on the proposed non-medical cannabis retail store license application at 389 Alberni Highway, application file 432050 PCL 009 be advanced. Point 3, that prior to further council consideration of application file 432050 PCL 009, the applicant or owner of the business is to prepare and place a notice sign on the subject property advertising the opportunity for receiving written comment on the proposed non-medical cannabis retail store license application at 389 Alberni Highway. 4, that staff prepare an amendment to business license bylaw 2018 number 1550 to facilitate the non-medical cannabis retail store at 389 Alberni Highway for future council consideration. Have a mover and a seconder for that, please. That is moved by Councillor Beal, second by Councillor Wood. Councillor Beal, you may speak to it if you need further.
I don't have anything further to add at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Wood, you have second. Nothing more? Thank you. Councillor Gore.
So just to clarify, Mayor, number 4 of the recommendation, can that be voted separately? Because that talks about the amendment to the bylaw policy, right?
I think that's the meat of the subject. Do we can break it out. Do you want to do 1, 2, 3? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
So just to clarify, like what you mentioned about revisiting this bylaw, is that what the point 4 is, or is it giving them the exception that they're asking for, that the point 4 is about?
If I may, through the chair, can everyone hear me? Do you want me to
Yes,
move?
you're okay.
Okay, thanks. So this would be, staff would actually start preparing the bylaw, the amendment, but it would not be advanced until it gets a reading from council. So you can still not give it a reading, but this would basically come back to council with the feedback from the public and a bylaw ready to go that would be on the agenda. And the council could then at that time decide not to advance it. But it's really just giving staff the go ahead to spend their time and prepare a draft bylaw for your consideration at a later date, alongside with the input you get from the community.
It's not doing the whole bylaw. It's just specific to this one, specific to this.
Yes.
Site specific bylaw.
If I may, through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
specific.
Thank you.
Councillor Fraz.
Thank you. I think that brings up a good point though, too. We can break them out and vote on them separately. And if council, what I heard is the reasoning for not denying it and wanting to, it was for the purpose of getting more public feedback. I think it would be appropriate to get that public feedback before we tell staff to direct their time on amending a bylaw. If the feedback comes back and council still feels they want to put a recreational cannabis store as close as possible to Springwood Park, then we could direct staff to amend the bylaw at that time.
If I may, through the mayor, it is our practice that with the approval of the mover and seconder that you could separate them out. We've often done that. So I think it was Councillor Beal and Councillor Wood moved all 4, but I think with their agreement, it could be the first 3 and you would then vote separately on the 4th.
That would be my intake, wishes here anyways. I think that would be the most logical way to proceed. So with the approval of Councillor Beal and Councillor Wood. Gesundheit. That would be appropriate at this particular time. I see agreement there. So council? What? So, sorry, or did you not nod yes? Or
No.
You did nod yes?
Well, I just wanted to question something, like I guess I don't totally see the advantage. I'm wondering if that delays it even further, but I just wanted to point out that, you know, item 4, it's very specific, which I did not understand at the very beginning, but it's very specific to 389. And with item 3, it would be prior to that there would be notice and get the feedback. So I just don't understand what the advantage is to breaking it out into separate parts. I guess that's my question. What is the advantage to that?
Yeah, I have one too, but go ahead.
The
Councillor
advantage
Pratt.
for me is there's some of these I would agree to and some I wouldn't. So it allows me to, instead of just giving one vote for all of them, I could vote separately on each item.
Right. CAO Kaler.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, it would delay things though. So I think Councillor Beal is correct in that we would then take the results of the public consultation back. And as Councillor Fraz said, we would not spend the staff time to amend. It's a relatively small amount of staff time in reality, but it would then bring it back. If it proceeded after receipt of the public input, we would then go back, prepare the bylaw and put it on a subsequent agenda. So it does separate out and extend the opportunity for public consultation, I guess, because it would not be all done in one separate or in one council meeting. It would be in separate meetings.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Beal.
Thank you very much. I guess my concern was actually, does this increase staff time on this? That was really what I'm wondering about.
Well, I heard that too. And I was very surprised. I think it's the first time I've heard CAO Kaler said it would be a minimum amount of staff time. So
Yeah,
that's
if I may, a minimal change to how
Right.
much time we would be
Exactly.
spending. So we have to do the work either way if it advances. If it doesn't advance, we save a small amount of time by not doing that final step of, I'm sure that Director Russell already has the bylaw drafted just because we try to do things ahead of time, but it would not be placed on the agenda at the same time as the public input results are. So at the moment, it's kind of a package. And if council was comfortable with that, it would all come back together. But what we're hearing is that there's perhaps in some respects, having them on separate agendas gives an extended period of time for people to email you separately or consult with you, outside of a process. So from a staff perspective, it doesn't dramatically increase our time. So I would say we have no concern in that regard.
so as I see it, this gives us the ability to get the public input at the same time, in case the whole thing failed, and this would at least allow for the public input portion, which I am interested in getting, would be good. So with your approval, we can amend that to back it up to recommendations 1, 2, and 3. Councillor Wood, are you in agreement with that? That is correct. So it's first and moved by Councillor Wood. So we are now voting on the recommendations as for 1, 2, and 3. I don't think I need to read it again, I hope. So all those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. Now we'll look at item 4, that staff prepare an amendment to business license bylaw 2018, number 1550, to facilitate the non-medical cannabis retail store at 389 Alberni Highway for future council consideration. I have a mover and a seconder, please. There's Councillor Wood. I have moved by Councillor Wood. Seconded by Councillor Grenz. Thank you. Councillor Wood, the floor is yours. No comment from Councillor Wood. No comment from Councillor Grenz.
Sorry, Mayor.
Comment from Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Mayor. And sorry, we are getting into the nitty gritty here, but if we were to vote number 4 and it passes, then our whole exercise of breaking up didn't really do anything, correct?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, yeah, sorry. I don't want to call the wrong thing. It does allow for separate consideration. So if you say you were in favor of number 1, but not in favor of number 4, the way it was packaged previously, you kind of had to vote like as a package. And this way you can now separate out your support for the first 3 items and state your opposition perhaps to the 4th.
No, I understand that. Thank you. I'm saying if number 4 passes here at the vote, then overall it does not make difference to what we were trying to achieve by breaking it up.
Well, I'm not.
True enough. Sure. Councillor Fraz.
There is a difference, though. It does make a difference. And I'll say though too, when I had asked about breaking them up, I had intended actually for 1, 2, 3, 4B separately. I don't agree with number 2. When we called the vote, I put my hand up, but mistakenly, I would have liked to actually oppose it. But the point of it being though is the difference of it, even if it does advance, it allows us to cast our votes, how we, be able to vote our conscience. So I'd like to be in opposition to 2 and 4. I realize I already voted in support of 2, so be it, but I'm going to be voting in opposition to 4 regardless. And whether it advances at will of council, I can support that, but it allowed me to at least vote my conscience on it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, through you to Councillor Frass. And Madam CAO, so is it possible to defer point 4? If I move to defer point 4 until we get those input from the public?
So if I may, through the mayor, you can raise a motion for deferral. You need a seconder and then there's no debate after the vote.
So I'll move to defer point recommendation 4, please. Sorry, until we have the public input and all the recommendations 1, 2, 3 are getting where we're supposed to get.
Councillor Fraz has seconded the deferral. There's no debate. The point number 4 is now deferred. So, sorry. Oh, okay. There's no debate. Okay. All those in favor of the deferral? Fair enough. Thank you. Deferral fails. Sorry, all those opposed to the deferral? All those opposed to the deferral, yes, Sean Wood, I see you there. Councillor Wood, thank you. That is Councillor Fraz, Councillor Gore, opposed. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a negative. Yeah, 2 negatives. Yeah, that is correct. All the rest opposed. Now back to the main motion. Number 4. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, which is number 4? Opposed? Councillor Wood is in favor. So it's Councillor Fraz, Councillor Gore, Mayor O'Brien opposed. Councillor Martin, yes.
From what I understand that just happened, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, that these these motions will then come at 2 different meetings. Number 4, wouldn't it come at the next meeting? What I thought was we were going to be able to have, and I put my hand up and it wasn't answered, that we would be able to have public input between one meeting and the next. And that's what I thought was happening here. We will.
If I may, through the chair. So
Clarification from the CAO, Kaylor, please.
thank you. So the way council has just voted, we will be doing the public consult, or the applicant will be doing public consultation over and above what is required by the bylaw, but staff will be doing the required notification, which working with them to get the signage. Staff will be preparing a draft bylaw for your review, and we would typically bring all of that back together to one meeting. So it could be a few meetings away from now for them to do their voluntary consultation, but we would come back with a draft bylaw on the agenda. So similar to today, you would see a report from staff with the results of the consultation. And in the bylaw section of that same agenda, we would normally place the draft bylaw for consideration from council. So because we have direction to do that, we would normally do it all together. That's our usual practice. So it's still at a different meeting than today. But before you consider the bylaw later in the agenda, you would have the benefit of the consultation results earlier in the agenda. And typically we have a motion there to advance it to the statutory process, which basically pushes you to the bylaw section. And so council can still at that point decide not to pass the bylaw or not to consider giving it any readings.
Councillor Martin, were you confused, or shall we call a revote?
No, I'm not confused. We're going to have two different times to think about it. Earlier in the meeting, we will get the, and then we'll have the bylaw later. At the same meeting though. So there will be consultation before we even hear about it from the public, right? A notice will go out. Yep, thank you. That's all I need to know.
You're satisfied. You're satisfied that you have been heard. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you, council. So. Mrs. Holmes, sorry. Yes, yes, we're going to have to call a 5-minute comfort break at this point, if we could. Thank you. Well, we knew it was going to be a long one, didn't we?
Are you watching your time?
Welcome back, everyone. Councillor Wood, you still there? Thank you. Just confirming all our connections are still good. So we have Mrs. Holmes, Director of Finance. Could you please give us a background on the issue regarding the Delegation Bylaw and Revisions to Purchasing Policy and Officers Bylaw? It's an update policy, purchasing policy, and related delegated spending bylaws. Mrs. Holmes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As the Mayor just reviewed, we're looking at 3 related items this afternoon, with most of it being related to the purchasing policy update. Just a short overview of what we'll cover today. The purchasing policy was last updated in 2011, so it was due for really a major overhaul, and we'll go through what those changes were today. It's hard to compare the two directly because they really are quite different, and our draft policy reflects a lot of new best practices and really reflecting the current procurement environment, which, as you can imagine, costs have increased significantly since 12 years ago. As part of that, we did have a consultant review the policy and give us a first draft, which has been reviewed and beat up by senior staff in the finance department multiple times. As well, I consulted with some of the reports that were done by the Auditor General for Local Government. That office no longer exists, but the reports that came from their works are really useful. And I find them really useful, especially for small municipalities, because they often look at what do you do when you don't have a large organization with dedicated positions, and how do you cover off conflict of interest when the main construction firm may be owned by the husband of the CAO or something like that. So looking at things like conflict of interest and standards of conduct around procurement, those reports are very useful. What this policy is meant to do is provide policy direction to really optimize the city's staff and financial resources as it relates to procurement. Council gives its approval for the spending through a robust financial planning process. So that's really when council decides how and what the money will be spent on. The purchasing policy gives direction to staff as to how do we go about making sure that our procurement is fair, that it's transparent, that we're considering things like conflict of interest and other items. So you'll see some changes in the delegated spending authorities today, really to reflect that council's decision is at the financial plan point, not so much on the contract award. If I can put it another way, you're saying build X and you have a certain amount of money for that. The purchasing policy says, do we need to go to a public procurement for that? Who has the authority to review the contract related to that, and those kinds of administrative things. So I'm hoping when we walk through that you'll have some understanding around kind of where those two pieces fit together. As a result of changing those spending authorities and really specifying them very clearly in this new policy, we also look to other bylaws that may have spending authority in them, and we want to make sure that bylaws and policies are consistent, which necessitated then a revision to the officers bylaw, which had different spending authorities in it. And our administration staff proposed that we have a delegation bylaw instead of leaving those spending authorities in the officers bylaw. And that's really more of a housekeeping item, but it does make it more efficient and effective for updating those things or making changes, and really splits what's in the officers bylaw from the delegation bylaw, which is allowed per the community charter. As a result of all of these changes, we want to make sure that council feels comfortable with the information related to our procurement in the city. So we're suggesting that we would introduce some new periodic reporting to council regarding procurement activities. And that might look like a report that comes quarterly to council to say, here's all the contract awards that were granted that didn't come to council for approval specifically, but just so that you're aware of progress that we're making related to the spending as outlined in the financial plan. So that's the overview. We'll get into some of the specifics now. The policy itself is attached to the report in your agenda as Appendix A. You'll note that it's a very fulsome, long policy, and that's just really reflects the pervasive nature of this policy. It really does touch everybody in the city because we're all doing services and providing services and purchasing goods per the financial plan. And so it's really necessary to have quite a lot of detail and guidance in that. So first off, looking at the objectives, and it really is the efficient and appropriate utilization of city funds, as I mentioned, authorized for spending by the financial plan, which is approved by council. We want to make sure that our procurement is transparent and that we have accountability around that there's consistency across all departments. And that's where the policy comes into being, that we make sure that operations is procuring goods and services in the same way that engineering or finance is doing that. There are a number of different trade agreements, legislation, and regulations for public sector procurement, and we want to make sure that we're following those, and the policy does require that now specifically. We want to make sure that we're identifying, assessing, and managing procurement risks. Procurement is an area for municipalities that can be quite litigious, and so we want to make sure that we're following our policy and that we understand where those risks live. As we brought recently to you the city's asset management program, we want to be sure that our procurement aligns with that. So we're looking at life cycle costs, we're looking at ultimate disposal. We may have consideration of natural asset alternatives to regular procurement. And so the policy does cover that off as well now. And then a consideration of sustainable procurement, and that being social and environmental factors. And in this policy, it says when resources and capacity are available. So it doesn't require that. But if there's an opportunity and resources and capacity do allow for that, then those types of factors could be considered. It may be that the nature of the procurement kind of leans one way than the other. So we'll go through that a little bit, but certainly that's listed as an objective when it's possible to do. I'll also note for you that within the city, the procurement is decentralized, meaning that all departments do their own procurement. We don't have a procurement officer, unlike many municipalities. I would suggest to you that we're very much at the tipping point of needing that in terms of size of municipality, but we don't right now. And so again, that's another reason why this policy may seem overly prescriptive as compared to other policies, just because we have a number of different staff within the city that are procuring goods and services. Ultimately, it is the director of the department doing the procurement that has responsibility for, but that would be delegated to managers and supervisors within certain thresholds. What the policy does cover though, and you'll see the language within the policy, it also refers to a procurement coordinator. And so it allows for that position, if it were ever to be filled within the city, that we wouldn't have to rewrite the policy to allow for that. So in the absence of that position, it's the director that would be responsible for those decisions. One last comment with respect to sustainable procurement. It is something that I think trendy is not necessarily the word, but it's certainly a movement among procurement specialists to consider more than just the price. We'll have some discussion around that, and I do have a slide about it. But what I would suggest to you is that it's a different level of service as it relates to procurement in the city. And there's good and bad that comes with it, and there's costs that come with it, as much as there are positives that can come from that. So we'll have some discussion around that, and certainly welcome your questions on that when we get to that. Lastly, I would note that the procurement policy, the purchasing policy, applies to all city staff as well as representatives of the city. So if we have a consultant that's doing some work for us on our behalf, they would be bound by our purchasing policy in going out to procure goods and services as it relates to a contract that they're doing for us. So that's the other piece of who this applies to. Any questions on those general objectives before I jump forward?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So if you can go back to the first slide, please. Ms. Holmes, thank you. So I really like the last point. There's a periodic reporting to the council. I think that adds to the transparency part that you're referring to. I was wondering if you can speak to the role of the audit committee in those. Would they be getting any reports about these procurements that have happened?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gore. Not as a matter of regular course, but certainly that could be something they could request or look at as part of the annual financial plan. It would be something that would be not necessarily the reporting itself, but certainly the audit procedures look to our purchasing policy. So if they're looking at a significant capital expenditure, they will be looking at who approved it. Was it in the financial plan? Was there a purchase order? Things like that that are required per our purchasing policy. So it would be looked at it through. So if there was any inconsistencies in the application of the purchasing policy, that would be brought forward to the audit committee.
If I may, thank you, Mayor. I really like this. I really like the delegation bylaw. I think it's more modern just to move forward in this direction. Could you speak to the standard practice among other municipalities? Have they adopted similar practices?
Through to Councillor Gore, are you speaking specifically with respect to the delegation bylaw or the purchasing policy?
Delegation bylaw.
Okay, I think I'm going to refer over to our administrative staff. That's more in their area than the purchasing part of it.
Yes, delegation bylaws are very common in other local governments. There are a variety of things that can be delegated to staff that are within council's purview normally. This is just a first step based on procurement initiatives.
I just would like to walk through some of the changes from the previous purchasing policy, just to highlight some of what I see as improvements to our procurement processes will be. As I mentioned, the procurement coordinator or the director, if that position doesn't exist, has responsibility for following the policy for procurement. It does require compliance with public sector trade agreements and other applicable legislation. That wasn't specifically said in the previous policy, although we always followed that because by law we had to. It does specify and increase some delegated spending authorities, and we have a chart that'll go through some of those, but you'll notice some increases in that. It clarifies procurement methods required at increasing dollar thresholds, and those are aligned with those trade agreements and require a public procurement at various thresholds starting at $75,000, but there is competitive procurement required from $10,000 and above. It requires consideration of life cycle cost rather than just the upfront costs. So that's a critical piece when we're looking at the financial plan as well. And what you'll note when we're bringing you proposals, whether you've requested or coming from staff, is we provide you not only with the upfront capital cost or operating costs, but what are the costs down the road? What are the operating and maintenance costs? And ultimately, what's the disposal cost if it happens to be an asset? So that's a critical piece of the financial planning so that when you're making the decision to move forward with something, it considers all of those costs. Well, when we're looking at the procurement, we're also looking at that to make sure it's aligned with those initial estimates that were provided to council in the financial plan. Provides direction regarding the use of purchasing and corporate credit cards. We do have separate guidelines related to that that get into all the specifics of what can be charged on a credit card and things like that. The policy, though, does provide for that and just outlines really where they should be used and things like that. It identifies when emergency, sole, and single source purchasing is allowed. And we'll go through that in one of the slides. But again, it's important to have very specific guidelines around that because that's an area I think was noted by the Auditor General for local government where sometimes decisions were made to single source and there should have and could have been a more fulsome process around that. Finally, it clarifies opportunities for purchasing locally within public sector procurement laws. And this was following a request from council to provide some background on that. So we'll go through some of where we can kind of optimize local procurement and how the policy has been written to provide for some of that. It specifies the need to align with our asset management program where practical, including consideration of natural asset alternatives. Allows participation in cooperative and group purchasing with other public sector entities. Again, our previous policy didn't specifically allow for this, and this is an area where we can save significant procurement dollars. We're part of a cooperative group called Canoe that many BC municipalities have signed off with. We do a number of different procurement initiatives with Town of Qualicum Beach and the RDN. So this, having it specifically in our policy allows us to take advantage of some of those. There's also some provincial government buying groups that we can join as well. And finally, provides guidance regarding standards of conduct and conflict of interest scenarios. This is related to spending authorities and the delegation of those maximum amounts. So it lives both in the purchasing policy as well as the delegation bylaw. So you'll see it in two different places at your meeting today. But I think what we want to note is, one, this is specifically for expenditures included in the financial plan. If there was an expenditure that wasn't contemplated in the financial plan, that would be coming back to council for approval and an amendment to the financial plan before a procurement went forward on that. So the authorization is first with council and then we would roll out when procurements actually happened. Similarly, if a procurement came in above the financial plan amount that was authorized by council, that would come back to council for further direction. Are we going to increase the financial plan amount through an amendment, or will we not allow the procurement and come up with a different solution to that? The consultant that looked at this did recommend these thresholds. We tweaked them a little bit just based on kind of our structure with the city of Parksville. And I would note that just generally costs have gone up very significantly since 2011. And these are a little bit more reflective of what we're seeing in terms of the regular course of business and what we would see directors, managers, or the CAO approve. So just for clarity, anything that was a procurement of $500,000 or above would come back to council for contract award. Anything below that would be able to be approved at each of those thresholds. Obviously, the CAO could approve any of those thresholds. The CFO, which is interchangeable Director of Finance, but that's the title in the legislation, at 250,000, directors at 100,000, and managers at 50,000. Supervisors have a procurement authority up to 10,000. And then other staff that have some procurement responsibilities, for example, administrative assistants that may book travel or purchase administrative type expenditures, up to $5,000. You can see in the comparative chart there where the previous policy in some thresholds was identified and in others wasn't identified. So we're trying to make this as fulsome as possible and provide this in the policy for council's approval of those various thresholds.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Gordon.
Thank you.
Read the fine print.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question about, so these are the spending limits within the financial plan for procurement. What if you have to procure something that's not in the financial plan? What's the minimum amount that you don't need to come to the council for?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gore. So I would say anything of significance would come back to council for your approval and an amendment to the financial plan. As you know, there's a number of different items within the financial plan that are kind of allowances, and those happen more in operations than anything, right? Where we might have $30,000 related to a contingency item for water, say. So if something came up that was, say, $15,000, that wasn't maybe specifically identified within the financial plan, but was part of what we might consider a contingency type item, then it would fall within those approvals and wouldn't come back to council if we felt we could absorb it within some of those contingency type items that council allowed for within the financial plan. However, that said, if it was something that was highly sensitive or perhaps of importance to council's strategic plan or something, we don't necessarily not have to bring it back because it didn't meet the threshold. So yeah, if we required a financial plan amendment, it would definitely come back to council. And if it wasn't kind of allowed within any of those contingency items, it would come back. That said, it would also, you would see it in the reporting out to council quarterly, right? So you might see a $15,000 item that would be coming out of contingency rather than a specific line item on the financial plan identified specifically.
Councillor Price.
Thank you. Through our mayor to staff here. These are some pretty significant increases to the spending here. Part of my concern is then, like, when I look at these, it pulls out a lot of what what council makes decisions on, like, you know, above the $250,000 mark. These are like 5-time increases that it delegates to the staff. So, you know, makes me wonder, like, what's left over then?
Yeah, through the mayor. I mean, good point. What I would suggest to you, though, is that you made the decision at the financial plan stage. And typically when we're bringing something back to you, say it's a $200,000 award that you would receive right now under the old policy, you won't receive a report on it under the new policy. We're typically saying, here was the request for proposals. We received 3 proposals. Here's the recommended outcome. Typically, that's a legal procurement already. So council actually has very little flexibility to say no to it anyway, because we have gone to the procurement because council gave us the authority to do so through the financial plan. So these are consistent with what we see at the RDN, in some cases a little bit lower on the lower end of the scale. And like I said, the decision is made at the financial plan, not at the procurement stage.
I guess the concern though too is that it also, you know, when we get those reports, one, it adds accountability to it, and 2, it also keeps us informed of where things are at in the community. Like that's how we know when projects are coming and where they're going. So I see that being removed now, like where these are just sole signatures that get to decide on that instead of now 7 people being involved and all agreeing into it. Like I just look at that from the taxpayers' dollar side of it. Again, like the accountability starts to, it seems like it removes a layer of that.
Through the mayor, so a couple points on that. One is that's why we are suggesting there be quarterly reports that would give you all of that information with respect to procurement that has been concluded. Second, just to reiterate, when we are bringing, say, a tender process forward, if council didn't go with the kind of award contract from the tender, we would be in a litigious situation, right? So council gave direction to staff to go and procure that 3 fire truck vehicles. So we get 4 tenders, the best of those, which typically in a tender, when it's a kind of specific item, the lowest cost. If council decided to do something different or not to award that, we would find ourselves likely in a lawsuit over that, because council gave direction in the financial plan and gave authority at that point. You don't necessarily give the authority for the procurement. It's already been done. It's really an information report. It's only when we have things like, say, a request for proposal where there might be different solutions to a scenario that council had contemplated. And that's where you may still see some of them coming back because it may need further council direction. For example, a request for proposal might be, we want to build a community center. And here's the budget. You might get a number of different ways to meet what council said was a community center. And that's the place where council would have more input in deciding amongst those proposals. And an RFP process allows for that. But a tender process where it's a very specific procurement, council doesn't really have the discretion not to award it because the budget was there, the authority was given in the financial plan, and we went to a public procurement process. So the accountability is there in that it's going to the public. The accountability is there when we do the quarterly reporting out on that. And the accountability is there when we do the financial plan that says, here's the list of council approved projects for the year. So while I understand your concern with the significance of those increases, I think the quarterly reporting and the fact that legally those projects are already procured probably doesn't put council in a different position.
Doesn't it also remove like third-party contractors or service contracts where maybe there's certain weighted criterias and now it just become at the sole discretion rather than having council input to decide, you know, things like security contracts, for example, those would be inside those limits. But perhaps if there was a shift desired, then that would no longer come before council, you know, as an example.
Yeah, through the mayor.
CEO Kaler, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, just one example that we had been discussing. So with the OCP program review that council is talking about, that's something that would most likely be under the threshold, but would come back to council because there's other elements like the type of engagement or the number of events or the areas of focus or things of that nature. So this is really for those things where we have legal liability when we do, it's called like basically contract A and contract B. And so if you go out, if council approves an item in the budget and then you give us direction to go and tender something, we have basically entered into a contract A situation with those bidders. And so if we decided like council should not be kind of weighing in on some of the technical elements of those. And so if we decided not to go ahead, then those folks could really come after us for the time that they've spent putting together that proposal. And so there's some risk of giving almost like a false sense of control that you as a council can now pick and choose some areas that really are not really available to council. And so I think what we would like, yes, I agree, it is a big change, although the buying power of 100,000 in 2010 or 2011 is probably very similar, if not, it was probably better, the buying power now. And so there will be times where I, as a CAO, would want to bring things back to you for that exact purpose, that I want you to know that we've issued, you know, the tender for Moss or something of that nature. But I think the quarterly reporting will provide you with a lot of that information, some that you maybe don't even get right now, because you've already approved the $3.6 million and it's a one-year project. So you don't get the kind of interim stuff. So I think what we're trying to strike is a balance of managing risk with one of the most risky things that we do, which is procurement, managing our staff time efficiently. And so if we can reduce the number of reports that are just for information, it does reduce the amount of time that we have to kind of put into those things, and we can put them into other things like looking at policy or advancing some of the other priorities of council. So kind of a shorter report, I suppose, that is more realistic in terms of you've already approved it in the work plan, you've already approved it in the budget, you've told us to go out and get the information, like the bids or whatever. And so there isn't really a lot more decision making for council to do at that point. So that was kind of the intent behind this. And as has been mentioned, it is, we heard from the consultant that our thresholds were very low, and they recommended, I think they actually recommended a slightly higher, but we, again, wanted to try and keep it in terms of the purchasing power that we would have seen for items back in 2010 and keep it in line with that. So most things will still, most of the big items will still come back to council. And then some of the more sensitive ones like an OCP review or something like a cannabis review that might only cost us $10,000, we would still bring that back to council for the other reasons, not the financial piece, if that makes sense.
Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to our Director of Finance. I'm really pleased to see this come forward. It just seems like, as you say, first of all, when I was reading about it, I said, well, I get it. Like, we've already approved these things. So it seems to me that it will improve efficiency, less staff time. Perhaps some of the fine people in here from senior staff won't have to come to these meetings, and you can be doing other work for us, for the city instead. And also, I gather that we're also talking about the distinction between tendering and an RFP, or request for proposals, correct? So these are items that we've already approved, that we're going to buy a truck, for instance, or buy some other items. So I enjoyed reading it, and I appreciate even more you taking us through this. So thank you.
Through the mayor to Councillor Beal, if I could just clarify, just to be clear, this isn't always a distinction between tendering and RFP. And I'll give you an example. We could do an RFP for a pickup truck that says we need it to have these abilities, but it could be a Ford, or it could be a GMC, or it could be a Toyota. So we would do an RFP because we're happy to have whatever, if it's going to do what we need it to do. If we were doing a tender, we would say we want this Toyota truck with this specification, and that would be very specific. So it may still be an RFP that doesn't come back to council because you approved 3 pickup trucks. It's meeting the needs that we needed. It was within budget and that type of thing. However, if it came in over budget, then we still might be bringing that back to council. So there's some gray area between the kind of hard tenders where we have very little discretion to not award it once we've gone to procurement, as the CAO was explaining, and an RFP that has a lot of different factors that we would want council's input on. And so in that case, we may actually even come back to council before it goes to procurement to fine tune what was outlined in the financial plan so that we can provide greater clarity in the RFP document, which would mean we'll get better proposals and closer to what it is that council's looking for. Okay.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Councillor.
Just because she touched on it here. In that case, so if it comes in over budget but under the amount, does it come back to council, or how does that get dealt with?
Through the mayor, if it's over the budget authorized by council, it definitely comes back to council, because in that scenario, we would want a budget amendment to increase it to what we need it to be, or perhaps change some funding. If you recall, maybe we say, well, this project actually came under budget. Let's reduce the funding on that and put it towards this. So it maybe doesn't require a change to the overall financial plan, but it requires council's authorization to change the funding pots, for example. So always, if it's over budget, it's going to be coming back to council for further direction as to whether to proceed or whether a budget amendment is required, because all of our public procurement documents will state that it's only proceeding if it's within the financial resources approved by council or something along those lines. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the other thing the policy does is provide very specific examples around when we go to a RFQ, which is a request for quotations, if it's a very specific tender process, or if it's an RFP process. And we've gone through some of the particulars around that. What this chart says to staff is that if you expect your procurement to be $7,500, here's what you need to do in order to meet our procurement policy. And so in that scenario, we would ask staff or whoever was doing the procurement to get verbal or online quotations. It doesn't have to be published up to $10,000. They can just go online or call up a supplier and get that. If it's above 10,000 but below 75,000, we're asking suppliers to send written quotations, but it still doesn't require a public advertising on BC Bid or anything like that. But we would require staff or whoever's responsible for the procurement to call 3 suppliers to get quotations for whatever it is that we're looking for. In this scenario where there's actually only 2 suppliers that can supply something, we have a competition document that says, I called so-and-so, we got a quote, number 2, number 3, we could only get 2. So in order to meet the terms of our procurement policy, we just document that. So if that's an item that is audited by our auditors that come in at the end of the year, they can see that we tried to meet the policy, but there were actually only 2 that could provide us with quotes. So this is really critical to staff to have something so succinct so that they can understand what's required of them to be following our policy. You can see that we do have petty cash. So those are for small purchases up to $100 would go through petty cash, and those are balanced pretty frequently and reimbursed through the finance department. There's sole sourcing or single sourcing up to $2,000. And really what that means is that if you need 100 bolts, you can go over to Albertsons and pick that up, right? That's not something we need to get quotes on. Above $2,000, a purchase order is required. And this is something that is a change from our previous policy where it was above $500. What we see now is with the change in costs, we're doing purchase orders for the great majority of our procurement. And it really is a kind of slows down the process and is very inefficient for staff. The $2,000 is also consistent with maximum purchase on our credit cards. So those 2 are aligned in terms of being under that $2,000 limit and what can be purchased without a purchase order. Above 2,000, the purchase order number would be provided to suppliers once that was created. And there's a second approval, not only of the procurement, but also of the purchase order. So we have a double check in our system when that purchase order is requested for someone else to be approving that. Above $75,000, and that threshold is aligned with the trade agreements. That's where we go to a public competitive process that would be posted on BC Bid. We also post it on our websites just so that for people that are monitoring our website, including yourselves, you would see that procurement, that public procurement is in process. And so how that looks, whether it's a tender or RFP, would change what that document looks like, but we would post that to BC Bid. Up to $100,000, that procurement could just be awarded by the department director. From $100,000 to $500,000, again, a public procurement process is required, but the award of that contract or that procurement would be by the CFO up to $250,000 or the CAO to $500,000. Of course, the staff in the department that is doing the procurement, the director, all of those folks, those experts would be involved in that and providing advice to the CFO or the CAO on that and the nature of it, as well as double checking to the financial plan that those monies were committed by council. And above 500,000, again, a public competitive process with the award coming to council though for that. Any questions on those thresholds? And again, those are very much in line with our neighboring municipalities as well as the trade agreements.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question through to our CFO. The numbers here, how do these get adjusted given the already raised issue around inflation? Do those come through a separate, is there a mechanism or do those come through a resolution every time?
Through the mayor to Councillor Grants, that's a great question. There's not really a provision for changing those. I think it would be based on the assessment of senior staff, or as we saw inflation grow, we would need to bring a revision back of the purchasing policy. There isn't a regular mechanism for bumping those up by inflation or anything like that at this time. Great question. Okay. Okay, just in terms of, it's kind of covered there by the top, but the new reporting that would come to council, the things that we would be providing a report on would be procurement awards that are less than 500,000. And likely we would include the over 500,000 as well, but just so that everything under 500,000 are things that you wouldn't have seen through your regular meetings. And so we would provide a list of those. We would also suggest that we would provide you with a list of suppliers that we are sole sourcing or single sourcing with, or emergency procurement, which is also required separately anyway. But just so that council's aware of the scenarios where we're not having a competitive process, i.e. the sole and single sourcing. And so just to be clear, the sole sourcing is where, one, there's a monopoly on the goods and we have no other choice. But the other place that can come in is where there's very few or only one supplier that can provide what it is that we need. And this often comes into effect where we have operationally a standard piece of equipment or process that we use, or perhaps it's a chemical in the water treatment plant that is only provided. We've chosen to go with X water meter, and so we continue to purchase that item. Or perhaps it's fire department equipment, the SCBA. We continue to purchase that and it may only be available from one supplier. So that's where we might sole source it. A single sourcing is where there's a variety of suppliers that could provide it, but for whatever reason, whether it's expert technical expertise, whether it's a unique consulting project that perhaps is highly sensitive or confidential, that maybe had a previous consultant, so we're going to choose to continue with that. But in theory, there's a number of consultants that could provide that service. That's where we're making an assessment based on factors that are listed in the purchasing policy to sole or single source. As some extra internal control around this, if there's going to be a sole or single source purchase, the CAO or myself will sign off on that with the recommendation of the department director to be sure that it's reasonable that we are sole or single sourcing. What I'll note for you also says in our policy is a lack of organization or planning to do the procurement doesn't constitute an emergency or a need for a single source. So that's been tested in court cases many times over. And so that one doesn't fly. But emergency is when there is an actual emergency and we need to be procuring on the fly right now. And then that's reported back to council at the earliest meeting. And so what I would suggest is that all of this reporting will come back to council so that there's full awareness of when we are sole and single sourcing. The other thing that may come to you as part of the financial plan, in addition to our regular reporting, is that these are contracts we have in place where we are single sourcing or sole sourcing, just so that as part of the financial planning process, you would be made aware of that as well. In December 2021, council made a motion to bring some information forward, specifically the options and implications of a buy local preference in our city purchasing policy. And what we suggested council at the time is we would bring it forward as part of the whole revision of the purchasing policy, because it's hard to look at it just basically as a one-off. And it is something that's a little bit or a lot controversial and has been the source of much litigation, in that public sector procurement, unlike someone who has a private business who can choose whoever they want to buy for, public sector procurement is governed by laws, by trade agreements, by competitive bidding requirements. And so we can't just basically say buy local in our procurement policies. The previous policy danced around that pretty close. This policy specifically says what the parameters are under which you can try to give support to our local and regional suppliers, with the understanding that you can't specifically give an advantage to local businesses, except when there are justified actual difference in deliverables. So for example, if we have supply of goods that's required, and we need very quick turnaround on those. So when we need them now, and it's only a local supplier that could actually provide that service delivery. That's a justified item within our procurement, that when we look at the weighted factors in a procurement, we could choose to go local because they're the only ones that can get it here on time. So when we would go to procurement, the weight on that would be high in addition to the price. Obviously, there's a cost benefit analysis in that, but we would weigh that service delivery higher than, say, the ongoing maintenance costs. Maybe that delivery point is critical for us. And so that might be chemicals for the water treatment plant. It might be the repair of the photocopy machine at administration when they are copying all the time. We need someone who can be on the ground, not within 2 weeks, but today. And so that's something where we can really focus in on who is local and can provide that level of service. Amanda, I seem to have lost control here of my. Can you advance one? Thanks. So within the policy, these are some clauses that support and allow for staff to give preference to local suppliers when it's justifiable. So one of the things is the policy allows for and recommends consideration of best value. So not just the initial price, but looking at the life cycle costs, looking at service, looking at local knowledge, where those things are critical for the procurement. Lower dollar purchases, for example, the bolts from Albertsons or whatever else we might need, are typically done local. So we see a lot of that lower dollar purchases, even though they may accumulate to a significant amount in the year, are normally done local. What I would suggest to you, though, is that as we've been evaluating our procurement processes, where those local low dollar purchases are actually accumulating to a very large number across a whole year, we're trying to get contracts in place that give those suppliers, say, a 3-year commitment and try and get those prices tied down, because we have seen significant inflation in the prices. And so we're able to get better security around our financial plans related to that. And then the third item is when we have an identical bid in all other respects in a competition. So whether that's a tender or a request for quotes or an RFP, where it's really specific that everybody's the same, there is an opportunity to give local preference in that regard. And that would be based on the assessment by senior staff on that. And what we would suggest is that we would first look to suppliers within the city of Parksville, then the regional district of Nanaimo, Vancouver Island, BC, and then Canada in that order when looking at identical bids that we receive as proposals to a procurement. So those are areas where our procurement policy does look at kind of sustainable local suppliers and being considered in our procurement policies. Sorry, Amanda, I don't know why it's, if you could advance, thanks. This says social and sustainable procurement underneath the title there. What I would suggest is that historically in procurement, it was all on price. So whoever had the lowest price up front typically was awarded the contract. What we're looking at now is a couple of different things. One is looking at the life cycle cost. And so that aligns with our asset management policy as well as just best practices. Obviously, we don't want to pay a very small amount upfront and then our operating costs are way more than anyone else's, right? We want to look at what's our cost over time. So we want to make sure we're looking at the life cycle factors are considered and weighed in the procurement. The other part is this whole idea of sustainable procurement where non-financial factors are considered, including the environment, including community support, culture, ethical and corporate social responsibility. And positive impacts may be realized for those objectives by our procurement. That said, sometimes they come at significantly higher cost. And sometimes as a result of requiring the social procurement, we may get fewer bids because some of our local or smaller suppliers may not have the capacity in their own staff to respond to bids like that. However, there may be procurement where this is a factor that should be and can be taken into account. So what the policy basically states is that council encourages consideration of these factors when capacity and resources exist to do the evaluation appropriately. So it's one of those gray areas that I would suggest to you is an increase in service level related to procurement that I think would require more staff resources if we were going to go fully in terms of considering social procurement. There is a group called the BC Social Procurement Initiative, and I'm sure that council has heard about them at various conferences and things like that. They do provide resources, and there are a number of municipalities in BC that are signed on with them. They come at a cost of about $2,500 per year. And so they provide some capacity and some resources around this. So in the future, if we get to a tipping point where we're considering a procurement staff member, it may be something that kind of snowballs with respect to the social procurement. So again, similar to the procurement coordinator, the policy allows for it, so wouldn't require a rewrite when and if that time did come, but it doesn't require it so that if the procurement, one, wouldn't really be impacted by it, or two, the financial resources don't exist to allow for it, it's not a requirement of our policy to do so.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still awake. If you could go back a slide, please, Ms. Holmes.
Thanks, Amanda.
Yeah, thank you. So local purchasing preference. So this has been in place since 2021, correct?
The local purchasing.
Local purchasing, yeah.
This is the new policy, so it's not in place. It is, there's loose words around it in our old policy.
Right.
But typically, the litigation around it would say that that's not okay within social or within public sector procurement. So it isn't something that we would typically do because the law suggests that public sector cannot give local preference. What we're trying to do within this policy is suggest clauses where preference could be given to local suppliers. For example, where there's an identical bid, we would want to give it to a local supplier. So that's what the
So
policy is saying.
these clauses are an amendment to the policy that you're proposing now. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I've only been to one BC Social Procurement Initiative meeting, but from what I understand so far, I am not an expert, but it would be pretty great if Parksville were a part of that. The other question I have for staff is there a reason we didn't make this item a committee of the whole meeting instead of added on to a meeting that we're coming up on kind of our 5th hour? Thank you.
What the only thing I was going to consider moving on at this particular point is if there's any further questions. And yes, I understood your comment about social procurement, which is in the background information, Councillor Wood. Why? But as far as carrying on this, I'm looking at the time, and I'm also looking at staff and or the council. I'm suggesting that if there are any further questions at this particular point, that you write them down and then let's address it. Let's let our CFO address that at a later policy, unless there's anything really pressing that is going to prevent you from the recommendations that's going to make you not have enough information to make those recommendations, or because I'm sorry, it's just, yeah, not great presentation. Ms. Holmes, I really get it, but I'm going to try and move things along a little bit if I can. Can I suggest a summary page? Or are you almost close?
All I would suggest is that as a result of the changes to the purchasing policy, we needed to amend the officers bylaw and introduce the delegation bylaw. So those are the other two pieces to this that really come as a result of best practices as recommended by our director of admin, and to make those consistent across the board with our new purchasing policy. So there's 4 recommendations in your agenda
Yes,
related to those.
thank you. And
All good.
I appreciate the huge amount of work that you've gone into it. I know it's many months of work that you put into this. But I think in the interest of moving on,
Absolutely.
yes. So I thank you. So council, if I, with your approval, do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation that the report from the Director of Finance dated July 6, 2023, entitled Delegation Bylaw and Revisions to Purchasing Policy and Officers Bylaw be received? Point 2, that the amended purchasing policy 6.14 be approved as presented in Appendix A, and the corporate policy manual be updated accordingly. Point 3, that the officer bylaw 2023 number 1566.1 as presented under the bylaw section of the agenda be advanced to the statutory process. And point 4, that the delegation bylaw 2023 number 1586 as presented under the bylaw section of the agenda be advanced to the statutory process. Do I have a mover and second for the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Beal. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That carries unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Thank you so much. Moving on, we have Mrs. Woods, Director of Operations. Could you please give us a background on the issue regarding Parksville Community Park Sports Courts Safe Play Update to provide council with the status of the Parksville Community Park Sports Courts maintenance and seek additional direction for the lacrosse box? Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Not often do I get this great segue of having an RDM report about good community building relationships, having lacrosse box come in and share the good news that we do work with our community groups, and it's nice to hear that we've landed as well with them as our intentions are, and also with the purchasing policy. So this is a perfect example of something that's under even previous thresholds that we have the approved budget for. We have your blessings for this course of action, but some things have come up that have may potentially change your mind or may potentially change direction. So this is why we're bringing it to you today, even though it does fall underneath all of those caveats that Jetta was talking about. Was that you or is that me? Okay. So I included our report back from March of last year, and that we had safe sport play in our community park. That was an issue that staff put together that had the approval of council to go forward. And our top priorities were safety, accessibility, and multi-use. And we were mainly looking at our volleyball courts, our skateboard park, what we previously call our tennis courts, and our lacrosse box. And so we were looking for some direction today on our lacrosse box, but I thought it'd be nice to take just a quick moment to celebrate some of our successes on some of the other areas in the park. So I wanted to give you a little bit of an update of where we're at. So the volleyball, we were having significant issues with volleyball as well as the accessibility through that area, and that being balls going onto the road, children running onto the road. There wasn't a very good crosswalk designation between that area as well as all the way to the area to the parking lot. So when we originally brought this forward, it was accessible pathway, a drop-off zone, as well as some split rails and some barriers to prevent balls from going onto the road and children going onto the road. Since then, we've added this to our Gathering Plaza washroom project. And so this diagram is now updated with, you'll see there will be the washroom and the accessible pathway that actually extends even farther along into the gravel parking lot. The skateboard park. So before we had significant cracks, heaves, and ponding. If you look at the bottom before picture, so that was grass growing through cracks. And then you could see previous attempts to repair it. Looks like it's in an even worse condition. So we're about 90% complete. The actual repairs to the undercoping these sorts of cracks as well as the pooling areas have been repaired. What's left to do is the painting and the final surface of it. So if you look in the top right after, it's all going to look that color instead of the graffiti and the other pieces on it. So formerly known as our tennis courts are now our racket courts, because we do have our permanent pickleball courts as well as our permanent tennis area. And I have to say, we've gotten a lot of significant feedback, even a mention in our local newspaper about how thrilled folks are having the opportunity to be able to do one or the other. So if you look on the left, this is the before, what the courts used to look like, and on the right is what they look like now. So there's significant improvements to safety and safe play, but also to help promote a variety of sport in the community park for our user groups, just as well as folks who just visit. So now there's the opportunity for folks who are visiting to actually be able to play pickleball as well and not belong to the user groups. So that's just a little bit of an update of those areas. And I wanted to give you then a lacrosse box update. So at our last meeting back in March, giving direction, we were looking at the cracks and heaves, sunken areas. One of the things that was mentioned to us several times, and we confirmed it just recently with our meetings we had last month with the lacrosse box users, is the necessity for the lines not to be crossing the safety lines around the goal creases was quite important to them. Also, we had multiple lines overlapping as well as spectators within the play areas. So our previous recommendations was to make the repairs, do the surface, and adjust the line of the courts for safest play and put bleachers on the outside so folks would be on the outside. So the right-hand side is a conceptual drawing. So in this drawing, there would be surface repairs as well as painting of the new lines. So that would be 6 pickleball courts that now go the north-south direction instead of the east-west direction, as well as we need to move the basketball court slightly to be able to fit into this area. So the reason why I want to bring this up, we had $90,000-ish in our budget to do that work. And there's some things that have come up between then and now that I wanted to share with you and get council's feedback on how they would like us to proceed. The lacrosse box folks did mention there were some safety issues with this location, and that there was fencing along the sides where the kids were catching their masks in, as well as several of the boards that were broken. So before their tournaments, before they started this year in play, we had those repaired, but we have not completed the surface repairs yet. Looking at our asset management, this lacrosse box, of course, was built 50 years ago with volunteer help. It's not to regulation size. It has it wasn't built for pickleball either, because that wasn't a consideration back in those times. All of our boards are nearing their end of life, and the boards are not facility boards. They're really plywood, and they should be a different composite, as well as the fencing that's keeping the kids in certain areas or the balls in certain areas is not what we would use today. So we've heard from council and through our strategic plan that, we've expressed some interest in expanding pickleball facilities. Our lacrosse box was originally intended for youth lacrosse, and it is not a standard size. That being said, it's just not quite standard size, which then eliminates the ability to use it for many more children and youth, and also adults, because they can't play on a size that's not regulation size. So there's no game use for anybody but the younger folks. I'm not sure why that was the decision, but that was what was built, and maybe there was different sizing back then, but it's not what it is right now. We also have pickleball groups are more compatible with tennis surfacing, and lacrosse has a different kind of surface. So there's going to have to be a compromise on what that surface is. Also, when we talked today, we talked about accessibility and increased use. So there are options to move forward with opportunities for accessibility improvements for those with mobility issues or mobility differences to be able to also play the sport. It is in one of our most sensitive archaeological areas. So one of the reasons why we want to make sure that when we do any work on this, we're doing it once. Is because we want to make sure that we're not digging holes more than one time, because any additional digging is something that we prefer not to do. So the current setup that we have here, the basketball courts would all need to be shifted, and those would then require digging of holes for the new hoops. We spent quite a bit of time over the last year with our lacrosse box users, our pickleball users, and several other groups who use the area. And our lacrosse box users, like they mentioned today, they're looking for a regulation size that would help increase our usage of the area. They're looking for a roof. And the great thing about working with these folks is that they're really dedicated to raising funds, going after grants, partnering with us with that, our support. Our pickleball users, they're looking for more courts. They're looking for dedicated courts. It's a growing sport. It makes sense that they need more space. And they're not particularly fond of this court orientation. They would prefer the courts to be the other direction, which then would impede upon lacrosse's request of having the creases with no lines in them for any other sports for confusion. So we always try to be due diligent in our efficiencies and look for options for ways to spend our dollars the best way that we can. So we put a pause on resurfacing this pickleball or this lacrosse pickleball space, basketball. We do some road hockey as well, because we want to make sure that we have the correct direction that we want to go in. And all signs are pointing to the possibility that the size of the lacrosse box and the orientation of things are not serving our community the best that we wish it to be. Now, what are the options? We've had very specific council direction over the years to look at building something at Springwood or building something else in Community Park. And so staff's asking for a little bit of an expansion on that, where we can come back to you with multiple different options. And within those options, for example, maybe one of the options is to expand it slightly. So it becomes regulation size, but it stays where it is. And we don't put a roof on it today, but we have that possibility. So we don't want to spend, and let's say that costs $1.5 million. Looking at the recent one in Nanaimo, it cost about $3 million. It has a roof. It doesn't have walls, which is one of the things that they mentioned to us as something if they had to do over again, they would consider that, because it's becoming a problem spot for access for nefarious activities during the off hours. So if we were to look at something, let's say we put $1 million into it, or $1.5 million through grant funding, that if we were to spend $90,000 today on just the surface piece of it, that's almost 10%. You're looking at 7 to 10% of that whole project. So is that a wise move for us? So I gave you a couple of different options that, we look at the options, including accessibility. Can we just expand it slightly here? Should this be in a different spot altogether? Should this be a different space for different types of users? Give staff the opportunity to come back with our fulsome report on options, including costs, timelines, on what would be best for this surface. Another option is that we just do what we're doing and we just keep going forward. We stick with this plan. We repair the surface, we repaint it, we move the basketball courts, and this is what it's going to look like at the end of the day. Or you give us a different direction. And with options 1 and 2, it doesn't affect gas tax. I think it's called the Canada Community Building Fund. No, the Growing Fund is a different one. Canada Community Building Gas Tax. Yeah, I'm just going to call it gas tax because that's what we've been talking about all this time. It doesn't change that. So if we were to just put the money in the 2024 budget, because we have a 5-year financial plan, that money is allocated. So that doesn't affect us how we've allocated that monies. If we're just to go ahead with the repairing the surface, that doesn't affect it as well. But if the option is not to do anything, that would then affect that monies that we have allocated towards that. So our recommendations from staff is that accept my report today, that you allow us to put on our 2024 corporate work plan to expand lacrosse, pickleball, other user opportunities in the community park or maybe somewhere else. That this review will include, but not be limited to, looking at the user analysis, funding opportunities, working with these groups to come up with what is needed in our community. Looking at opportunities for partnerships with our neighboring communities, our regional district, and we would provide estimated costs associated with each viable option that we come up with. And those, like I said, those options could be just to keep doing what we're doing, go forward with expanding it slightly and replacing the boards so that it's up to regular standard play. It could be, a bigger picture where it's roofs and walls and those sorts of pieces. And that we're also part of our recommendation, of course, is the financial piece of that to reallocate those funds from the 2023 budget to the 2024 budget.
Thank you, Mrs. Wood. I just have a couple of questions and comments here. I guess I'm kind of disappointed, the fact that, like, with the previous council anyways, I put through the safe play approval, for everything, which was pretty well, you got all completed, albeit close with the skateboard park. But it included the resurfacing of the lacrosse box, and that's what we approved at the time and so forth. But then all of a sudden now lacrosse has come into it, like they want to have more space, better facilities and all the rest of it. So that wasn't as part of the original plan. Like, lacrosse has come out of relatively obscure background with limited uses of these facilities. We had clarified anyways today that it was good. It's good for the, I guess they call it the tykes or the minis or so forth. It's good for them and so forth. And so, like, a new surface would benefit them. But at the same time, now all of a sudden there's a major shift towards like more facilities for lacrosse box improvements, and which I don't think is a bad idea. I just don't think it's an idea for right now. I think what we should do is finish off the resolution that was passed previously and resurface the court as it was. I'm concerned for a number of reasons about expanding the lacrosse box court, for the very fact that you suggested that it's in historically sensitive area, so forth, and digging holes, or just expanding it even just a little bit. It's not just a little bit. There's going to be more to it, type of thing. And I know that area is, like, it's good to resurface because we don't have any impact on that. So I'm worried about that as well. But the other thing is that at no time in the strategic plan that we just passed, anyways, does it say, I don't even think it was mentioned once in all of our discussions. So I've got it here, and that's why we have it here. And I have to say, if anybody says, I said, where is it here? Because the thing is that this, if going further, is like you can, is not limited to user analysis, funding opportunities, and everything like that. That's a big pile of work. That number 3 would be suggested. That is not supported in this. So all that I'm suggesting is that what was reported in that is we wanted to carry on with the surfacing, which has been done of the tennis courts as well, and a great job. And I had assumed that the lacrosse box was going to be done as well. So, and then at that time, we mentioned in the strategic plan talks that we were going to have more dedicated pickleball courts. We said there's been so much noise, or so much verbal and every other type of comments and so forth, and they already appeared as a delegation. They sent us a petition. This goes way back, previous council, that we saw, and they're willing to do it again if you need to know how much more support there is for more dedicated courts. I brought it up in the strategic plan. The council of the day, we approved that, the pickleball. It's right in the wording of it to improve it. It doesn't say anything about lacrosse. And so I'm saying that I believe the wisest thing to do is carry on with our strategic plan, which was to complete everything that you're suggesting we do, including the resurfacing of the lacrosse box, And then we were going to look at where we could put other dedicated courts. And the reason we haven't pushed for it at this time, because you guys are so busy right now with that community park upgrade, that it's not the time. But the thing is that we had to, and now the washroom is being located over there. And so there's so many other considerations. But after that is all kind of said and done, then we can look at where are those dedicated pickleball courts going to go, and go ahead with that part of it, which is on our strategic plan. So I understand the wants and needs of lacrosse, but they're kind of like, that's fine, but you're have to be in line with all the other things that were identified on our strategic plan. If it gets approved or it gets done before that time, I'm talking about the sports courts and so forth. If it gets all done and completed before the end of our term, then yeah, we should be talking about it. But the fact that they're talking about, you know, they want a roof, $1 million roof, and all the rest of us got like, whoa, this is so over the top. I'm sorry, but this is, we should set down what we said we're going to do. And that's kind of my feeling. It's my suggestion would be to carry on as the original plan, with the knowledge that when you have the capacity to look at creating other dedicated courts, that we were going to determine once we knew how many pickleball courts were in the lacrosse box, then we were going to determine what that looks like and how much that's going to be, which could eat up, you know, as you say, the gas tax and all the rest of it easily. So that's my concern here, is that we have told that pickleball group way back when that we were going to look at creating more courts in the area. And that was way back, and we keep on getting push. And then now another one came in. And the last time they got pushed aside because we added volleyball to it that wasn't even in it before, and we did it. But that was the right thing to do. So here we are. I'm just suggesting that, you know, we stick to the plan. And if we get it done, then we can look at lacrosse. But in the meantime, I feel that, you know, we don't have the ability to adjust, you know, like go back and add it to our strategic plan now, because it's kind of it's just my feeling.
Just, I have, if I may, 2 points of clarification that I may not have mentioned, and I probably should have, is that with the expanded lacrosse box, it does allow for more pickleball courts. We are limited to the 6 right now because of the size of the lacrosse box. We're close to getting to the bigger ones, but we can't. The $90,000 that we have for surfacing does not help the board situation. We will still just replace plywood boards with plywood boards. There will be no upgrade to that. And currently, staff does not have a pickleball motion. The motion for us to investigate pickleball was denied last time it came forward. So we have no direction to move anything with pickleball other than painting these lines in a direction that pickleball does not wish us to.
But the motion or the strategic plan actually called for the addition of pickleball. In the strategic plan, under the objectives for recreation, whether you got printed on here or not, but you were all in the meetings except for Councillor Franz. Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wasn't sure if you had finished. Thank you very much. I have some questions. I am wondering if, for instance, if option 1 is supported, what kind of a timeline would you envision for getting all this information? And I guess one of the things that I'm wondering about is, you know, not that it needs to be answered here right now, but you know, I don't know how much I'm very curious to know how much the extension to the lacrosse box would be needed in order to meet the requirements. I was encouraged to hear you say that perhaps if that was to go ahead like that, plans could be in place so that a roof could be perhaps added later on. I'm even wondering if I can see some issues with the direction of the pickleball there in that they've got people behind them, but I also wonder with the north-south, you know, if there was a roof, if that would stop, you know, sunshine shining in somebody's eyes. But so I guess my question though is to go back to my question. It is if option 1 was supported, do you have a time frame in mind to gather this information? And I'm even thinking one of the possibilities might be that, okay, the lacrosse box needs to be moved entirely, and then that area could be pickleball. I also can't help but wonder, hearing about the noise complaints with pickleball that we haven't heard from the residents right across at Golden Dawn. So all those things need to be looked at. And one further thing, yeah, it was really nice to hear that if the lacrosse box improvements are made, whether it be this site or another site, that organization is prepared to raise significant funds towards that. So if you could give us an idea about that.
Yeah. So, I mean, with council's direction over several years, there's been multiple different pickleball user information. One of the things that we did allow for within the monies is that because we changed the orientation of pickleball, was to be able to put up semi-permanent barriers between the two places where your backs would be to each other. And Pickleball BC agreed that that was a significant improvement for safety in that. But the pickleball user groups, that's not their favorite option, and that's okay too. It depends on if we want to go with just the option that we put into the corporate work plan, and we're looking for expanded lacrosse, pickleball, and other opportunities. I mean, that's looking at dollars. That would be looking at, okay, if we did option A with expanding it, so it's a regulation size, putting up new boards and having the ability to improve upon it at a later days, that's dollar versus a whole new facility somewhere else. And that we're looking at the $3 million range or so. If we're looking at a comprehensive review, and we're looking at, and the mayor was correct, if we're looking at the user analysis, what kind of funding, what kind of groups, that obviously is going to take us a lot longer amount of time to come up with that sort of comprehensive analysis of it. I think our biggest concern is doing the resurfacing and realigning it where folks aren't happy with that decision, as well as moving the basketball courts if we're going to, let's say we're fortunate enough to get funding in that in 2 years or 3 years, then we're going to have to be moving those basketball courts again outside of the perimeter, another set of digs. So I think, you know, whichever way council wants to go, I mean, I think all of them are good choices. We just, like I said, we just want to have some direction. It's a new council. We have a new lacrosse people. This is not all about lacrosse. It's about pickleball. It's about basketball. It's about road hockey, or netted hockey. There's a variety of different groups that use this space, and no matter what we do, those boards are failing. So I'm assuming that within our asset management plan that's coming, or our asset evaluations that are coming through, I'm expecting to see an end of life on this facility, no matter which way we decide to go.
Yes, follow. Councilor Bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to to Ms. Wood. So one thing I'm hearing is that it is possible that here or soon we might look at just approving the expansion of the box and then subsequent resurfacing and changing the boards, and we'd have to look at an increase of money. And at that time, I would hope that one would also be looking forward to replacing the boards with, there are some sound absorbing or deafening, so that again, it helps with the pickleball. I've been reading quite a bit about that and what they've been trying in different areas. So, so is that, where is that in terms of your options here?
So
because I don't.
I didn't want to give, I didn't want to
Okay.
give you specific options to pick A,
Okay.
B, or C, or D. What we're asking for is staff time to look at different alternatives to what we've already been directed to. So it's really, we move forward with the surfacing just as it is, and the line painting just as it is. If a board fails, we replace it with the same plywood. We're not making any adjustments. We're not making any adjustments to size All we're doing is fixing some of the ruts and the cracks and doing some repainting of lines.
So-
And moving the basketball slightly over so that they're not impeding the pickleball use.
Okay, but I did hear just previously that you were also saying that if staff goes away and look at this and it's a very in-depth, that then this could take a long, long time. So is there something in the middle there that to sort of have a look at something? And I did hear earlier at a previous meeting that it was always the intention that lacrosse is to be considered first in this particular area and with this facility. So I did hear that. So
Youth
it's-
lacrosse.
So it is possible that if staff is afforded some time to have a look and come back with recommendations, then that would be something that would be applied to the 2024 budget, that it wouldn't necessarily be a lengthy process.
If I may.
Yeah.
So, I mean, council can direct part of both things if that's what they would like to do. So in our recommendations, we talk about doing a full-on review of this whole facility, user groups and that sort of thing. We can look at options of what are the financial implications for doing different types of a facility. And then there is the full meal deal, or there is the resurfacing. So, or a combination of any of those sort of items.
Councillor Press.
Thank you, through the mayor to council and to our staff. I think as kind of mentioned here, to me, this primary use of this is the lacrosse and how their needs are met. Heard from them today that they don't have issue sharing the courts with other users. But of course, as you mentioned, having the lines cross over, I think should be the primary consideration, and redoing them to where it makes the most sense for them. And then second from there, what works for other user groups. One of the questions I have for you is when it comes to lacrosse and Oceanside, where are other lacrosse courts located? Or are there any?
Well, there's a new one in Nanaimo.
No, but in our region, like in Oceanside, is there any other lacrosse available?
No, they mostly, they talk about a partnership with Port Alberni, and they've talked about using like the curling rinks
Yeah.
when they're not being in use.
Season.
It seems to be curling rinks are very popular and their season's growing, which is causing challenges for those groups as well. I'm not aware of.
Okay, so that is it myself as well. I thought, as I expected, I thought this was the only lacrosse box here. I definitely think the resurfacing to some degree needs to be done as we have planned there. But when I hear about also extending the court size to make it so they can actually have games there for lacrosse, to me, I don't have a reference of how much of adjustment. You say it's only very little, but what are we talking about?
We're talking meters. It's just a couple
Couple
of
of
meters
meters.
short on all the sides. Yeah.
And it does bring up a concern when you talk about like, being a sensitive landscape out there and what kind of risk are we getting involved with?
So for us to be able to expand the surface or redo the surface, that's all on the surface level. So that is not a significant, there won't be a significant digging. Like I said, the digging for that point of time would be for the basketball and fence posts, unless we had them inside the surface. And that would be the boards and the fencing.
How much of a demand or requirement it is to have basketball courts there?
I would have to have a user analysis done on
Because,
that before we.
For that, I also think like there's a lot of basketball courts in gyms indoors, like in schools. It's easy to accommodate basketball other ways. It's not so much for like pickleball and lacrosse or that way. So if moving like basketball nets was the biggest risk, then I almost think that to accommodate the work, then if we, if someone had to give, my opinion at this point would be perhaps it's that. I think the boards, the netting or the fencing and so on, the resurfacing is really important to get done. I'm not so convinced yet on the walls and the roof side of it there, but maybe in the future, I think that could be something to consider. I did really appreciate hearing from the user group of the amount of money that they could raise and how they could double their money or triple their money in some cases there. That's a lot more than I've heard from a lot of other user groups, in particular with pickleball. I think they were at one point offered about $15,000 the max, but making a lot of demands out of the communities. That being said, though, too, pickleball has got a lot of improvements to courts in the last year, even from Qualcomm Beach to Nanoose to indoor courts here at our community center. to our resurfacing there. So I think the pickleball users now have been pretty pleased at their availability and like around Oceanside being there. So the demand for it, I think, on us has been reduced drastically. And it's again why I think like lacrosse in this case should be the primary focus. And then as you know, secondary use beyond that can be accommodated. It's great, but I'm not so clear as far as what kind of direction that I would give staff right now, because I do feel like it's a little bit of a hybrid of everything I've heard there. Like I said, I think it's important that if we can expand easily, if we can resurface it, change the boards and the fencing, that's where I would go.
If I may.
Good, go ahead.
Councillor Fratz, if you would like to give specific direction, I mean, we can help make a recommendation where we say, you know, you're going to direct staff to pause on the resurfacing and have a review of what it would be just to expand the surface to regulation size and repair the boards. And staff would keep in mind being to upgrade it later on to other things. That could be a potential direction that you could give us. And then we could come back with that specific time, money, what that would look like.
I guess that would kind of capture what I was thinking, what I explained here too. I also threw in there though about the comment about the basketball nets. Like, is it really vital? Is there a lot of use out of it? Could it be removed and make this workload a lot easier? You know, that's, I think, something that could be considered. And so I'll put those comments out for council to consider too, because that's where my thinking's at. If it resonates with you guys, then perhaps we can work something around those kind of ideas.
And to echo what Councillor Fraz has said as well, the basketball use has, I was trying to get input from our staff that are down in the park all the town, like, and I've said, I've yet to see anybody playing basketball down there. And as mentioned, there's lots of, it's not a true basketball court. It's just, you shoot hoops is what it is. You know, we have one at Shelley Hall now type of thing. And there's a lot in the schools for outdoor, just to go shoot hoops. So I'm not sure that really is a consideration as a user for that. The lacrosse and pickleball are amicable with each other because they both like the fact that there's boards in a contained surface. That's not usually a requisite for basketball, so to speak. So I don't think that would take too much of a study to actually be determined, that if just resurfacing is the option that we decide to go for at that particular time, then it looks like what was resurfacing the lines have to do. Do they have to include basketball lines, you know, so you know, the foul line and so forth, or can we just eliminate basketball from that and just make it user friendly for the youth lacrosse, as is the size, as well as the pickleball use, whatever it is. And if it's only six pickleball courts, so be it. If that's what you feel is a better fit for safety. The other thing I want to make mention is that the lacrosse is currently using the arena, which is what they prefer to use, you know, when the ice is off now, because it's, you know, hockey's in, lacrosse is out, and vice versa. So they are using those facilities already. We have those facilities in our midst for it. The lacrosse community has not been high in Parksville. I can tell you for a fact because my grandson played with them, and they were told, oh, well, actually he enrolled, and they were told they didn't have enough for teams, so for that age group. So the acceptance wasn't huge. So I'm still thinking that the resurfacing, you know, and stay away from the historical and stay away from more staff studies. Anyways, so that's just, I just want to address the basketball because I agree. I think it's maybe a non-starter. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The idea here is if it's expanded, what, 2 meters or whatever you needed, are you talking about having to dig and it'll be could be a challenge for us? Or just make it, see, this, from what I gathered from the presentation today, was it's the junior team, not the little ones, but the ones next ones, they can't really use that court. So it's just for the little ones. So why not expand it? What would that cost? And then we'll have it done properly. Is that possible? Is it $90,000 to do it as is, resurfacing and do the lines? But if we expanded another 2 meters to make it a proper court, do we have a cost of that? Or is that something that has to be researched, or is that something that's not wise to do? I'd like to.
If I may.
Yeah. So the other thing is, I don't know how we can set aside a previous council resolution. Previous council, after much decision-making, came to the resolution of resurfacing the lacrosse box. And that's what the 90,000 was provided in the budget for. And now it's like another user group saying, well, don't forget about us too. Well, that's fine, but I can also tell you that the pickleball associations want to appear as a delegation to council. They want to, with offers of financial commitment as well. And also with the idea of they were waiting to see what the combination tennis pickleball facility looked like and how that turned out. And they've been waiting to see what's going to happen with the lacrosse. And so they understand, it's being looked at, but they want to appear as a delegation real quick. I quite frankly, I said, there's no time now before the August break. I can tell you right now, don't even think about it. So shut them off.
So prior to lacrosse coming today, I mean, this is something that staff's been working on for a year now and talking with pickleball users and that sort of thing. And one of the things that pickleball was hoping for when we were redoing the courts was that they would be able to have 9 courts instead of 6. But because it's slightly smaller, we don't have the official spacing that we have to have as a requirement for official play. But if we were to expand it, then that would throw that opportunity of possibly adding more pickleball courts in there. So staff was looking at this as that we're trying to provide the best use of our dollars to get the best bang for our buck. And if council wants us to keep going forward with what we're doing, then that's great too. I mean, it's an improved facility.
CEO Kaler.
If I may, just given that we've been here for a long time today, I think what staff was doing our due diligence when there's been a lot of change. So we have new council, we have new grant funding that wasn't available when previous decisions were made. We are fully prepared to move forward and just continue with resurfacing as is and doing it the way we were intending to do it about a year and a half ago. But our due diligence really required us to come back and make sure that with the new information, new decision makers, new folks at lacrosse, if for a little bit more money, we could do something with a longer shelf life that has expanded utility for user groups and would allow a whole new set of players to use it and may even give us the opportunity for additional pickleball courts. We felt like we had to make sure council had that option before we go and spend the previously allocated monies. Perhaps a hybrid, just touching on what Councillor Fraz was saying and what some other councillors are saying around, I think Councillor Martin, it wouldn't be that much time for staff to assess the size of a full regulation for the youth lacrosse players and look at the implications of what that means for pickleball courts as well. And then also look at what would be required to make sure that the boards and the fencing are safe. Before we go and spend the $90,000 or whatever it is allocated to this, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it would be prudent to just take a little bit more time and look at if we could get more, levy more of that, knowing that we do have now a substantial grant that we didn't have available at the time. If council doesn't want that and wants us to move forward, we will. It hasn't really delayed this project too much because we've been doing them in sequence. And it's a different type of surface and a different contractor that we need from the pickleball courts that were just resurfaced. So we can go ahead and do it. But I think it was just, I wouldn't say sober second thought, but just an opportunity to touch base with this new council, given that we have some new realities in place, new funding, new user groups identifying a need that may not be that challenging to adjust. So we're just looking for direction today. And if council's not comfortable, we could defer this until September. If you're feeling like there's been a lot going on today and you haven't had enough time.
Well, how about if we leave the lacrosse box pickleball decision to like a staff report as to creating a better facility for lacrosse, and maybe pickleballers could use it as well as a secondary. But in the meantime, because that's going to take time to come up with that, your staff time. In the meantime, why don't we just create 8 dedicated pickleball courts, you know, over in the parking lot where we're talking about beside the curling ring. Just create 8 dedicated pickleball courts in the meantime. Pickleballers are happy for now. This is going to be out of commission for some time while they do whatever we're doing. And just create 8 or 10 or whatever it is. I think we should have that conversation with the pickleballers to see what are your needs now. As Councillor Fraz mentioned, there's new courts in the news. Qualicum, all say locate them in Parksville because that's what Qualicum do. So what if we just do 8 or 10? 8 or 10 pickleballers, dedicated courts, and leave this decision to when we can do it Folsom. I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because we've told her we're going to do it, and it was even before our council the last time. It's been 10 years.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, I really like what the staff is suggesting, and if the CEO can perhaps help me form a motion here, I would like to direct staff through the council to go ahead with the expansion of the lacrosse box to accommodate the full length regulation lacrosse box and the additional pickleball courts that come with your recommendation, as you said, and the boards and pens, what are all the rentals that come with it.
So if I may, just to clarify, so to investigate and come back with the options and the costs, right? Not just to go ahead and do it. Okay. So to investigate what we basically just talked about, like looking at what it would look like to make it the full size, how many more pickleball courts you could do, and what would it cost to do the upgrades for safety on the fencing and the boards. Okay.
Seconded.
Councillor Beal.
Yes, I certainly want to, sorry if I think Councillor Frass had his hand up too, but I absolutely would like to support this. I see this as a possible win-win-win, you know, that everybody could have something better than we have right now, where everyone is giving up a little bit and not entirely happy. I would also appreciate, though, actually seeing what would the cost be if basketball was included. I agree that you don't see a lot of use for it down there. I actually received a phone call once, and this was prior to me coming on council, saying how happy they were that the basketball hoop was reinstalled at the Shelley Hall Center, as well as using some other ones, because the ones down in the lacrosse box are too high. So I don't know if it is that they are at a regulation height, but for these individuals, and these were adults, young adults, and I think they were maybe also wanting to come with teenagers. So that was the reason they were saying they weren't intending to use them down there. But it certainly wouldn't be the first priority for me. As well, as our mayor has mentioned, there are many options around town for shooting hoops.
What have we included the option for, as well as that, to include the cost pricing analysis of 10 dedicated pickleball courts as well?
I think that needs to be a separate motion, Mayor. I think we need to focus on what the staff report is here. That's my thing. That's how I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Fraz.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure where that I see this as a compromise at all. I think this satisfies all the needs in here. That's what I'm interested to see. Like, you know, it doesn't sound like it'll be a whole lot more. I think we're gonna then finally we could get a proper lacrosse box. If it accommodates more pickleball courts too, I see that as a win as well. You know, you're right as far as the cost of the basketball. If we're looking at that, maybe we don't need 2 like court things for the hoops or 4 nets there. Maybe just 2 will suffice. So I think we can get those questions answered, not take a whole lot of time. It seems like it should be, a slam dunk. Is that the one when we're getting rid of basketball? But I don't know what the thing is for lacrosse. So whatever, but nothing but net. So I think this is a great motion. And then beyond there, it doesn't stop us from looking at anything else too. So thank you for bringing that forward. This is something definitely I'll support. Of course, I see it as a win-win all around.
I'll just add one.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm excited about this. I think that, again, during the campaign, I had families that said they were leaving because there was nothing to do for teenagers. And I'm thinking that this would be another area with young people to be able to be involved. And so we have pickleball and we have a proper court that they can have little competitions and have guests brought in. And is it possible, that's my second thing, that we would have this, that we could actually vote on a motion before September 6th? Can we do something like that within our bylaws? Are we allowed to, if we did it? Are we not having a meeting? Well, the idea here is you want to move forward with this. You're going to come back in September with the quote, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's fine.
It is gonna, that's only, for us, that's actually only 4 weeks to the agenda.
Okay.
But
Okay.
It'll take us a bit of time to prepare that and do the drawings and the report ready for you.
Okay. Okay.
And we do have staff vacations. We
Okay.
scheduled the purpose during August while I was here. So I like the wanting to move it forward, but we will have a little bit of time to just do the research.
Okay. Thank you very much. Look for it.
Councillor Gore.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I hope this motion will pass. I'm thankful for the council and the mayor for his input. The reason I wanted to bring this up is because, you know, it's a community park for all the community members. I know there's a growing demand for pickleball. You've been a great advocate for the pickleballers, and myself have a lot of friends who play pickleball. It's not against the pickleballers at all. It's just to try and accommodate everybody's needs, and expansion of the lacrosse box is the right thing to give people the opportunities to play different sports at our community park. I think we as a council are trying to listen to all the different groups, accommodate different needs, and I really hope for support from the council on this. Thank you.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also request, thank you, Councillor Gore as well. I agree wholeheartedly. Councillor Frass, your comments right on. I do hope that that included in the recommendations and the cost information, that it will include boards that do mitigate the noise of pickleball if it goes that way, because I think that, you know, once upon a time, people didn't appreciate that and they went ahead and now they're having to fix things at considerable expense. So I just think that that's really important for the well-being of residents who live nearby. And finally, wouldn't it be nice if there was some kind of a mural or art piece in there that recognizes the First Nations heritage in terms of bringing lacrosse to, you know, to the point that it's out as one of our national sports. But that doesn't need to be in the motion, but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Councillor Drents.
Sorry, just a clarification on the motion on the floor right now. Is the difference between that motion and recommendation number 2 from the agenda that we're basically deciding to do it in the community park as opposed to looking at other locations as well?
If I may, Mayor, Chair, Mayor, just clarify what I believe the motion to be. So at this point, and I will look to the mover and seconder, which is Councillor Gore and Councillor Frass. The motion is to direct staff to look into the implications and costs of expanding the size of the existing lacrosse box to regulation size to allow for junior competition, considering new boards, fencing, safety considerations, noise mitigation, and looking at the change in pickleball configuration from the expanded surface, assessing the needs of basketball and options for that, and coming back to council as soon as possible with that report with the costs and recommendations of where the money would come from.
That sounds like it captures the intent to me.
Are you both happy with that motion?
So sorry, just to clarify though, the difference between this motion and the recommendation 2 is that we're just not looking at other locations any longer. Is that the deal? Because I'd be kind of inclined to not preclude looking at other locations for pickleball and lacrosse. I mean, this considers, right, expanded lacrosse, pickleball, and other current lacrosse box user opportunities, and then also looks at funding, cooperation, and all that sort of stuff.
So if I may, how I read this motion is that it's basically focusing on the lacrosse box right now as a short-term, somewhat immediate option, but that it would not preclude a future motion on, say, brand new pickleball courts or new lacrosse box facilities or any other new items. But right now, I would say we're replacing the recommended motions from the agenda with this item moved by Councillor Gore and Councillor Fraz. Sorry, moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's my understanding, CAO. Thank you.
Are you satisfied with that, Councillor Jones?
I'm actually kind of prefer looking at, like, if we're going to look at options, given some consideration to where else it could go, but and either way, it looks like it's probably a 2024 project at this point, but yeah, for the sake of moving things along, I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so my understanding was that going with this is that we would be able to get some information more quickly, and that presumably it would be less costly than, you know, looking at a brand new situation. So I think it, in the interest of the financial implications as well as the time involved, I think that that's why we're looking at this. But at the end of the day, perhaps you're going to come back with information that says, you know what, we can't really do this here for whatever reason. And then, okay, we'll look elsewhere. But in the short term, this just seems to be very the right decision to make.
Councillor Grant.
Sorry, and also, are we also deferring the resurfacing then? I assume is that, I didn't hear that in the motion.
Essentially, this motion, if it passes, would replace the motions that are on your agenda. And we would immediately come back to council with an analysis of how much it would cost to do those things I just mentioned, like the expanded size. So we would not take any step to issue the contract for the resurfacing until council has a chance to get that information. You may turn around in the September meeting and say, just go ahead and do like what we had planned and resurface it as is, a stopgap kind of measure. Or you may want to change that scope to include the resurfacing with the expanded size and the expanded options for all of the sports that we mentioned.
Right. So as I understand it, there'd be no point in going ahead with the resurfacing at this time if the report came back to say we're going to expand it, because that'd just be a waste. Right. If I could ask the CAO to read the motion back, please.
So it might be slightly different because I just have bullet notes here for myself. So what I have was that staff be directed to working now. It's on. So excuse me if I'm like slightly different from what I said before, because I just have bullets that somebody was writing. So basically what staff are being directed to do is look at the implications and costs of an expanded size to the regulation size for junior lacrosse. New boards, fencing, and safety considerations that the user groups will identify, noise mitigation for pickleball, come back to council with the new options for a pickleball configuration in the expanded space, looking at the basketball needs or options, and essentially coming back immediately as soon as possible with that amended scope and options for funding. So where would that money be able to be taken from? And at that time, council can decide whether we go back to plan A or go forward with this expanded plan.
Any further questions? Councillor Grant.
Okay, go.
Did you have a question? Or are you holding back? Okay. At the threat of bodily injury, you don't want to ask another question. Okay, so that's fine. Let's call the question. Sorry, Sean, are you waving now? Now that you finish your dinner and we didn't? Yes, Councillor Wood. No.
Thank you, Mayor. I did happen to have a bite to eat there during one of the presentations, but after this vote, I would propose maybe a 5 or a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Yeah,
If I,
go.
if I may, I was actually going to propose to council a little bit later on, but I believe that one of our later motions or later items might be looking at a special meeting later this week. And I was going to suggest perhaps deferring some of those items that are on the agenda to that new time. So we do have a few more items on here as well as a closed meeting. And so perhaps if council is, if everybody wants to move forward, we could look at perhaps deferring some of these items to that special meeting, which would be an open and a closed if that was to go ahead.
Okay, before we get into that, yeah, I hear you. I think we should actually call the question on the motion on the floor right now. Okay, everybody's heard the motion. Everybody understands the new revised motion. We're good on it? Okay, all those in favor? That's unanimous. Okay, so now CAO Kaler, if I could get you to maybe come to the main microphone here. So we understand we're trying to defer some of the items from tonight's meeting to the meeting on the 20th. Is that correct?
Yes, is that not going to work?
And
So just given the interest of time and the fact that we have been here for quite a long time and
Yes.
people just biologically need breaks, people need to eat.
Is there anything that we need to do tonight? Or
Not-
we can just go from this point on and carry on to the 20th? Is that what you're suggesting?
So from a staff perspective, if I may, through the chair, I think we should consider the readings for the bylaw, the Parks and Open Space bylaw,
Yes,
because that will require 2 meetings. And so the
Yes.
special meeting was intended to facilitate that. I would suggest just deferring, or I mean, we don't have to, if you don't have a lot of discussion, it really depends on how much discussion you still think you need. But if there's going to be discussion on the bowling, we could defer that and then just continue, I would say fairly quickly. We could move forward with the bylaw motions, and then it's up to council whether you want to defer the notices of motion that you have.
Okay.
But I think it is important that you do the readings for the Parks and Open Space bylaw, given the timing of that one,
Yes.
right? So
okay. Councillor Fraz.
Yeah, I just want to say I wasn't aware of a meeting on the 20th or in order to see it in our calendar. And okay,
Yeah.
and with that being said too, my week has already been planned and booked up, so I won't be in attendance for it. So I know it's late here, but my preference would be to, just to go through it.
Team on? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
And-
I agree. Yeah. Okay, let's carry on. Okay. We got through the tough ones. Just have a break. He's sitting under a sun lamp. Okay, I propose a 5-minute sharp break. Sharp. I am watching. That would be 6:52.
I appreciate it.
Come on.
Thank you. I think,
If you got a squirt, you better do it.
a future motion looking at this specifically for pickleball would be much cleaner
Yes,
than kind of this mission.
the reason I went along with it was because it included pickleball in the description, and I need that lacrosse box done. We need that lacrosse box decided before we decide on anything we're going to give the pickleball. Because so we can say, okay, it's going to be an expanded lacrosse box.
Yeah.
So it's going to give you 8 courts. Well, screw you. You don't need any more. If,
No, I agree.
you know, I'm saying,
I agree.
so
it's a
when,
bit of a wait, but I think it will be worth it.
well, it was going to be a wait anyways, but
Yes.
the fact. I'm surprised.
No, I know you're.
I was surprised. I really am because Thank you, everybody. Councillor Wood, you're back. Good. Okay, so we're going to move on to the lease agreement with the Parksville Lawn Bowling Club. Mrs. Weeks, could you give us the background on the issue regarding? Thank you.
So staff are seeking council authorization to renew the lease agreement for the land occupied by the Lawn Bowling Club. They have been occupying the space at 149 Stanford since their incorporation as a society in 1991 and have requested renewal of the agreement. So staff are proposing another 5-year term with an option to renew for a further term with one minor change, which includes a clause to allow the city to modify or terminate. Very common clause in our lease agreements, and staff noted it wasn't included in the previous version. So staff's recommendations per the council agenda.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for Mrs. Weeks? Seeing none, do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation that the report from the corporate officer dated July 4th, 2023 entitled Lease Agreement with the Parksville Lawn Bowling Club be received? Part 2, that the mayor and corporate officer sign the 2023 to 2028 Parksville Lawn Bowling Club lease for Lot 1, District Lot 13, Nanoose District Plan BIP 71491, 149 Stanford Avenue East for the period September 1, 2023 and ending August 31, 2028 with an option to renew for a further term. Move to the seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Gore, second by Councillor Martin. Any discussion? Councillor Beale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. I'm wondering, I know that in the past, the lawn bowling was completely exempted from taxes, I believe, like that they didn't have to have that, like, the sliding thing where a permissive, there you go, a permissive tax exemption. And I was just wondering where they stand with that at this point in time.
If I may, Mayor, through
Thank
Mary
you,
Beale, or for Councillor
Mrs.
Beale,
Weeks.
it is still the same. They're still exempt from taxes.
And so the recommendation here that there would not be a change with that. Well, it's city-owned property, and I don't know if nonprofits, organizations ever pay taxes when it's actually city-owned property, do they?
Yeah, it's city owned, right? So carry on. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much, Ms. Weeks. Ms. Kaler, could you give us background on the issue regarding the bylaw amendment to Parks and Open Space Bylaw implementation consideration?
I think it's self-explanatory. This is a direction from council. And so it was to immediately bring forward the amendment to add the Memorial Plaza and basically the Memorial Street to the sensitive spaces in the bylaw, which has been in place since 2016. The only thing that there's one motion on the agenda just to accept the memo. There will be readings on the bylaw section, and then if council did want to look at a special meeting, we would need quorum, and I would predict it would be a fairly quick meeting, but that would need to be a separate motion.
Thank you for that information, Mrs. Kaler. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Number 1, that the memorandum from the Chief Administration Officer dated July 7th, 2023, entitled Bylaw Amendment to Parks and Open Spaces Bylaw implementation considerations be received. Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to propose a special meeting. I would like to propose a special meeting on July 20th. That wording would be that a special meeting of council be scheduled for Thursday, July 20th, 2023, starting at 1 p.m. in the Forum at the Parksville Civic and Technology Center, located at 100 Jensen Avenue, East Parksville, BC. That's my motion. I need a seconder for that. Councillor Grenz. Any discussion? Councillor Beale.
I'm very sorry that I didn't actually pick up on that date earlier when I was going through the agenda. I'm afraid that I'll be hopefully coming in for landing at the Edmonton airport at that time to attend my niece's wedding. So I don't know if it could be prior to that date or if it could be the following week, the Tuesday. Or, if everyone else is here in this quorum, perhaps it's not important, but I don't think I'd be able to join via Zoom either.
Yeah, I would think if I look around the room, can I ascertain who else can make it on the 20th? Do we have quorum? I see we do. Thank you. So thank you for that, Councillor Beal. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? That is unanimous. Thank you, Council. Bylaws, 2 readings in advance to public hearing. Zoning and Development Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 2000.147, text amendment for residential care. Do I have a mover seconder for the recommendation that zoning and development amendment bylaw 2023 number 200147 be read a first and second time? Point 2, that zoning and development amendment bylaw 2023 number 200147 be advanced to a public hearing to be held on Wednesday, September 6, 2023, starting at 1 p.m. in the forum at the Parksville Civic and Technology Center, located at 100 Jensen Avenue East. Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Grenz. Any errors or omissions or comment? All those in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. Bylaws for 3 readings. Parks and Open Spaces Amendment Bylaw number 2023 number 1523.2, addition of Memorial Plaza as a sensitive area. Do I move and second for the recommendation that Parks and Public Open Spaces Amendment Bylaw number 2023 number 1523.2 be read 3 times? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Gore. Are there any errors or omissions or comments? Councillor Gore? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is question 2, perhaps Director Russell. So we are doing the 3rd reading. When would there be an opportunity for public input? No, not on this one.
If I may note, this is not a land use bylaw, so there's different provisions for this one. So you can give readings 1 to 3, and then you must wait at least 1 day before adopting. So there is that smaller period of time, but it's not subject to public hearing requirements like other bylaws.
Thank you. Any further comment? All those in favor? I pass unanimous. Thank you. Bylaw 3 readings. Bylaw Offence Notice Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 1486122. Amendments and additions for Parks and Public Spaces Bylaw offenses. Do I have a mover and seconder for the recommendation that Bylaw Offence Notice Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 1486.12 be read 3 times? Moved by Councillor Grenz, seconded by Councillor Gore. Any errors or comment? All those in favor? Carries unanimous. Thank you. Bylaw 3 reading, Officer Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 15661. Do I have a mover or seconder for the recommendation that Officers Amendment Bylaw 2023 number 1566.1 be read 3 times? Moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous, that is carried. Bylaws 3 readings, the Delegation Bylaw 2023 number 1586, a bylaw to delegate powers, duties, and functions to city officers and employees. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that Delegation Bylaw 2023 number 1586 be read 3 times? Moved by Councillor Gore, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried, unanimous. Motions from previous meetings. There's one motion from a previous meeting on the agenda today for your consideration. Councillor Martin, would you please introduce your motion? Microphone, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
There's been a sheet handed out with the motion. It's been what was here has been amended somewhat. We all got this sheet at our desk, the background and everything.
Is it just to do with the changing the motion
Yeah.
to city owned?
Yeah.
It's a very minor adjustment. If you just point it out as you read it, perhaps,
Yeah,
I think it
okay.
would be fine.
I'll read it. Okay. That the city staff be directed to bring a report to council for September 6th that identifies that all city-owned properties in Parksville that are at least 0.5 of an acre in size that are vacant and physically suited to the temporary location of 20 modular sleeping units and ancillary sanitation and support staff facilities. Sorry. Further, that staff summarize the process and land use regulations that apply and outline the requirements to facilitate the proposed use, including amendments to bylaws.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Seconded by Councillor Gore. Councillor Martin, floor is yours.
So do I give you the background now? Is that what you want? or-
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. The tiny home concept was presented by Violet Hayes and Susanna Newton at the Oceanside Task Force on Homelessness on July 5th. I would like for council to approve a motion to explore this option for the city of Parksville. We need to provide land, and then BC Housing will need to commit to funding and implementing the project. The facility is intended to be temporary, to stabilize people and promote longer-term housing solutions. I found that citizens of Parksville want to see a solution to this problem, which is growing in visibility and affecting the quality of life for residents and negatively impacting tourism in our prized public spaces. The city needs to be part of the solution and work with other levels of government and the nonprofit sector. We have land that could be used for this, plus we need to bring and have the will to make it happen. I want to put this as a priority and have the information presented to council at the next meeting so we can prepare for the colder months. You have a presentation by Violet Hayes on July 5th, and she is willing to do this. She has done this before. She has a realtor that can look for private land if there's a possibility. BC Housing has purchased land and put these sort of homes on them in the past. And this is a possibility to help our situation here in Parksville. And so I would like, anyone has any questions about this? 0.5 acres is maybe the maximum needed. It could be a little less even. Anything more that anyone wants to know about this?
Point to Councillor Gore now, since he seconded the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. So, we just gave 3 readings to the open spaces bylaw and the offense notice amendment bylaw, meaning we don't want people hanging out at the Memorial Plaza. Makes sense. It's becoming this very, very difficult space for businesses to operate, even for the locals to enjoy. I perhaps was actually harassed by a couple of people not that long ago for just being in the Memorial Plaza. But at the same time, it was a really bad experience. I can tell you that, and I can see why people want to avoid going into Memorial Plaza and have these negative experiences. We are seeing what's happening in Nanaimo, the downtown Nanaimo. It's become a really hazardous, if I should use that word, place for locals to be. And I know friends who born and raised in Nanaimo, they avoid going to those places. So what is the solution? Well, we cannot do anything. We can hope these folks will move along, go away. I wish it was that simple, but the need for a shelter, the need for a home is a very basic human need. There are definitely a lot of bad elements in that group, I know, and there are a lot of people who are not locals, I know that. But blanketing the whole group as, hey, we are not going to provide anything, in my opinion, is disservice. I'm really open to hearing other council members. Coming off now, I want to support this motion, looking for a possible solution, if I may, to this problem that our city is facing, that all the cities across North America are facing. Tiny homes has been tried in different cities, different places. So far, I've done my own research. It has been somewhat successful. It's not the silver bullet. It's not, will solve all the problems, but it's definitely a step towards solving the issue. It does come with challenges, some encampments or unpleasant situations. Like it may become aesthetically unpleasing, that part where it goes. But again, all those things come with the operator, what kind of operator, what rules, regulations they have in place with ICCS, and some of the rules and regulations and the covenants that the council can put in place. I have some faith that this can be successful. I'm hopeful. I'm being optimistic. I still want to hear every other council members here. I know it's a difficult decision, one way or the other. I don't see one council member being right or wrong. If somebody votes against this, I don't see it as being somebody being heartless or anything. But I'm very open to hearing the council members, and I will vote as I'm convinced by other council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gorn. So I just have prepared a little something here first anyways. Appreciate your comments. I won't be supporting this motion for a number of reasons. This is asking staff to be directed to bring a report to council that identifies all city-owned properties that are at least half an acre in size, to accommodate a 20 modular sleeping unit facility. But there's no council resolution to approve that we want to have a 20 unit tiny home in our in Parksville. We don't even have that on the table yet. Why would staff be looking for something that council hasn't approved? That to me is the first step. There is no reference, because this is a time consideration for the staff to put a report together, especially if short notice, to consider putting a tiny home complex in our facility in Parksville. It wasn't identified on the strategic plan that we have to look at providing shelter accommodation for anyone. So it's not on our strat plan. So I don't know how come it's being brought now, because it's going to take, you're suggesting it's going to take precedence for staff to do a staff report on this. And yet they have all these other staff reports that they have to do to achieve the items on our strategic plan. My other point is that the council has, you're asking for to identify all city-owned properties. We've already been given that map. We've already been given the map of the city-owned properties in Parksville that we have. And so I'm not sure why you need a report from staff to say that. If let me just go through my points first, Councillor Martin, if I may. So I'm not sure why you would not already know where the properties are. And my reference would be is because I would suggest then, do you consider, once you have that, how can you consider that it's an appropriate site for a tiny home settlement, so to speak? Because what neighborhood in Parksville, what area in Parksville of a relatively short, small area where we're bound by our boundaries, what area do you think could possibly be approved by the local neighbors that is going to be affected by it, mostly affected? What area in Parksville do you think there is that would accommodate that? I don't know of any, because I know Parksville I know it's not that big of an area. So that's, you know, sorry, we discussed the suitability. In short, there is not any location in Parksville with its limited land-based inventory. Again, referring to the Parksville locations, where is it going to be non-effective, affecting the local area? The delegation that presented the tiny home option confirmed that location could be located in a surrounding rural area because they would send services to them. To that end, they also, Violet and Susanna also confirmed that they were presenting their proposals to the town of Qualicum Beach and the RDN, since they both have more options and suitable locations. They haven't even presented that to them. Why would we not wait for them to present to them first? The Parksville bylaw compliance and RCMP have already advised, you've heard all the reports as well, that they are operating at over capacity, and to provide further services would be unsustainable because they couldn't handle what happened this last winter with the winter shelters. They were overindulged. 1 second.
Could I answer some of your?
Just one second, and I understand the need. I understand the need for these, but there's also considerable repercussion from the tiny homes that you visited in Duncan that has been brought to our attention. And I could bring that to your attention as well at a later time if you wish. But you're saying we have to do something. Well, I agree, we have to do something.
Yes, we do.
I submitted to council a proposal put forth by the Mid-Island mayors here and so forth about the red house, blue house for a permanent solution, which I feel is the proper solution, actually getting the people the treatment options that they so dearly need. So I'm thinking that why would you not instead using our strategic plan for advocacy to advocate for the implementation of a red house, blue house strategy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate all these comments for sure. What this red house, blue house program, which I think is viable, is not a short-term possibility. It is a long-term possibility. This is a temporary program. It's not a permanent program, and it'll be here if we would pass it. Find a right place. Realtors can find out property on their computers very quickly. I don't think that's a problem because that's what Violet Hayes will be doing with ICCF. And so that is the plan. It's not that we're doing something that's going to be here for a long time. Do we want to continue to have the Parksville that we have right now? Continue and get and become a larger situation, because that is what will happen. And we know what will happen. It's happening before our eyes. And I think Councillor Wood has a comment, and I'd appreciate him making his comments. Thank you.
Councillor Fraz, I had
First,
first on the list, and Councillor Wood next.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. I think, I watched the delegation come forward on this presentation here, and a couple points. One, it was about informing us of what their kind of project and hopes are. But I also heard very clearly that they're going to be going to other communities like the regional district and Qualicum. And that's something that's been lacking for so long. So I think it's a little bit premature for us to try to be jumping into this right away without seeing what those community partners, which haven't contributed anything at all to this type of issue so far. I'd like to see what their response would be, because I do think they would be much better suited for this, particularly because they were said that they would be able to bring the services to them. It's not required to be downtown or in Parksville. As far as the challenges that come with these kind of things, absolutely. There are an increase of challenges. And when you talk about the situations getting worse in our community, I firmly believe that when you bring in these services, where the services go, the challenges grow. And that's what we've seen across every community out there. It's not that these challenges are increasing and then we bring these services are going to reduce them. We haven't seen any reduction in the problem by bringing in these kind of solutions. This to me is just a step above Smithers Road kind of trailer park where we see a lot of issues out there. The people in Memorial that were passing a bylaw to try to solve a problem, these delinquents aren't looking for places to put down their, for a little bit of cover and shelter with service providers. They want their own independence. And it's, we saw with Discontent City in Nanaimo, and why they refuse to go into supportive housing, other places. They don't want to follow any kind of rules or be under anyone's direction. So they wouldn't, that's why they don't go and apply for the services. But they definitely do migrate to the communities when some of their, their acquaintances who do come for the services come. So it absolutely increases the challenges. This is not going to be a solution where we're going to see a positive impact and reduction in our community. It will, of course, it'll put some people in housing and help them. But by and large, it's going to be people from outside our communities that are going to be filling those spots, and then all the challenges that come with it. So at this time, I think we really need to be hands off and see how other partners would be willing to jump in and start sharing the load, because we've done more than enough, on top of which our staff time is maxed out right now. We have a lot on our plate. As the mayor mentioned, it's not our strategic plan, and you're asking for this to become a priority. What are we pushing off then to accommodate this? I really am opposed to this coming forward right now, primarily because I would much rather that we see what other communities are willing to do before we try to jump both feet into this.
So if I may, the mayor has stepped away. So Amit, you're actually the acting mayor. Would you mind? Oh, I believe he's right back. Sorry, he's
Yeah.
back.
He's coming back, yeah.
I wasn't far.
No, I don't have the floor.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, sorry. Councillor Wood.
Thanks, Mayor. Question through yourself to staff. We've already chatted about it a couple of times, but how much time does staff think that it will be to make this report? Right now, we're not discussing, all of society's needs. We're just discussing this report, and it's late in the evening. So I just want to know how long staff thinks this report will take. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair. So there's only one staff member really who can do this. That is our Director of Planning. And it would, again, most of our senior staff, if not all, take our vacation around the council schedule. So there is 2 weeks of vacation required there. And the director has multiple, I actually got his list of projects, and they are lengthy and significant, and he would have to cease all work on those and turn his attention to this project. He would have to essentially, we have about, well, he gave me a big list. He's about 8 subdivisions in the works that have legislative timelines, multiple DPs and DVPs, somewhere around a dozen. As you see, he brings about 4 or 5 reports at every agenda. And those are our paying customers who have submitted applications to council for review. There is probably close to 24 items on his list that would meet that definition of applicant driven. And in addition, there are a number of projects on the work plan that are priority projects of council, including an amendment for advancing residential care in single family areas for folks with disabilities. There's another item around preparing for the OCP workshop that he wants to do in the fall. There's many other items on there that have been added to the work plan as priority. And the reality is all those would need to cease for the next couple of weeks so that he could turn his mind to this.
Yes, and so Councillor Grant, did you have your hand up? Sorry. Councillor Beal? I'm going first speakers first. You haven't spoken
Oh,
yet.
okay. Oh, thank you very much. I didn't appreciate that. Where to start? I would have to echo a number of comments made by Councillor Gore that doing nothing, I think, gets us nothing. And yes, as it's been mentioned before by our CAO and by others around the table, moving people around just moves people around. I also appreciate that although that might not be written out in black and white or blue or white here on our strategic plan, I do think that advocacy can also imply advocacy for our residents. And we've certainly received a lot of emails and phone calls in some cases over these past winter months, but ongoing as well, concerning the plight and the social disorder that's associated with groups of people who are homeless. And so I think although it may not be specifically here, just as housing may not be specifically here, I don't think it's something that we can ignore. I don't think it's something that we should ignore. I was concerned about some statements that were made at a previous council. There was concern about what might go on out around the a tiny village or a tiny home village or the sleeping cabin village. So the very next day I did travel down to Duncan to visit the site. I had a friend there who drove me, and she had been by there before and she hadn't realized it was there, because in fact it is not very noticeable at all. There is that black man. Anyway, in their case, there's some screening along the fence line so that you wouldn't even know what was there. I did speak with a staff member. The area was very, very clean in that whole neighborhood. And apparently the neighbors are very happy because their good neighbor agreement does include going out to make sure that the area is kept clean and also that people are moved along. So that was encouraging to hear. I also understood from something I'd read that crime in the area was down about 18%. So that was also very encouraging. I also then looked into, there was mention of another setup like this, and it's termed kind of a form of shelter, but transitional housing, so that people who are completely on the streets or living in tents are getting into something like this, getting stabilized, and then hopefully moving into some other kind of housing. So I did look online at what's being done in Victoria, and there's quite a lengthy report there, including from the architect and how it was all designed. And then I was down at a ball game in Victoria over the weekend, and it turned out to be right next to this place. So I had an opportunity to have a look around the outside and the murals that have been painted and so on. So it's certainly something, whether it's not the only solution. I always think that anything needs a multi-pronged approach. However, it is, I think, one thing that we can put in place, especially with an operator like ICCS that has said that they would be willing to take this on. I certainly see benefits to this proposal over a cold weather shelter or an extreme weather shelter, where people can go in for the night and then they're dumped out in the morning. And then we get to see people who are obviously impoverished, dragging all their belongings around the street. And I don't think that that contributes to a vibrant and livable downtown experience if it is in the downtown area. I've heard concerns that it should be elsewhere, and absolutely it should be elsewhere, including here. And so is everybody going to wait to take the first move, or do we do something and hope and in fact apply some pressure and encouragement to other communities to do their part? I agree. Having space for up to 20 or 24 individuals certainly doesn't take care of all the people who've been identified in our region who are homeless. So there's certainly still going to be room for Qualicum Beach to do something, for Area F, for the RDN, and whoever. The last homeless count was for 87 people. We're going to find out fairly soon, by the end of the summer, what the homeless count is now. So for all of these reasons, I certainly want to see us move forward with this, with investigating it. Now, why this before, if we haven't actually approved doing it? Well, at some point you need to identify some land, the same way that we've talked about some recreational opportunities. If you don't have the land to do it, well, you're not really going to get there. So I think this is one route to take. And time again, we seem to hear from people who and organizations who have worked with BC Housing is that the first step, there needs to be some land. And with that, then BC Housing can perhaps do something. I also appreciated a comment that Councillor Martin said that perhaps 0.5, I'm not sure where the 0.5, the half an acre figure came in. Again, I did go down and visit the site in Duncan. I spoke with a staff member there who didn't know exactly what the formula would be, but the one in Victoria, I looked at it very carefully. I looked at mapping out how many of those, they're called CCANs, right, would be needed to make this number of units. Also one for washing facilities, you know, shower and toilet, etc., as well as space for administration for management and security of the place. And I had calculated from that it looked like it needed at least 6,500 square feet. So if you allow a little more, 8,500 square feet per half of this. So I think that comes out to provide enough for 20 to 24. It would take, I think, what was it, 0.3912 or something of an acre. So I don't know if that much is needed. I don't know if I'm actually wondering, since this is very precise, you know, perhaps we need an amendment to allow to actually identify lands that might be even less than that space, although perhaps Violet Hayes in her capacity with ICCS can identify lands, including bringing up possible city-owned lands. That actually is probably a question to our CAO. Is it possible that if ICCS identifies some lands that the city owns that may not be identified by Mr. Russell, could they make a request about those lands? Is that too convoluted a question?
If I may, I think I understand that they did vet this motion. I'll maybe confirm that with Councillor Martin. Really, from a staff perspective, I'm just concerned about capacity. And so, you know, we can look at land from wherever it comes from. The issue is going to be the land use regulations. And so there's a few things I think that need to happen. And one is that if council wants staff to be redeployed to this, the mayor is correct. You already have a list and a map of properties. And so if someone wants to propose one property over another, or 2 or 3 properties over another, then staff will take that direction. But right now, my understanding is there isn't a site that has been identified. And so we've been in the discussions with the councillor. It's myself and the director met with the councillor that there needs to be setbacks, there needs to be servicing, there needs to be parking, there needs to be other things. And so the 0.5 of an acre was based on that. It's close to 0.4 of an acre or 0.391 that you mentioned, but I think not having the time to sit down and do it to that level. The 0.5 was what we were directed, or what I believe the councillor was directed to pursue with council. So yeah, I mean, we will take our direction from council, but you know, I don't really know what else to say.
And the only reason I mentioned that, I would hate to think that we would miss looking at some land that might actually be very, very appropriate and that would satisfy requirements at less cost than perhaps some other land. But I realize that not all council has had a chance to speak on this.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. I recognize the significance of this challenge, and we spend a lot of our time on this topic at council. It's not really in our department, I would say, but we spend a lot of time on it. We hear a lot from the community about it, both in support of doing things like this and also against. I had the opportunity to sit in as a guest at the Oceanside Homelessness Task Force meeting this week, which I asked if I could do. I very much want to hear from service providers in this area on what their feelings are around this issue. And one thing that was discussed at the meeting that I don't think is private, or that I can bring forward, is that they are looking at ways to take a strategic approach to this challenge that we are facing, rather than sort of a piecemeal one. And so one of my concerns about this proposal is that it does jump maybe ahead of a strategic approach by taking a tactic before we have a strategy in place. And if they are actually looking to do a strategy around this, would this be a tactic as part of that strategy? I don't know. I don't think that it's clear to the members of the task force. And I'm encouraged by the work that they're doing and the conversation I was able to have afterwards with some of the members of that task force. So from a perspective of council, it's not typical for a council to bring forward something like this. I think it is happening, but it's not necessarily typical. We're not the ones that usually bring forward land, like, you know, let's do this on this piece of land. As much as I would love to go to a certain developer and say, hey, can you do this here or you do that there? We have a bit more of a sort of reactive approach on this in the seat. A mention was made about cold weather shelter. This question was asked to the delegation at the last meeting. It sounds like this wouldn't be a replacement for a cold weather shelter, so it doesn't actually necessarily address that need, which we would have to look at separately. It's also the regional consideration is also in my mind around what does the rest of the region do, and how do we be most effective in a strategic approach within the region around this challenge. And then as you know, Councillor Frass has raised today on a few of these developments that have come before us, is what is the target audience for this particular proposal? I don't think we're clear on that. Is the target audience the people that I've heard people fearful around, people walking around with weapons? Is that the target audience, or is it the target audience of the people that I also know are struggling and are working in the community and are struggling to find a place to live, to rent, and maybe living in you know, less than ideal circumstances? Is that the target audience? I think we would need to get very clear about that before we proceed. And that's where my hope would be that actually, before I move to that, the one other thing that concerns me about the motion as it's written is the timeline. Recognizing staff capacity, I think we have to be very mindful of that. Given that September 6th, like that, our next meeting, we don't have a meeting before then, and there's going to be lots of stuff happening between now and then, some of which will be vacation and other will be statutory requirements that our staff is required to fulfill. So finally, what I would prefer to see either my preference would be a strategic approach. So circling back to the beginning, I would prefer to see a strategic approach that looks at the different audiences that we can and how we can best target support for those different audiences or demographics. And I'd also like to see whether this particular tactic is effective. And maybe a staff report on that would be the first step before we move on to this. But even before that, I'd like to see the strategy. I've heard mixed reports. I know that Councillor Beal went down to Duncan to see that. I've read about this, tiny home villages. There's one in Port Alberni that a number of us from council went to see along with the MLA. I've also read about one in Oahu that's quite effective. It's very different than what's being proposed here though. And I've heard concerns around a tiny home village in Kamloops. So there are different examples, but I don't have a sort of coherent report on any of that to be able to make a decision on before we move on to the next step. So that's those reasons I'm reluctant to sort of support the motion as it's written.
That's everybody for a first time around, or Sean, or I don't see his hand. Are you suggesting Sean? Oh, there it is now. Okay, you're off. Councillor Wood.
Thank you,
Councillor
Mayor.
Wood,
After hearing staff, after hearing our CAO speak to the timelines and legislative requirements for our Director of Planning, and also that this is not a replacement for cold weather shelter. I would support this if there was an amendment to the date to put this in the work queue after the Director of Planning's legislated items in his queue. That's what I would support. Thank you.
Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. I really like hear different views here. I do want to clarify a couple of things I heard from Councillor Grenz, that we need to take a reactive approach when it comes to land use. In my opinion, it is reactive. We had a delegation asking for this specific thing that they want the city to provide land. So I think we are being reactive. I don't think we are jumping the gun here. And I am willing to look at the strategic approach. Does anybody have a strategic plan how to deal with homelessness? They don't. Well, in the meantime, we do have a temporary solution that's being proposed. How about we take that does not preclude us from looking at this the strategic approach, in my opinion. Last winter, as you remember, we all, I think, unanimously voted for the warming center. Yes, it came with challenges. I totally agree. Do we have a plan for this winter? I'm willing to defer it if that's what the council's wish is, but do we have a plan for the winter? Do we have a strategic plan in place to deal with homelessness by winter? Or will we be scrambling again this winter? Or we can put our hands up again and say, this is not our job because this is a provincial jurisdiction. It absolutely is. And we've heard Councillor Wood say at least 2 or 3 times that we don't have all those ministries and departments of housing and poverty reduction and all those. I was happy to see our Minister of Housing, Ravi, being in the Oceanside with you with the opening of the affordable housing. So that was great. It was good to see. You know, this is a good step in preventing further people getting into the homelessness. But I would have really liked to see some plan when the minister came, how they are planning on addressing the homelessness, rather than expecting these cities that are dealing firsthand with this issue. So I was really disappointed on that part, not to have the minister come with a plan rather than just a pair of scissors to cut those ribbons in front of the cameras. That was good. So having said that, like, we do need to do something, but as long as the council members can convince that we'll have something in place and we will not be, well, last year we did have a good excuse that we are new council, we don't know what we are doing. Sorry, we just been 2 weeks in and now there's winter. So we were scrambling. I really hope, Mr. Mayor, I remember you saying that you'll have a concrete permanent plan next year. So I'm hoping we can have a plan. So for that, I could vote against this. I could defer it as long as we have something in place. Please convince me that there is something in place. There will be something in place. Thank you.
I would just like to comment again here. So your comment regarding we need a plan. Why Parksville? It has been identified clearly that this project is suitable for a rural nature. It's all around us. Why Parksville? Why is Parksville always the one that has to come up with the plan? This is an Oceanside situation, and the proponents of the tiny home project have identified town of Qualicum Beach and the rural areas, of which are suitable locations. So why do you say we have to have a plan? Why do we have to have a plan? Is that your feeling, or is that the feeling of the residents and businesses of the city of Parksville that you were elected to represent? Not your feelings, not your conscience. You are reflecting of their feelings. And if you've spoken to our businesses, if you've spoken to our people, if you've taken half of the number of calls that I did over the last winter, over the winter shelter, as well as the VIP, which I had an agreement in place to have it extended to the date. And then when it came to the date, they said they wanted an extension. And I was fought by my own council members actually supporting an extension to that, even though BC Housing had nothing in the works, and they knew it wasn't. And I was constantly berated by the neighbors and so forth that are so concerned that they were being forced to endure this situation for a longer period of time. And yet I stuck with my word. We closed the VIP motel on schedule. with BC Housing's approval. We had everyone housed from the VIP. No one ended up in the streets. In fact, even people that were back or were backloaded into the complex from the original tenants, they too were housed in better housing. So we did our very strong social responsibility. Why hasn't another municipality around us? Why haven't they stepped up? In fact, they suggest that the Parksville should do it all. Where were you when the police sergeant, staff sergeant DeCoyne came and said, we can't keep up. We're beyond capacity. We don't have enough officers that can deal with this. Our bylaw compliance officers, we have more bylaw compliance officers for a size town than any other size town of this nature. And yet they can't keep up with it. And they are dealing with a very difficult situation. Why us? You keep on saying we have to do it. And you even say, Councillor Martin, you say this is a temporary situation. They used temporary situation for the VIP. It was actually a temporary use permit. And what happened? We had a devil of a time to try and close that on schedule as per BC housing funding arrangement. That was also temporary, and I had to fight. You don't have any idea what I had to do to make sure that we made sure that everybody was taken care of out of that motel. We have a heart, we have compassion, and we made sure that those people got their housing. And they were housed in the COVID pandemic era, and that's why we let them stay in that. It was a temporary use. But once we opened that door a little bit, it was very difficult to close. And it created huge hardship for the area, the businesses and so forth. So why aren't you listening to those people? And as was mentioned, this will not relieve existing or future street homelessness. This tiny home package, I asked the delegation, Councillor Grens mentioned as well, this will not eliminate a cold weather shelter or an overnight shelter. It will not. This is another group of individuals. These individuals, I know who they are. They are those, and someone mentioned about, that these people are facing homelessness. No, that's not them. These individuals are the ones that are unable to be housed for various reasons, and we know it, and it's way beyond our understanding on how we can fix that. What the city of Parksville has done that we have been very proud of is the amount of affordable housing projects we have. Everything else with the affordable rental, the carriage houses, we've done that. Many people are taken care of, as Councillor Gore mentioned when Minister Callan came as well. We opened up another one up on Moliette. You were there as well. We have another proposal for another one, and we have more affordable housing, which takes those people that are that are falling through the cracks. It's taking them and giving them housing, and they have a very good process to make sure that they get those people. So we are doing an awful lot to help with this homeless situation, but it's just, I don't understand how you can ignore the phone calls and the emails that we have received. And there, can we ignore the 95-year-old woman that came and she actually pled in front of us and said, why don't you do something? This is not the community that I wanted to move into. She feels threatened. She was here and she actually walked out of here. She was disgusted, 95 years old. And she's telling us, get on with it and take care of it and make this a safe community that it's supposed to. We weren't serving her at all. We actually give her a disservice by not even doing anything to alleviate her concerns that she legitimately brought for council. So this goes on. And so nobody is addressing this. I agree, it's not our problem and it's not our fault. But to suggest that no one else should step up to the plate and help us out because we've already expended so many resources on this that we are past capacity. So I'm just suggesting we need to share this with our neighboring communities and see if they can pick up the ball until we get a proposal such as Red House, Blue House, up and operating for permanent solutions. My point. Councillor Martin had her hand up first.
In this proposal that was presented by Violet Hayes, she said she has gone and she is going to the RDN and Qualicum Beach. And she also said at this homelessness task force meeting that it may be that we need all three, because she doesn't know. But the research has to be done. This is a step. I mean, we don't know how many are homeless is. I mean, maybe it's a step up from sleeping in the car that we haven't even seen these people. They're all over the place. And we know that. And I know what you're saying. Parksville isn't the answer to all of this, but it's just one little piece of the puzzle. That's all it is. And that's what I'm asking for. And I know that the staff is busy, obviously, but there's certainly got to be time to pull together off the computer some properties that might be suitable. In the meantime, a realtor will do the private land, and then they'll come back and we'll decide from there if it's possible. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for us to do it. I'm asking us to do due diligence. I was told by Susanna Newsom before I even became elected about this. She said, I have asked for land and I've asked for land. And she said, until I can have some land, I can do nothing. She's been 30 years involved in homelessness, well, in the SOS. She knows more about this than all the rest of us. And so she said that to me before I was even elected. And this is what she said, there's no point unless we have some land. So we have to start somewhere. And this is what it's about. It's not about Parksville. It's about Oceanside. And it may be that it'll be in the RDN. It may be that it be in Qualicum Beach, or it may be in Parksville. And this is not the answer to all of it. It's just part of it. It's a part of the puzzle. That's what it is. Just part of the puzzle. Because we do know there's every kind of person out there. There's got to be probably 20 that would love to have that place rather than being on the street this winter. $600,000 for police calls this last quarter, the first quarter of overtime in January and February, March. This is outrageous. And what'll happen, this will happen. It'll be just like it was last winter, only probably worse. And so we don't need that. And that solution that you have, which is really good in Nanaimo, but that's not going to happen. And we talked about us doing something before winter this next year because of what happened last year. And that was just $600,000 just for policing. That's what they told us. And so I'm considering, I think we can get funding from BC Housing for this because they're doing it everywhere else. I mean, right now in the news, they're now putting out money for police, 9 more communities to have mental health workers with police. So it's happening. It's all around us. It's not just Parksville. So it's just, this isn't necessarily the answer, but this is one of the answers.
Councillor Gore first, and then Councillor Wood, then Councillor Franz, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to bring back to a couple of questions that you raised. I appreciate your passion towards this, and I know you care about the community. You know, when that 95-year-old woman came, she said, do something. And we are debating about not doing anything actually here, but you're suggesting you don't do anything, rather turn your necks towards Qualicum Beach and RDN and let them do it, because it's, you know, we think they are a better location. You know what they think? Parksville is a better location. And this is going to go back and forth. What we could do is possibly amend this motion, and the council could write a letter to these jurisdictions to possibly look at providing land for a tiny homes project in Qualicum Beach and RDN as well. We could do that. Like, we could advocate, this is within our strategic plan, to have the advocacy and add that piece to the motion as well, to have those jurisdictions look at providing land in addition to what we are trying to do here. Second, you know, when you mention people being affected, people calling the police and the businesses being affected, well, I think this is to prevent those things from happening. This is, in my opinion, is going to reduce crime. I think is going to alleviate those negative impacts on our local businesses where these folks can go and stay. So I think it's looking after our community in general. It's not just focusing on the unhoused people. I think it is a pro-community step. This is how I'm seeing it. Please convince me otherwise, but I think it will have an overall positive impact, even on the policing and the bylaw costs. That's how I see it.
Councillor Franz.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. I think Councillor Grenz brought up a good point earlier when he mentioned what kind of demographic is this attracting? And when I hear the concerns coming forward from you, Councillor Gore, it sounds very idealistic that this is going to address the type of people that exactly who you think it'll be addressing, but we don't have that clear solution to it. In reality, when it talks about the homelessness too, they also include what they call underhoused, right? It's not just people that are living in a ditch. It's also people that are living in underhoused situations. And this tiny home project, as far as I'm aware, would still qualify as being underhoused, don't have running toilets, right? They have maybe a water and electricity, perhaps. It's just a shelter. It's not much different than what the tenants on Smithers Road are dealing with. They're underhoused. They live in a terrible situation, and they're not the type of people that anyone would want as their neighbors. It's a rough kind of area there. Are we just going to be inviting the tenants of Smithers Road to move into this new tiny home then, and just changes the landlords from one to another, so their subsidized housing and the rent now comes back to the service providers? Because that's a lot of the way BC housing operates, right? Instead of that money going out there and just being thrown away or going out to selling drugs and so on, now they bring in service providers, that money comes back to them. Like, don't think that there isn't an industry that's being operated out of this too. Like, those are parts that people don't talk openly about, but it absolutely happens. It's not addressing just the situation that you think it's going to be doing. It's not going to be bringing the people from Memorial Plaza and putting them in homes now, taking care of them. Like, I think people really need to understand that it's not just an emotional decision that you feel so terrible about it that we have to do something. We've done so much in this community. And again, what we've seen is when the services, where they go, the challenges grow. And the services may be temporary because the funding runs from one year to the next, and then it runs out, or it changes. And like we've seen with Island Health, now they're saying, oh, we should do dry housing type thing and treatment and rehab, because their plans have been shifting because what they've been doing has not been working. So you bring out another solution or another idea that's an attempt to be a solution. You're going to bring the challenges and then realize it doesn't work, but the challenges are still here again. And now we're going to be in the same point going, we got to do something. And the shift is going to be from Memorial Plaza, the handful that we've had now, to an increase of it somewhere else. You mark my words, this isn't going to bring a reduction in the issue. It's going to be, you're right, as far as being very temporary. You're going to see some people move in, and then the next year, now we're going, well, why is this problem increasing? Our homeless count is never reduced, even though we constantly bring in housing that's above and beyond what the homeless count is always addressed. And we've always been servicing more than just Parksville. There's no guarantee this is for our we've never seen a project that is Parksville built and where we've had input into it and said, this is what we need, and this is how we're going to address it, and it's going to for our people. But yet our taxpayers and our citizens are the ones that are constantly footing the bill. If they need land, they're raising money through coldest night of the year walks. Why are they putting money aside and going and buying land then? Is it too expensive? They're raising lots of money, and a lot of that money isn't even staying in our community, even though it comes from us. So I really am kind of fed up to the point that we've been constantly trying to do things, and we don't have any community partners. There's no one that's come to the table to help us. They've all sat back and watched us do things out of our compassion and then also be left with the consequences. So I get your guys' compassion and the emotional side of it, but I'm sorry, just until I'm convinced that something is going to actually be a solution there, why are we constantly doing this and then going afterwards going, why is this problem getting worse? It's time. If they're really serious about going to the RDN and Qualicum Beach and so on, then let's let them do that. We don't have the ability to tackle this right now. We don't have the staff to reprioritize things. It's such a, it's not the right time. It's not the right place. We should not be touching this right now.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start this very short comment by congratulating everyone as we go into our 8th hour, I think it is, of this meeting. I want to thank staff and all of Mayor and Council for being here for this entire time. It's fantastic. I'm pretty sure we're setting new records. I would, since this is a 24/7, service that is being proposed, and since the delegation is going to present to Qualicum Beach and to the RDN, I would propose an amendment to put this motion put the action into the Director of Planning's queue where doable. And that way we get to our legislative priorities that are already in the queue, and we're not rushing into this because it's not a very quick temporary, like a winter shelter. This is going to be a little bit more of a 24/7 solution. And so I would support it if it were amended to go in the queue where it can go after our current legislated responsibilities. And I come at this from a compassionate standpoint. I personally baked, I did some math, 96 loaves of bread with my own recipe and deliver them to the VIP when it was open. So I come at this from a compassion standpoint, but also juggling, the capacity of staff and our legislative requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to comment to what Councillor Fraz has said. We don't have to do this, but I want to ask those that are in support of this motion. I'm going to ask you, Councillor Martin, would you be okay, Councillor, I don't know, whoever else is going to support this motion, would you be okay if this tiny home project was put in your neighborhood? I'm not talking about just a general facility. I'm talking about right beside where you live or work. Right beside you.
Yes, do you know that the tiny home project, it didn't say commercial land. It's not to be in a residential. It's not allowed to be in a residential. And in this particular case, it's right on Trunk Road. And you saw the ABICC presentation when we were there. And we've had lots of information about it since. And it worked. And it's working, and it's not been developed in since 2016, it's been developed. So it's got to be in a commercial area, not out in the woods somewhere. Absolutely. According to what we saw at ABICC, they had been working on this since 2016, and they found, and it's, like I said, it's not the answer to everything. It's just one of the pieces of the puzzles. There's, and some of the people there will move on into Orca Place, and they'll move on in life if they have a chance. And so this gives them a chance, that's all. And whether it's for Parksville, whether it's the RDN, or if it's at Qualicum Beach, it can be all three places.
But now it seems to be changing a little bit here. Now you're saying it would only be on commercial land.
Well, it
like commercial industrial or
it wasn't in the motion about commercial land, but we do know that our bylaws will not allow this in residential. So that would be automatic.
No.
Yeah.
We don't have any. So the thing is that if you're suggesting that it is only going to be commercial land, it's not where is it allowed. I understand, aren't they operating on the Trunk Road on a temporary use permit?
That's a temporary permit, but it looks to me pretty commercial to me. I don't know. It might be, it's right off the main drag. I've been there.
My point being,
it's not a mess.
My point being, if you owned a business and in a commercial area that this was the tiny home project, would you be happy to have this beside your business? Would you support that as a business owner, as your neighbor?
Well, in this case, it's right by a commercial property that we've on Trunk Road. It's right around the corner from a commercial property.
No, I'm talking.
And so they had positive response from the neighbors.
I'm talking about Parksville here.
Well, if there's some place in Parksville that on the main drag that you wouldn't even know the difference, a commercial piece that BC Housing might want to buy, why not? I don't own commercial land. No. No.
Well, really, and you. And you suggested that it can't be out in the woods, but when I actually said that, and it could have been a rural area, Suzanne and Violet said, yes, it could be in the woods. In fact, they said because the services go to them, and that's why they were going to the RDN. It could be in the woods. In fact, they actually said that they preferred it was because if they're actually in the woods or in a rural atmosphere, they're less subject to the temptation and the being actually become the prey of the predators that actually dwell there. So it could be. So it's kind of changing.
In my case, I've had a encampment on my property. I have. They came on my property and they camped. There were 6 of them, and we had the bylaw people in. There was stolen bikes there, the whole thing. I've been through this.
So
And
you
so I
didn't
know
let,
about this.
so you
This
didn't
is
let them
not-
stay?
No, absolutely not, because it's private land and I wouldn't allow it.
Well,
And
then
so
why is it okay for you to tell these
Yeah.
people it's not suitable to be your neighbor, but you want some other individual or business to say it's okay to be their neighbor? You know, why is it that you're just pushing it off to someone else as long as it's not my neighborhood?
It's not me, no.
So,
Particular case, we were dealing with people who brought in mattresses and everything. And it was a very, how can I say? It was just like an encampment that is really not a wise thing to have. And this is not an encampment. This is not you're out of order. This is not an encampment. This is organized and very successful and will be successful. And why is it that people don't want to have it in their community, some other community, whether it's Qualicum or RDN or Parksville? I've had so many people tell me, look after the people here. This 95-year-old lady said, look after the people here. And so we've been told to do that. Here's some viable program that all we want to do is look for the land and see if something can be done by the professionals that know what they're doing. I don't think anyone around here knows what they're doing when it comes to this. We're not professionals. And this is what we're talking about. It's a proper place. Yeah. Anyway.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding, and I know that we could go into that whole chicken and egg thing, you know, which thing could come first, but the request here responding to the delegation that came before council presented by the task force with Susanna and Violet presenting, the request was to identify some land. And I understand, you know, Councillor Grenz is saying, well, we want to know all, you know, more about the actual proposal, although it was presented, there was an overview certainly presented with that delegation. But at the same time, they need to know, is there any land and is this land suitable? What the cost would be, what would be involved? Perhaps at the end of the day, there really isn't anything that's suitable, or in fact, there may be something that is suitable. And hopefully that would be true in Qualicum Beach as well as areas of the RDN. If this goes ahead with or without any amendments, what we end up with is a description of different properties that might be suitable. That's all we have. And then we would also need to go take that next step to find out, you know, is this something then that the task force, in discussion with BC Housing, in discussion with us, that something could be and should be put there. But I do agree that we should not do nothing. When I was campaigning as well, this was a topic that came up, and no one said they wanted to see more people on the street. No one said they actually wanted to see people, unhoused people on the street or in camps or out down in the estuary or wherever they were. And this is, in fact, a proposal that could address that. I've heard from councillors that maybe it wouldn't take the place of a cold weather shelter, but I'm not really sure why it might not do that. Sorry?
I asked them point blank. I said, would this take to the delegation? I asked them,
However,
they said no, it wouldn't.
However, when I attended the housing forum, and some other councillors here also attended that, and that was a bit of an eye opener for me, that with that whole housing continuum, there was a completely unsheltered to transitional housing into supportive housing and so on. And I would imagine that many of the people who we do see or know of who are camped out in whatever situation, and we do know they're here and they access a shelter in the winter, there is nothing else for them the rest of the year. So who's to say that some of those individuals wouldn't take advantage of this? As to the question as what the demographics would be, I think that those are very important questions that could be asked of whatever service provider, whoever the operator is. My understanding is that with the one in Duncan, that there is in fact a screening process. There's all these sorts of things that go into place. And my hope is that actually we would be able to, if it went ahead, that it would provide some stability for people who really don't have other options, but that it would screen out the people who I consider to be thugs. And there are those, that serious criminal element, the thugs, the ones who are down, were down by the tennis courts with the baseball bat and the balls. And, you know, we don't need them. We don't need them here. But I would like to separate those folks, and hopefully that this would provide an opportunity for them. So sorry if I'm rambling.
Here we go. Thank you, Councillor Beal. As a compromise here, why don't we defer this decision? Yes, until, and with the intent of waiting, giving the delegation enough time to report to RDN and Town of Qualicum. And let's see what those results are first, because maybe, just maybe, they might just step up to the plate and this whole exercise is not even needed. But if we just defer it, I would suggest that that may be a way to go. And then that also addresses the time restraints that our staff has as well. Seconded by Councillor Grenz. No debate. All those in favor of deferral? 4, motion carries. The motion carries to defer with Councillor Martin, Councillor Gore, and Councillor Beal opposed. Is that correct?
Excuse me.
Yes. Yeah.
So defer, does that mean never again will we discuss this?
If I may, the mayor's motion was until the information comes back from the delegation on the other parties, so that it would come back to council at that time. But there is no debate on the motion.
Thank you. So lively. Councillor Martin. There are 2 motions on the agenda today. 2 motions. Oh, yes. 2 notice of motions. Yes. Yes, there are 2 motions. Yeah. Councillor Wood is going, what? The first one being regarding the aquatic facility in Parksville. This motion has been placed on the agenda in lieu of notice, so council may vote on it at the July 17th meeting today. Do I have seconder for the recommendation that council confirms the city of Parksville's strong support for a new aquatic center in the Parksville area and proposes that the RDN board endorse this need and incorporate a capital project for a new pool governed and funded by benefiting jurisdictions in the region and commence the work to identify suitable sites in the Parksville area. If I have a seconder for that motion? Yeah, seconded by Councillor Gore. So the reason is this motion was requested by the CAO, Mr. Holmes. He suggested that we talked about having the swimming pool committee, the standing committee and so forth, but he said it would be more appropriate if we actually had a recommendation from Parksville that they are serious about going ahead with considering providing an aquatic center in the Parksville area. And so he felt that this would be better. We have discussions coming up, as I've explained further. And he says this would put it all on the table, that this is a consideration, because we have many factors to consider, as well as addressing the issue of full participation by the neighboring communities. And that was the reason for the recommendation, so that we could actually have that discussion. That's mine. Councillor Gore, you have next, because you seconded.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And it's kind of timely because we had the presentation from the RDN about you know, the needs for recreational facilities in Oceanside. What I'm a bit concerned about, like, help me understand this. Are we just looking at the pool? Because my understanding was there was a proposal for a multiplex. I fully do not have the whole information I need about the costs or anything. So this motion, we are just saying we need a pool in Parksville, and let's see who's on board. Or
Sorry to reread it. It's a new aquatic center, which is going to include a pool, but what else is in that aquatic center would be decided by the RDN discussion, the RDN group, because, you know, then the other players that would be possibly part of it would have input as to whether it's just a pool, whether it's a pool with a track, whether it's a pool with fitness center, da, 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 da. But yes, yeah.
Thank you.
So it is, yeah.
So
Aquatic center is go.
wasn't there a similar endorsement from the previous council? And is this like a repetition of from this council?
No, it is not. Thank you, Councillor Gore, for it. No, the previous council, we were working on this independently from the rest of the RDN, from the other members, and we had consultations provided at that time, a number of meetings and so forth, that we talked about various venues or possibilities and so forth. And but we decided at this particular time that it would be best to go with the other players to have an RDN provide a facility with help from the other regions.
Sorry, I do mean to give the other council members a chance to speak on this. I was quickly clarify then, could this be amended to include aquatic center or a recreation center? Because that's what we heard today is a very specific need in the Oceanside and or for a recreation center. So rather than keeping it so narrow to a pool, can we also have the provision of looking at the recreation center working with, which is actually identified as a need
That would,
by the RDN?
that would have to be, as you had said, suggested to me, a separate motion for a recreation center. This is for the swimming pool, and it's actually going to the swimming pool standing committee, not a swimming pool and another recreation center. Anybody else? Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I take it that when I saw this, I was a bit taken aback, or more than a bit, because I thought, well, this may be pressing on some levels, but I don't see the urgency. But I take it that there is a committee meeting coming up, and perhaps that's why the timing is as it is. I also understand from reading that, and I underscored that, by benefiting jurisdictions. So I gather that also some of this is a concern regarding whether or not Area E would be supportive of the work that's needed for Ravensong expansion. I really did appreciate the delegation coming, or the presentation earlier today. And with that presentation and looking at the recreation plan for 2019 to whatever year, 2026, and going through that, as well as looking the documentation on the aquatic center for the area, it doesn't seem that, from what I took away, it does not seem that there's actually been a real change in their initial recommendation. There've been some updates. And in fact, looking at it, there is a recommendation that there would be a second pool at some time, albeit not until 2030 or perhaps 2032, or given the fact that there's been a delay with the planned expansion of Ravensong, that perhaps it bumps it further out. But it just seems to me that there is the notion that at some point there will be need for a second pool. And I'm going to assume that actually it would probably be in Parksville. So again, I don't see the urgency with pressing forward with this. It also would take a long time for it to come to fruition. In the meantime, we have a pool that is in existence in Qualicum. It's overtaxed. It is completely, filled. I know I've given up trying to get into some programs there. So I'm very sorry, but I just don't see supporting this as it's stated here for all those reasons. And And I really did want them to recommend that there should be a pool back when they had that whole review done.
To be, Councillor Fraz, go ahead.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier in our meeting, I really think by the time we have any action coming forward, we'll be behind the eight ball and getting a pool here. It'll be well after we have enough of a population to warrant two pools. I'm not sure that I fully understand what this motion is, but I do support the idea behind, advocating for the pool. I think a pool's been long called for in our community. And I think it can really add geographical reach to our region for what's needed, and also be very complementary to the programs that are already running. The part that I guess that to me that doesn't make too much sense here as well is just that it's asking the region to commence work on identifying suitable sites, and I'm not sure how they would be able to, tell us where we can have pools in Parksville. We've already looked at sites there, but I guess that would happen through a collaboration between staff and them. I think the biggest challenge we have is the location with the pool. I think that's what's held us up before, and until we really can lock down a location, it's hard to determine what we can fit in there and what it's going to look like. I don't know how we move forward from where we go, but I do think that, look how long it took for the expansion project in Qualcomm and how slow it goes. By the time we were getting a pool built, we're long going to be in more desperate need for it. The need's not going away. As more people come here, it's only going to increase further and further. We've already seen a huge demand. So however we can advance it, I think is going to be helpful. I don't know which way, but I'll support it for the reason that I think any action that we can take is the right step forward.
See, the RDN requested this since they have put, as we mentioned, the Ravensong pool expansion on hold due to the possibility of a second pool location, because that changes the whole outlook of it. But this is in collaboration with the Ravensong. So this is a swimming pool committee for Oceanside. So the thing is that we're doing this together. So as they mentioned, that the pool, if another pool, a second pool was built in Parksville, it would be to complement Ravensong's, so as not take away from Ravensong, but to complement and provide other services that may not be provided at Ravensong, and maybe to relieve the capacity strain that Ravensong currently has on it. That's why they need this to actually justify to the many people are saying, get on with the expansion or cancel the expansion of Ravensong. So they just need a commitment by the city of Parksville that this is what we're proposing. And yes, we do back the proposal of looking at a solution of creating a pool in Parksville. That's all it is. It's no little, then it goes through all the committees, but it means that all the surrounding areas, all of them, including Area E, would be included in this decision-making process. And Area E wasn't considered in the last decision-making process. They would be considered in this process. And they said loud and clear at a separate meeting we had with the RDN, the Area E turned out in droves to say they don't support and being charged for Ravensong because they felt they didn't have the usage. But every speaker came up and said we would support a pool if it was located in Parksville. And so that means that they're going to be the participant in this. So this is why it's so important that we say, yes, we're not just kidding here. We're serious that we are willing to bring this to the table because it's gone on far too long. That's why. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mentioned earlier when we had the delegation here about the population, they said 60,000 for the people in the region. By the time we get this, it will probably be 60,000. And that's why I think we've got to do something sooner to at least progress this than wait when 2030 or something, or 2032. We got to do something about it now to do the research. That's why I would support this.
Thank you.
For the future. Yeah.
Any other comments? Call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. Opposed? Yeah. All right. Yes. Well, a no vote means yes.
I understand that.
Yes.
I do, sorry.
Okay.
I guess I don't know what it'll cost. I don't know any of those, what it will cost to taxpayers. I just feel like there's not enough
Okay.
information
Okay.
to responsibly respond to this. So
I called the question, Councillor Beal. I just need your vote. Opposed or in favor? No, just your vote. Okay, if you don't vote, it's unanimous. The motion, yeah. Sorry, Councillor Wood. I know your hand probably got tired. I couldn't tell if your hand was up. It was such a long time ago. Thank you. In favor. Thank you. That motion carries as unanimous. Thank you. So we're almost there. We're almost there. Councillor Wood, would you like to introduce your motion, please? For the nomination for the FCM committee.
Welcome to Tuesday, everybody. Thank you for staying with us this long. Okay.
Welcome. Yeah. We're going to call the question. Speed it up. Come on.
Recommendation. Do you want me to read this or not?
Yes.
Okay. Recommendation. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM, represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction, and whereas the UBCM Small Communities Travel Fund covers the City of Parksville travel expenses related to these committee meetings, and be it resolved that Council of the City of Parksville endorses Councillor Wood to stand for appointment to committees of the FCM.
Do I have a seconder for that? That is seconded by Councillor Gore. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That was Councillor Fraz opposed, and the rest were affirmative. Thank you. Okay. No liaison reports today. Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to pick up the liaison reports on the 20th meeting.
We are, for sure. It'll be publicized.
At the 20th meeting, is it not? Yes. That,
Do that.
yes.
We
Okay.
still have a closed meeting on the.
Yeah, because we still have a closed meeting. Yes. Okay. Thank you. We'll pick it up on the 20th meeting. Thank you. Councillor Fraz cannot make it, but he has given his approval that it's okay. He'll watch it online. Thank you. So can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation that pursuant to section 91 of the community charter, council proceed to a closed meeting to consider an item relating to the receipt of advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege. Got a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Beal, seconded by Councillor Grenz. All those in favor? Unanimous. Again, thank you.